Chapter 528. Lung Yu asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Xiao Chan said indifferently, "Without massacres, there would be no new order in this world. Winter passes and spring comes. The spring wind blows away the boundless cold of winter and brings the beginning of reincarnation to the world. Everything revives, and the flowers bloom with the warmth of spring. Hence, the essence of massacres is not death or destruction, but rebirth. Just like my earlier massacre, while I slaughtered the demons, I saved 10 of my human companions. This is the will of life." Lung Yu, who was in the spirit blood jade, was extremely astonished. In her long life, this was the first time she had heard of such a strange theory. Xiao Chun actually comprehended the even more profound state of life from the state of massacre. There were countless states in the world. However, there were some states that were publicly recognized as higher states. For example, massacre, destruction, ruin, lust, illusion, despair, pain, and so on. Above the higher states, there were 4 publicly recognized peak states: life and death, yin-yang, and space-time. After Xiao Chun said this, he suddenly gained some comprehension. He finally realized what the 4-season saber technique's spring thunder lacked. It lacked a strand of killing chi. For the sake of verifying his guess, Xiao Chun looked around and found the place where the demons were the most ravaged. Then he killed his way there. Killing chi surged in Xiao Chun's mind, and his eyes turned scarlet. Every time a saber light flashed, a demon died at Xiao Chun's hands. However, Xiao Chun's heart was calm. He started to comprehend the state of life through massacres. He entered a state of selflessness. "Big brother, is this the brat you were talking about? He does not seem very strong. Although his aura is long and continuous, he is only a superior grade martial king in the end." At some point in time, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters had gathered 3 kilometers behind Xiao Chun. They stared at Xiao Chun, who was fighting a demon to the death. The one who spoke was the blue-robed young master. As he looked at the white-robed Xiao Chun, he did not seem to care. "I alone can deal with such a person. Furthermore, Big Brother is a great perfection, half-step, martial monarch genius cultivator." However, the Zishan young master on the far right shook his head slightly and said, "Third brother, you are oversimplifying things." He comprehended the state of massacre and saber intent at such a young age. How could he be so easy to deal with? In terms of one-on-one combat, apart from Big Brother, none of US can say that we have a 70% chance of winning against him. The green-robed young master withdrew his gaze. He now had an understanding of Xiao Chen's strength. He revealed a cruel smile and said, "However, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. Let's go. There is nothing more to see. Come back in 3 days to take his life." On the castle-like divine dragon warship, Feng Biu, who was in charge of this level 3 battlefield, stood in the void and gazed at the distant blood moon. Beside him was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He muttered, "When the blood moon appears, the divine weapon will appear. There will be a blue dragon breaking through the 9 heavens." 5,000 years ago, the old Dragon King left these 3 sentences before he died. He said that this was a great opportunity for the Divine Dragon Palace, and that the Blue Dragon Palace would appear one day. Now that the blood moon has appeared, it might be true. Feng Biu withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Don't overthink this. It is not the first time a blood moon has appeared in the history of a demon. Even the divine weapon has to guard the sex luck. Who would take the risk to come here? We just need to guard this divine dragon warship and do what we are supposed to do." His Majesty, the Dragon King, did not take this prophecy too seriously. The white-haired old man had a grave expression as he said, "Even so, before a sage dies, there is a chance that he can jump out of the world and see through time and space. We have to be on guard." Feng Biu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. His Majesty, the Dragon King, has already made arrangements. This matter is rather mysterious. It is better to believe it than not." The gazes of the two did not shift from the outpost islets to the frighteningly large number of demons. They only looked at the blood moon in the distance, as though they did not care about the demons at all. When the sky turned bright, the distant blood moon slowly sank into the scarlet sea. The demons, who had gone berserk for most of the night, left behind countless corpses before retreating like the receding tide. Before the blue barrier, all the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they sat down on the surface of the sea, panting heavily. However, the eyes of the cultivators outside the barrier were filled with excitement. Although it had been a tough night, they were filled with excitement. Although it had been a tough night, their gains were equivalent to half a month of hard work. Their points soared rapidly, sufficient to exchange for countless good things. There were even some cultivators who broke through bottlenecks that they had been stuck at for many years in this intense battle. The smiles on their faces became even more radiant. Some people rejoiced while others were worried. While the strong were enjoying the feast of the demon wave, there were even more weak cultivators who left behind a large number of corpses on the surface of the sea. There were still many severely injured cultivators on the outpost islets, feeling sad and depressed. The most dazzling person in this battle was undoubtedly the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianxia. One man, one horse, and one halberd, he was like the rebirth of a war god, using his own strength to turn the situation around. Equally dazzling were the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea and the Evil Moon Pavilions by Xian. The number of demons that died at their hands exceeded 2,000 in one night. Once again, everyone felt the horrifying power of genius cultivators. Xiaoqin's results were equally gratifying. The number of demons that died at his hands reached 2,000. Unfortunately, he was far away from the crowd. Furthermore, with the dazzling genius cultivators, no one noticed him. When Lung Yu sensed Xiaoqin's clarity, she came out of the spirit blood jade. She said softly, "Congratulations, you have taken another step closer to grasping the state of massacre." Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He looked into the distance and sighed. "I am just one step short. Even if I did not succeed, I might not be able to take this step in my lifetime. I have to strike while the iron is hot. Let's go." Hence, as everyone rushed back to enjoy their victory and return to the divine dragon worship, Xiaoqin quietly set off to continue hunting demons. He was neither happy nor sad, calm and indifferent. 2 days later, Xiaoqin, who was only 5 kilometers away from the core island, had just killed a group of peak high-rank blood demons. However, he suddenly discovered that in front of him there was a young martial artist in white clothes blocking his path. This was a crucial moment for Xiaoqin to comprehend the state of massacre. He did not want to cause any trouble, so he changed directions. However, he discovered a blue-robed cultivator blocking his way. Xiaoqin frowned slightly and ignored him. He changed directions again, heading north. However, his path was blocked again. It was a cultivator in green. Looking to the west, there was also another cultivator blocking his way. These 4 people had already blocked off all his paths of escape when he was hunting the demons. The Northern Sea's 4 young masters. After Xiaoqin saw the appearances of these 4 people, he could not help but feel suspicious. He could not remember when he became enemies with these people. The green-robed young master looked at Lung Yu, who was beside Xiaoqin. She wore a black and white robe and had a veil covering her face. His eyes immediately lit up. The green-robed young master had subdued many Eros demons and cultivated the joyous yin-yang incantation. He could not be more familiar with Eros demons. He could tell who she was with one look. The green-robed young master's lips curled up in a sinister smile. He said softly, "You are Xiaoqin, right? I have long heard of the great name of the white-robed bladesman. Now that I see you today, you are indeed extraordinary." Xiaoqin did not like the aura of the other party. All the more, he did not like the other party using such a method to block him. He did not have a good impression of this person. Xiaoqin said expressionlessly, "Whether I am or not, it has nothing to do with you. Don't block my way. Brat, are you seeking death? How dare you speak to my big brother like that? This is the Boundless Sea, and we're the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. With one word, we can make it difficult for you to move. You'd better be smart. What status do we have? What status do you have?" When the 4th-ranked white-robed young master heard Xiaoqin speak like that, he could not help but berate him. The green-robed young master smiled faintly and waved his hand to stop the white-robed young master. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Naturally, I can let you go. Hand over the Eros demon beside you, and I will give you 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones." After all, the other party was the Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief. The green-robed young master did not want to blow the matter up. It would be best if he could use spirit stones to settle this. The Endless Ocean was not like the continent. It might lack other things, but it definitely did not lack spirit stones. Xiaoqin remained unmoved and said calmly, "Not interested." The green-robed young master did not get angry. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you think it is too little? I will add another 1,000,000. If 2,000,000 is still not enough, I will add another 1,000,000. At the side, Lung Yu's heart tightened involuntarily. She looked up at Xiao Chun with some worry in her eyes. She knew that 3,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones was a large sum. Many martial kings would not be able to accumulate such a sum in their entire lives. In particular, Xiao Chun was currently penniless and was in urgent need of spirit stones. It was hard to say whether he would agree or not. When Lung Yu heard the other party offer 3,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones without hesitation, Xiao Chun was stunned. He revealed a self-mocking smile. He did not know when he would be able to use money to slap the other party's face. When the green-robed young master saw Xiao Chen's reaction, his eyebrows twitched. However, he understood something else. He said, I understand what you mean. I will give you 3,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones. In addition, I will give you 2 Eros demons." "Xiao, Xiao, Xiao." The green-robed young master waved his right hand. Right after he spoke, 4 Eros demons with seductive figures and revealing clothes appeared on the surface of the sea. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He took half a step back without anyone noticing. In an instant, 3 sharp killing intents locked onto him. As long as Xiao Chun moved half a step, the attacks that they had prepared would topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They would attack him without hesitation. When the green-robed young master saw the situation, his face sank. He said in a cold voice, "Don't have any other thoughts. I have already tolerated you enough. Don't be so shameless when I give you face." Xiaoqin raised his eyelids slightly. There was a deep and calm look in his eyes. He seemed to hear the faint sound of a saber. "How boring. Do I need you to give me face?" "Kasie." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the lunar shadow saber turned into a red bolt of lightning. It left the scabbard and gave off a resplendent beam of light as it charged at the green-robed young master. Chapter 529. Lung Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she turned into a beam of dim light and entered the spirit blood jade. The green-robed young master was mildly astonished. He had not expected Xiao Chun to take the initiative to attack them under such circumstances. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had chosen him as the breakthrough point. The green-robed young master could not help but smile coldly to himself. How reckless! Unexpectedly, he dares to try and break out of my encirclement. I will block you first. When the other 3 surround you, you will be like a bird in a cage. Let's see how you fight back. Boom, boom. The green-robed young master assumed a defensive stance. His surging essence spread out, causing the scarlet water behind him to churn endlessly and kicking up huge waves. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Just as his saber was about a meter away from his opponent, he moved his feet and executed the blue dragon tail whip. Xiao Chen's position immediately changed. The Wuxia breaks the heavens, which he had prepared for a long time, instantly flew at the unprepared white-robed young master. The scarlet light on the saber elongated quickly, moving as fast as lightning. Clearly, the white-robed young master had not expected Xiao Chun to have such a miraculous movement technique. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun could change his position in an incredible manner. The white-robed young master was startled. When he saw the sharpness of the scarlet light and its might, he subconsciously dodged to the side. After finding the breakthrough point, Xiao Chun immediately scattered his saber technique and quickly flew forward. The green-robed young master flushed red in anger. He looked at the white-robed young master and scolded. "What are you doing? At the crucial moment, such a situation occurred. Would it kill you to block? The white-robed young master felt embarrassed at his own actions. He did not dare to retort. He lowered his head and said, "It's my fault. However, this brat cannot run fast. He will not be able to escape our grasp." The green-robed young master looked at Xianxia's back and said coldly, "Cut the crap." After him, the four of them soared into the air and executed their movement techniques. They quickly chased after Xianxia. Of the four, the green-robed young master was the strongest. He was also the fastest. He chased after Xianxia. When Xianxia felt the green-robed young master following closely behind him, he did not immediately use the blood flame shoes. Instead, he followed the green-robed young master at a leisurely pace. Against four half-step martial monarchs, Xianxia knew that he had no chance of victory. Hence, he wisely chose to leave. He would not joke around with his life. If the green-robed young master was the only one chasing him, Xianxia would not have to worry too much. He could give the green-robed young master an unforgettable surprise. The other party's cultivation was very deep, already a great perfection half-step martial monarch. However, Xianxia could tell that this person cultivated an unknown cultivation technique. Although his cultivation realm was high, his essence was not very condensed. Furthermore, it was incredibly vast, so there was no need to pay too much attention to it. The four young masters chased after him. As time passed, the gap between the green-robed young master and the other three young masters widened. "This fellow's speed is too fast. We can't catch up to him. Let's just wait here for Big Brother's news." The white-robed young master stopped and panted slightly. He said, "Big Brother is already a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Capturing an insignificant superior grade martial king should be easy. Even if something unexpected happens, he will be able to escape unscathed. Let's not waste our energy." The three of them chased after Xianxia at full speed, exhausting their essence. The other two thought about it and agreed. So, they stopped and rested where they were, using spirit stones to recover their essence. The green-robed young master, who was chasing alone, did not care about the other three falling behind. Although he valued Xianxia's strength, he did not treat him as a true opponent. Furthermore, Xianxia was slowing down. This put the green-robed young master in a very good mood. The difference in cultivation is too great. A superior grade martial king cannot compete with me in terms of essence. Xianxia, if you stop now and beg me for mercy, I will give you a chance to back out. The green-robed young master's arrogant voice came from behind. Xianxia smiled faintly and turned around, doing as the green-robed young master said. The green-robed young master revealed a sinister smile. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Your essence is insufficient. Now you know fear, right? Kneel and beg for mercy. Hand over the Eros demon, and I will spare your life." The purple crystalline chi whirlpool in Xianxia's body spun quickly. A surging and pure essence filled his entire body. Instead of getting angry, Xianxia laughed. He found the person before him very laughable. When the green-robed young master saw Xianxia's strange smile, he felt uncomfortable. He shouted angrily, "What are you laughing at? I will say it again. Kneel and beg me for mercy. Only then will I spare your life." Xianxia's expression turned cold. His gaze turned icy as he said, "I am laughing at you. You fell for a trap. Even at death's door, you are still arrogant and ignorant. How laughable." Towards the end, Xianxia unleashed his state of massacre without holding anything back. A cold wind blew on the surface of the sea, and a red light spread out. The air turned viscous, solid, and oppressive. The scarlet sea was extremely calm, like ice, not moving at all. The green-robed young master, who faced the attack head-on, suddenly felt his mind buzz. His thoughts turned chaotic for a moment. Everything he saw, thought, and heard was despair, pain, massacre, and death. All sorts of negative emotions exploded in his mind. What a powerful state of massacre. The green-robed young master was horrified. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain caused his eyes to clear up. However, This instant of distraction was sufficient for Xianxia to seize many opportunities. By the time the green-robed young master recovered his senses, the surging saber in Xianxia's hand was already less than a meter from his face. This startled the green-robed young master. He quickly executed his movement technique and retreated. However, he discovered that his movement technique, which could normally move 100 meters in an instant, was greatly weakened in this red light. He could only bring out about 50% of his usual strength. Left with no choice, the green-robed young master quickly drew out a vast amount of essence from his dantian and gathered it in his palm. It formed a jade-green ball of light and shot out. Bang! The crystal-like purple saber chi shattered the jade-green ball of light the moment it came into contact with it. The saber light struck the green-robed young master and sent him flying. On the surface of the water, the green-robed young master wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. His expression was one of extreme disbelief. In a contest of essence, the green-robed young master had defeated him. Even though the emerald green ball of light was something he had condensed in a hurry and wasn't his true strength, it was still impossible for him to unleash it. However, it was more than enough to block an attack from an upper grade. After all, there was a huge gap between their realms. However, reality slapped the green-robed young master in the face. Not only did the jade-green ball of light fail to block Xianxia's attack, but it also failed to block it. Instead, he was defeated by a single blow from Xianxia, causing him to suffer quite a few light injuries. More importantly, his momentum had fallen to the bottom. This kid is really troublesome. Boom, boom, boom. However, Xianxia did not give the green-robed young master much time to think. After his move succeeded, he immediately charged over with surging killing intent. The green-robed young master no longer dared to be careless. He brought out his state of water and used all his might to resist Xianxia's attack. The two started fighting on the surface of the water. When the shockwaves crashed into the boundless scarlet water, walls of water dozens of meters tall appeared. Splash! Splash! The scarlet water fell continuously. From a distance, it looked like it was raining blood around the two. The green-robed young master grew increasingly alarmed. Xianxia's crystal-like essence was much denser than his own. When the green-robed young master exhausted 10% of his essence, he would need to exhaust 40% or more before he could barely block the other party's attack. No, I cannot let him continue clashing head-on with me. If this continues, I will exhaust all my essence before he does. I have to end this quickly and escape first. Then, I can use a big move to decide the victor. The green-robed young master analyzed the situation anxiously. Originally, he planned to use his advantage in cultivation and vast essence as a foundation to drag out the other party. However, how could he have imagined that Xianxia's essence was so dense and pure? If he competed with Xianxia in exhaustion, the green-robed young master might end up losing. Berserk Flood Dragon Roars. After the green-robed young master made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He threw a palm strike, and an intense wave surged up on the Scarlet Sea. The wave was about 3 meters tall. The green-robed young master grabbed and pulled. Immediately, a flood dragon broke out of the scarlet wave and charged at Xianxia with bared fangs and brandished claws. However, the green-robed young master did not intend to see the results of the battle. After he executed the Berserk Flood Dragon Roars, his figure flashed backward, preparing to break away from Xianxia. He directly used a big move to end this battle. As long as he could use that ultimate move, he would be able to use it. Even if his opponent was an inferior grade martial monarch, the green-robed young master was confident of knocking him back. It would be even easier to deal with Xianxia. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Break for me, Xianxia shouted. When he saw the Scarlet Flood Dragon roaring ferociously, his expression did not change. He did not have any intention of retreating. He immediately executed the Wuxia shakes the heavens and clashed head-on with it. The Scarlet Wuxia tree descended from the sky and crashed into the Flood Dragon. However, the Flood Dragon did not explode immediately. Instead, it opened its jaws and swallowed the tip of the scarlet Wuxia tree. This flood dragon is interesting. It is different from a mysterious phenomenon that I normally use my essence to gather. It is even more agile. Unfortunately, I do not have time now. Otherwise, I could toy with it. A strange light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He quickly formed a hand seal with his left hand, and the scarlet Wuxia tree surrounded by boundless lightning suddenly exploded. The flood dragon disappeared without a trace. A huge pillar of scarlet water soared into the sky. Xianxia leaped up and passed through the screen of water. He looked around and saw the green-robed young master forming hand seals. As the green-robed young master moved his hands, a crack appeared in the demonic clouds above him. A beam of golden light pierced through the demonic clouds and shone on the dark, deep-sea battlefield. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xianxia moved like a dragon tail whip, creating a strong wind. He moved in an arc and charged at the green-robed young master, filling the sky with saber lights. Damn it, I nearly succeeded. The green-robed young master scattered his hand seals. He had no choice but to fight Xianxia again. Chapter 530. The green-robed young master tried to find an opportunity to escape several times. However, Xianxia blocked him every time. Although he did not know what that strange move was for it to be able to break the demonic clouds, it was definitely very powerful. Hence, the green-robed young master could not give Xianxia a chance to execute it. The scarlet saber light contained an eternal and inextinguishable saber intent. Together with the terrifyingly dense crystalline essence, Xianxia's saber technique was extremely sharp. In the green-robed young master's eyes, Xianxia's figure had already disappeared from his vision. All he could see was saber light. However, it was an eternal and inextinguishable saber light with a sharp edge. The body was like a saber, the intent was like a saber. Such a saber technique had no weaknesses. Bang! The green-robed young master made a mistake. Xianxia immediately opened a bloody wound on his chest. Blood spurted out. Berserk flood dragon's rage. Seeing that the green-robed young master wanted to use that move to force him back, Xianxia's gaze turned cold. He activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed soared and instantly reached Mach 4. 5. The green-robed young master raised his saber light and broke the green-robed young master's move. In the process, he suffered significant internal injuries. The green-robed young master's complexion turned ashen. He already wanted to retreat. He did not want to waste time here. In the past, when he fought with cultivators of the same generation, he would always end them within 10 moves. With his strong cultivation and vast essence, he could suppress others with force. With the aid of the joyous yin-yang incantation, the green-robed young master's essence was frighteningly large. Even veteran half-step martial monarchs could not compare to him, not to mention the young cultivators of the same generation. However, this time, the green-robed young master met with someone even more powerful than him. The green-robed young master, who had always suppressed others with force, finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed by force. The green-robed young master could not advance or retreat. He did not have enough time to execute all sorts of strong martial techniques. His opponent did not do anything but clash head-on with him. If the green-robed young master hesitated for even a moment, the saber chi would hack him in half. Even if he was unwilling, he could only brace himself and face it head-on. I cannot drag this out. If I do, I will not even have a chance to escape. I have to make a decision now. The green-robed young master's thoughts raced like lightning. His eyes flashed with determination. With a wave of Xianxia's hand, 10 Eros demons appeared on the surface of the sea. Their figures were seductive, and they stood between the two of them. Stop them. Without my order, no one is allowed to run. The green-robed young master finished speaking and ran away without looking back. Just as the 10 Eros demons were about to execute their charm technique, Lung Yu flew out of the spirit blood jade. She stood there and said softly, "I'll help you block this group of Eros demons. You go and chase." Xiao. The purple mark on Lung Yu's forehead gave off a resplendent light. An ancient and noble aura unique to demons spread out from her body. They immediately felt a sense of fear from the depths of their souls. They scattered their charm techniques and prostrated themselves on the surface of the sea. They had panicked expressions as they looked at Lang Yu in fear. Xianxia did not say anything more. He spread out his spiritual sense and sensed the direction in which the green-robed young master had left. Then, he immediately gave chase. Xianxia had to catch up to this person. Otherwise, given this person's strength, if he let him go, there would be endless trouble in the future. If that happened, Xianxia would no longer have a foothold in the Eastern Sea. He would have to end his experiential training early. If the result was worse, the green-robed young master would find a martial monarch elder of his clan to ambush Xianxia. If that happened, his life would be in danger. A scarlet state of massacre appeared in Xianxia's eyes. As the killing intent rose in his heart, it became even denser. So. Xianxia activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed reached Mach 4.5, breaking through the limits of a martial king. Xianxia was like a white shadow moving quickly on the surface of the sea. He was simply too fast. As a result, a shock wave formed behind Xianxia. It was 10 meters tall and extended for several kilometers. This was why Xianxia had not grasped such speed yet. If he advanced to martial monarch, or if his blue dragon cloud soaring art improved, he would not have caused such a commotion. After a few breaths, Xianxia, who was moving at full speed, saw the green-robed young master's figure. The green-robed young master was flying miserably on the surface of the sea. He looked like he was in a panic. When the green-robed young master was within a kilometer of him, Xianxia suddenly stopped. The shockwave behind him slowly descended, creating a hualala sound. Xianxia sheathed his saber and burned all his vital qi, not holding anything back. Azure smoke immediately came out from his Tianmen acupoint. Finally, it rushed into the sky and gathered on the demonic clouds. Then it started burning ferociously. Heaven-burning claw. Xianxia shouted, and the burning azure clouds immediately turned into a huge dragon claw descending from the sky. A resonant dragon roar resounded. It seemed like an ancient blue dragon was hiding above the azure clouds. What fist technique is this? There is actually a dragon's might. The green-robed young master's vision was filled with an extremely huge azure dragon claw. The dragon claw carried the power to burn the heavens as it descended from the sky. The horrifying dragon's might made one feel irresistible. The green-robed young master was astonished. He had felt such a feeling from Xianyuan Zhantian before. However, he had not expected it to happen to Xianxia today as well. The green-robed young master did not have any time to think. He shouted and forcibly dispelled the fear in his heart. Then, he quickly dodged to the side. Bang! Immediately, 5 huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea. The wave in the west knocked the green-robed young master far away. The green-robed young master reacted very quickly. However, he was still too slow. A horrifying wound appeared on his back, burning the heavens fist. When Xianxia shouted, he quickly pulled back the dragon claw that had entered the sea. Then, it turned into a dragon fist and punched at the green-robed young master. Xianxia did not hold anything back with this punch. He burned all the remaining vital qi in his body. It could be said to be a punch at the peak of his physical body. Boom! The dragon roar resounded again. This time, the green-robed young master, who had just gotten up, did not have a chance to react. The dragon fist struck his back. The green-robed young master became like a sandbag as he flew through the air in a parabola. When he landed on the water, the huge impact kicked up a huge wave. The green-robed young master's back had all broken. His internal organs were damaged. He had completely lost his ability to fight. Furthermore, this was because he had a vast amount of essence. If he did not have enough essence to protect his body, this punch would have pierced through him. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Although he had known that the stronger the vital qi, the stronger the burning the heavens would be, he had not expected it to be this strong. Xiao Chun grasped the lunar shadow saber on his belt with his left hand. Then, he slowly walked over to the green-robed young master. Ta! Ta! At this moment, the Scarlet Sea was calm. When the blood-flame shoes stepped on the water, they gave off rhythmic footsteps. To the severely injured, green-robed young master, it sounded like a death knell. As the footsteps got closer, the green-robed young master thought about many things. He was young and dissolute. He had outstanding talent and wandered the world freely. He was a talented youth. In the future, he would control the northern boundless sea and become a true overlord. His future was limitless. If he died at the hands of Xiao Chun, he would be too dissatisfied. I beg you, don't kill me. I'll give you 10 million medial grade spirit stones. I don't want your Eros demon anymore. I'll give you 100 Eros demons. Let me off this time. When the green-robed young master felt Xiao Chen's cold and emotionless killing intent and death approaching, he could no longer remain calm. He tossed aside his dignity and threw himself to the surface of the sea, begging Xiao Chun for mercy. He promised all sorts of benefits, looking extremely tempting. Xiao Chun remained unmoved. He lowered his head and looked at the green-robed young master in a sorry state. He said expressionlessly, "Who told you that I have an advanced Eros demon?" A look of anticipation flashed in the green-robed young master's eyes. He said quickly, "If I tell you, will you not kill me?" Ah! An intense, miserable cry resounded. It was Xiao Chun drawing his lunar shadow saber and chopping off one of the green-robed young master's arms. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to tell me or not?" The green-robed young master clenched his teeth and said, "No. Unless you agree to let me off, I will not tell you even if I die." Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He was not good at torturing people or lying. Since the green-robed young master was not willing to speak, then he could only give him a quick death. The green-robed young master raised his lunar shadow saber and was about to make a move. When he saw the determination in Xiao Chen's eyes, he said in a fluster, "Don't do it. I'll tell you. The Evil Moon Pavilions, by Jean told me. He even told me everything about you in detail. I thought about it for a long time before I decided to make a move." Xiao Chun paused for a moment. Then he nodded gently and said, "Oh, you can die now. You..." The green-robed young master only managed to say one word before his head separated from his body, flying through the air. The green-robed young master's eyes were wide open. He died with a remaining grievance. If he had not been in a hurry to succeed, the four brothers would have worked together. How could they have given Xiao Chun the opportunity to kill him? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in life. As the green-robed young master's head fell into the water, the famous green-robed young master of the northern sea fell at Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and looked at the green-robed young master's decapitated body. He did not think too much about it. Killing such a person would be problematic. However, not killing him would only result in more problems. Since he had to kill him, he could not hesitate. A contemplative look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He muttered Baijian's name in his heart. He had not expected this person to have such means. Unexpectedly, Baijian had colluded with the northern seas four young masters to deal with him, borrowing strength to fight. He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. This kind of person is much more terrifying than the green-robed young master. Not to mention the difference in strength. Just his thoughts are terrifying. Xiao. Lung Yu quickly arrived at Xiao Chen's side. She looked at the green-robed young master's corpse and suppressed the shock in her heart. She said, "I asked the other four Eros demons. This person cultivates an evil cultivation technique called the Joyous Yin-Yang Incantation. He relies on harvesting yin to replenish yang to raise his cultivation. That's why he targeted me. However, he took the wrong path. The Joyous Yin-Yang Incantation lacks the most important link, the yin and yang complement. So, although his cultivation increased very quickly, his essence is impure and cannot be refined. There is no quality to speak of." Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He had not expected such a miraculous cultivation technique to exist in the world. However, he did not believe that there were any shortcuts in the martial Tao. Even if there were shortcuts, allowing one's cultivation to soar in a short time, it would not increase one's combat prowess. The green-robed young master before him was a good example. Chapter 531. Xianxia felt that Baijian was only a small perfection, half-step martial monarch. However, his combat prowess was at least 2 grades higher than the green-robed young master's. Xianxia squatted down and removed a superior quality jade spatial ring from the green-robed young master's finger. Then he tossed it to Lung Yu and said, "Take a look and see what's inside. Help me tidy it up. I have something to do." Lung Yu caught the spatial ring and watched as Xianxia left quickly. Then she asked loudly, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to kill someone. Don't follow me." Xianxia waved his hand and did not turn his head back. The cool breeze carried his calm voice to Lung Yu's ears. Above the scarlet sea, the yellow-robed young master, the white-robed young master, and the blue-robed young master used spirit stones to recover their essence. After 2 hours, the medial grade spirit stones in the three's hands were completely drained, turning into useless rocks. Their essence had also been completely replenished. The blue-robed young master was the first to open his eyes. He said somewhat worriedly, "Why is Big Brother not back yet? Did something happen? Should we go and take a look?" The yellow-robed young master shook his head and said, "No. With Big Brother's strength, he should have no problem dealing with that brat. Even if something unexpected happens, he should be able to escape." The white-robed young master mocked, "That's right. That brat must have gotten lucky and consumed some natural treasures, resulting in his essence being more abundant. However, compared to Big Brother, he is nothing. We just have to wait here for Big Brother's good news." Just at this moment, a handsome cultivator in azure with an extraordinary aura suddenly appeared in the three's vision. He carried a white-robed bladesman on his shoulder as he walked over unhurriedly. When the white-robed young master saw the situation, he could not help but laugh loudly. "I already said that Big Brother would not have any problems. Now that we captured this brat alive, I have to torture him properly." Xiaoqian's earlier attack had embarrassed the white-robed young master. When he saw the green-robed young master carrying Xiaoqian back, he immediately became very excited and ran over. The blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly followed behind the white-robed young master. "Big Brother, let me play with this brat," the white-robed young master said with a sinister expression. The blue-robed young master behind the white-robed young master looked at the smiling green-robed young master and suddenly felt that something was amiss. When the blue-robed young master saw the smiling green-robed young master, but not say anything, he felt that something was amiss. However, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. After hesitating for a while, he decided to check. In the end, he was given a huge fright. The green-robed young master before him did not have any cultivation at all. He was just an ordinary person. That demonic aura and majestic aura were all faked. Fourth brother is in danger. That's fake. When the blue-robed young master saw the fainted Xiaoqian, who seemed to have lost all his strength, he quickly shouted, "Don't worry, young Master Lawn." The white-robed young master was stunned, feeling somewhat confused. He turned his head and asked, "What's going on? What you saying is fake?" "Xiao." Right after Xiaoqian spoke, the originally soft and lifeless Xiaoqian suddenly drew the lunar shadow saber at his waist. It was drawing the saber. A cold light flashed past like lightning. The white-robed young master did not even have the chance to turn his head around to look at Xiaoqian again before his head left his neck and flew into the air. "Gotcha!" The blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master quickly drew their weapons and retreated 100 meters. The blue-robed young master looked at the green-robed young master, who was still smiling evilly, and asked sternly, "What did you do to my big brother?" "You're talking about him? He's just a puddle of blood. The real green-robed young master is naturally dead." Xiaoqian glanced over and pointed at the so-called green-robed young master. That fresh, physical body immediately turned into a stream of blood and merged into the vast sea. This was the life bestowal spell that Xiaoqian was extremely familiar with. When the blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master saw the green-robed young master turn into a pool of blood, they were astonished. They had not expected such a strange martial technique to exist in the world. The yellow-robed young master shouted sternly, "Xiao, do you know what you are doing? You killed 2 of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. Even the Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief cannot protect you." Xiao said calmly, "If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If people want to kill me, I will kill them myself." The 4 young masters had to die. Otherwise, if any of them managed to escape, the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans could kill them without a care for the consequences based on their testimony. The blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master exchanged glances. Then, they took advantage of the time when Xiao spoke to attack at the same time. Mountain and river sword, ghostly face saber. The blue-robed young master held a sharp sword. The sword gave off a mysterious phenomenon, materializing mountains and rivers on the ground. He used the sword as a brush to paint the landscape. The sword seemed to incorporate the surrounding space into the painting. As for the blue-robed young master, he was the painter of the painting. However, the yellow-robed young master held a thick saber in his hand. He sent out a saber chi with a ghostly face surging with black chi, flying at Xiao. Xiao had been on guard against the sudden attacks of the 2. Naturally, he did not panic when facing their attacks. Of the 2's killing moves, the blue-robed young master focused on the mysterious phenomenon. He wanted to use his boldness to paint the landscape, trapping Xiao in the painting. The yellow-robed young master focused on mental attacks. He used a secret technique to condense his essence and mental energy into a ghostly face, dealing mental damage to the opponent's soul. The attacks of the 2 had their own specialties. They were about equal. There was not much difference. After thinking for a while, Xiao came up with a countermeasure. He decided to break the blue-robed young master's mysterious phenomenon first. If the mysterious phenomenon was forcefully broken, the blue-robed young master would not have any combat prowess for a while. In order to truly paint the landscape, incorporating the mountains and rivers into the brush, one had to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. At the very least, one had to have a complete holy weapon. Unfortunately, the blue-robed young master did not have either. He had only scratched the surface. This gave Xiao the opportunity to break it. Wuxia breaks the heavens. A red light appeared on the saber. As the Wuxia tree above finished growing, the light instantly extended a long distance. It soared into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. Kasie. Crunching sounds rang out. The mysterious phenomenon was broken. The painting that the blue-robed young master wrote shattered. The 5,000 kilometers of mountains and rivers, the picturesque landscape, crumbled on its own. The painter no longer had the energy to paint. Wuxia. The pale blue-robed young master vomited a mouthful of blood. He could not believe it. Although the blue-robed young master knew that Xiao had vast essence, he had not expected that there would be such a huge difference between him, a half-step martial monarch, and a superior grade martial king. If the blue-robed young master had known of such a difference, he would not have executed the mountain and river sword technique. Xiao broke the blue-robed young master's mountain and river sword with one saber strike. However, the yellow-robed young master's ghostly saber chi had already arrived. When the ugly, ghostly face was only 1 meter away from Xiao, it suddenly opened its mouth and cackled strangely. Sound waves spread out in all directions. The sound waves were piercing and invaded Xiao's mind. Countless evil spirits appeared in his sea of consciousness, corroding Xiao's mental energy. The golden deity in his sea of consciousness gently swung its sword. The countless evil spirits immediately turned to ashes. They did not pose any threat to Xiao. Break! A red light spread out in Xiao's eyes as he completely unleashed the state of massacre. He executed an arc-light chop and instantly chopped the ghostly saber chi in half. A scarlet arc circled Xiao's body. Then, it trembled and moved to Xiao's back, preparing to launch a sneak attack on the yellow-robed young master. When a sneak attack failed, the yellow-robed young master knew that he could not defeat Xianxia, so he decisively retreated. However, how could Xianxia give him a chance to escape? Back then, even someone as strong as the green-robed young master had died to Xianxia. The yellow-robed young master was clearly weaker. How could he be a match for Xianxia? After 100 moves, the yellow-robed young master could no longer hold on. Wounds of various sizes slowly appeared on his body. Many crystalline electric currents crackled in the wounds, worsening the yellow-robed young master's injuries. After another 50 moves, Xianxia found a huge opening and killed his opponent. Xianxia swept his gaze across the surface of the sea. Soon, he saw the blue-robed young master, whose mysterious phenomenon had been broken, walking on the surface of the sea with much difficulty. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. A huge dragon seemed to appear on the surface of the sea. It swung its tail, and Xianxia kicked up a strong wind. Then, it moved in a long arc and arrived before the blue-robed young master in an instant. Die! Without giving the other party any chance to speak, Xianxia raised his saber and chopped down, sending a head flying. Just like that, Xianxia used 30% of his strategy, 20% of his courage, and 50% of his strength to kill the famous Northern Sea's 4 young masters, one after another, falling in this vast scarlet sea. After killing these 4 people, Xiaoqian's essence had not been exhausted yet. There was still a third of his essence left in the crystalline Qi whirlpool. The benefits that Xiaoqian gained from using the secret technique, the 12 spirit gathering pearls, were now clear for all to see. However, Xiaoqian did not let down his guard. He extended out his spiritual sense and scanned the area continuously. Xiaoqian's figure moved around the surroundings, carefully checking the area several times before he felt more at ease. By the time Xiaoqian landed, Leng Yu had already rushed over. She had already taken the spatial rings of the other 3 young masters. Leng Yu was connected to Xiaoqian through the spirit blood jade. They could sense each other's aura. Xiaoqian did not find it strange that Leng Yu found this place. Xiaoqian used the purple thunder true fire to burn the 3 corpses to ashes. Then, he quickly said to Leng Yu, "Have you sorted out the things in the spatial rings? We cannot stay here for long. We need to leave quickly." Leng Yu smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be anxious. These 4 people are already dead. No one knows that you killed them. Furthermore, the things in the spatial rings are all treasures." Xiaoqian did not reply. He only walked in front silently. He felt that Baijian definitely had some tricks up his sleeves. That person was like a venomous snake. If he did not bite you, it would be fine. However, if he bit you, you would die for sure. Even though Xiaoqian had already checked the area several times and did not find anyone else in the surroundings, it was still best to leave quickly. In the spatial rings of the 4 of them, there is a total of 5 million medial grade spirit stones and 70,000 superior grade spirit stones. There are also some other materials. If converted into spirit stones, there should be at least 1 million medial grade spirit stones. As Leng Yu walked behind Xiaoqian, she reported the things that she had sorted out. Chapter 532. When Xiaoqian heard that there were so many spirit stones, he did not find it strange. There were many spirit veins in the boundless sea. Furthermore, they were of high quality. Aside from the resources at the bottom of the sea, the 4 great clans controlled the trade between the Northern Sea and the continent. The wealth they brought was astronomical. There are some rare ores in the rings of these 4 people. They can be used in the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Adding in the spirit stones from earlier and the points you have already obtained, if you exchange them all, you should barely be able to activate the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Xiaoqian paused for a moment and quickly stopped. He said, "Enter the spirit blood jade first. I will rush back to the divine dragon warship at full speed." Leng Yu felt it was strange. She asked, "Is there need to rush? Didn't we agree to go a little deeper?" Xiaoqian changed his direction and started to rush back. He said slowly, "I've already decided. My next destination will be the island in the core of the battlefield. It is good to make some preparations. If one were to ask what was the most dangerous place in the deep-sea battlefield, it would naturally be the island in the core. However, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Even if the people of the northern boundless seas, 4 great clans, rushed over and suspected Xianxia, they would not expect him to go to the island. Xianxia would wait until the commotion died down before going out. By then, he would have passed this crisis. A long time after Xianxia and Leng Yu left, a hole suddenly appeared in the space where they had been. The evil moon pavilions by Zhan emerged from it. As Baijan stood in the air, he held a crystalline mirror in his hand. The scene shown in the mirror was the scene of Xianxia killing the 4 young masters. This fellow's perception is really strong. If not for this void battle armor, I would have been discovered. Baijan looked away from the mirror and looked in the direction that Xianxia had taken. He muttered to himself, I am not surprised that he managed to kill the 4 young masters. However, I did not expect him to win so easily. I have to make a quick trip to the Northern Sea. The signs of the 4 great clans were all killed. Haha, even if you advance to Martial Monarch, you will not have any chance of surviving. Baijan's plan was closely linked. Whether the 4 young masters succeeded or not, Xianxia was already in dire straits. From a moment the green-robed young master agreed to make a move, Baijan had thought of all the possibilities and came up with a countermeasure. On the castle-like divine dragon warship, there was an independent and remote courtyard. Leng Yu crushed a superior great spirit stone into powder and carefully drew a complicated formation in the courtyard. Xianxia pushed the door open and entered. Then, he carefully closed the door. Leng Yu raised her head and asked, Have you bought everything? With a thought, Xianxia took out a large pile of rare ores from the universe ring. He nodded and said, I do not have many things. However, I did as you said and bought some substitutes. Take a look and see if they are all right. After Leng Yu spoke, she did not say anything more. She placed the items on the various nodes of the formation. After everything was done, Leng Yu took a breather. Then, she said, After I recover, I can activate the 10,000 magic returning to origin formation and help you condense some magic energy. Then, we can conduct the blood sacrifice and completely grasp that scarlet blood frost flame diagram. 3 days ago, when the 2 of them returned to the divine dragon warship, Xianxia had started to purchase all sorts of materials. He had sold off all the 4 young masters' wealth in a low-key manner. After that, he spent another 2 days and finally settled everything today. After 15 minutes, Leng Yu finished resting. She got Xianxia to enter the center of the formation and sit down cross-legged, preparing to activate the 10,000 magic returning to origin formation. The purple mark on Leng Yu's forehead flickered. An ancient and noble aura spread out from her body once again. Leng Yu took a deep breath and flicked her finger, sending out 6 sparks. The sparks landed on the lines made of spirit stone powder. Boom! The entire formation burned, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. All the ores on the nodes of the formation ignited. Then, they turned into 108 beams of starlight and flew into Xianxia's forehead. As the beams of starlight entered Xianxia's sea of consciousness, all of Xianxia's mental energy surged and burned, turning into a huge clump of golden liquid. Whoosh! 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 Xianxia's body also gave off tens of thousands of strands of golden light, turning him into a golden man. Leng Yu quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The 10,000 magic returning to origin formation on the ground spun, and all sorts of lights intertwined. Xianxia's figure turned blurry as he stood in the golden liquid in his sea of consciousness. The golden liquid in his sea of consciousness continued to condense. As the golden liquid was continuously compressed, Xianxia felt that his mental energy did not weaken. Instead, it grew stronger. After an unknown period of time, the golden light on Xianxia's body slowly faded. The light of the formation also slowly weakened. That clump of golden liquid was finally compressed to the size of a strand of hair. Then, it floated out of Xianxia's forehead. The hair-sized golden liquid flowed with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire courtyard like it was daytime. Fortunately, this place was very remote. Otherwise, such a mysterious phenomenon would attract countless cultivators to come and take a look. Xiao, do it quickly. This is your magic energy. It can only last for 4 seconds, Leng Yu said quickly. Xiao opened his eyes and said quickly, Understood. Leng Yu had already told Xiao how to use this strand of magic energy to carry out the blood sacrifice. Using some skill, Xiao cut the tip of his index finger. A drop of blood flew out and merged with that strand of golden magic energy, entangling with it. For seconds passed, in merely 2 breaths of time. Xiao did not dare to delay any longer. He took out the scarlet blood frost flame, painting from his bosom, and waved it, quickly unfurling it. Ding! The instant the painting unfurled, the strand of magic energy infused with Xiao's blood landed on the painting. The 4 seconds were up. Xiao suddenly felt excited. As he looked at the painting floating quietly in the air, it felt like the painting had come to life. This feeling was very miraculous. It was different from the feeling of a secret treasure. A secret treasure only had a mental connection. However, this scarlet blood frost flame painting was a magic treasure. It required a connection between one's mind and blood. This scarlet blood frost flame painting was already a part of his body. Xiao issued a command in his heart, and the unfurled scarlet blood frost flame painting immediately turned into a beam of dim light and entered Xiao's chest, merging with his blood. Xiao smiled faintly and waved his right hand. The painting instantly appeared in his hand. Leng Yu walked over and said, Xiao, this scarlet blood frost flame painting is now your magic treasure. It is different from a secret treasure. If the magic treasure is destroyed, you will suffer mental damage of varying degrees. You do not have magic energy. Compared to a regular immortal cultivator, you will suffer mental damage several times more. Xiao stood up to indicate that he understood. He had already comprehended that magic energy relied on mental energy. It was similar to how essence was transformed from quintessence to martial monarchs. Thus, if a strand of magic energy was damaged, it would result in mental damage many times over. Due to the rules of this world, Xiao could not transform mental energy into magic energy. However, that did not mean that he would not have a chance in the future. Xiao did not look at the various wonders of the scarlet blood frost flame painting. He put it away and said cautiously, Let's go. We should head for the core island now. Leng Yu's eyes revealed some shock. She said, Ever since you killed the 4 young masters, you seem to be in a rush. Xiao revealed a helpless expression. He smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to. Such a mental state is not suitable for cultivation. However, Baijian is too much of a threat. I originally thought that he would sneak attack me after the 4 young masters made their move. However, he did not. There is definitely something strange going on. Baijian would not place all his hopes on the 4 young masters. He definitely knows what kind of person that green-robed young master is. He is just a peak, small perfection, half-step martial monarch. Leng Yu is very intelligent. She quickly figured out the crux of the matter. She said, You are afraid that he will inform the northern seas for noble clans. However, he does not have any evidence. The 4 noble clans will not be able to do anything to you. Xiao shook his head slightly and said, Sometimes there is no need for evidence to kill someone. All that is needed is suspicion. It is not easy for me to determine what kind of people the 4 noble clans are. So, it is best to be more cautious. Let's go. When Leng Yu heard this, she entered deep thought. She recalled some of her own experiences and immediately felt the same way. In the sky above the eastern boundless sea to the northern boundless sea, Baijian operated the void battle armor with all his might. He entered the void and moved at Mach 15. Without the obstruction of air in the void, a cultivator's speed could be tripled. If they had a secret treasure, their speed could be doubled. The void battle armor was an inferior grade secret treasure. There were only 3 superior grade secret treasures in the entire Evil Moon Pavilion. One of them was in Baijian's hands. This clearly showed Baijian's position in the Evil Moon Pavilion. If this secret treasure was activated at full power, it could only be used once every half a year. However, It could be used continuously for 7 days. The Evil Moon Pavilion's Pavilion Master had given it to Baijan to protect his life. Once he entered the void, unless a sage changed the natural laws, even a peak martial monarch would not be able to do anything to him. I have already flown for 2 days. In another 4 hours, I should be able to reach the headquarters of the Northern Sea Alliance. Baijan calmly calculated the flight time in the void. He smiled and said, Xiao Chun, you forced me to use the void battle armor. Even if you die, you can be proud of yourself. After Xiao Chun left the huge divine dragon warship, he rushed through the night, heading for the most dangerous place in the third gray battlefield, the island core. Along the way, Xiao Chun also explored the various wondrous uses of the Scarlet Blood Flame Frost Diagram. The Scarlet Blood Flame Frost Diagram's predecessor was the Void Projection Diagram. Naturally, its first wondrous use was to capture objects. Xiao Chun could capture any demon he saw into the diagram and trap them. After using it a few times, Xiao Chun discovered that capturing an enemy into the diagram was very taxing on mental energy. Furthermore, there were many limitations. First, he could not capture an enemy beyond 500 meters. Second, he had to be strong. If the enemy he wanted to capture was much stronger than him, it would be very difficult to do so. The second wondrous use of the Scarlet Blood Flame Frost Diagram was, of course, the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. Xiao Chun could summon out the flame in the diagram to defend against enemies. Chapter 533. Xiao Chun could also use the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame to create Blood Flame beasts to fight against enemies. However, Xiao Chun's current strength was limited. The Blood Flame beasts that he could summon were only as strong as martial saints. They could only be used as cannon fodder. Aside from this, what interested Xiao Chun even more was the hand holding the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. If he guessed correctly, that should be the arm of an Emperor Wu. He didn't know how much of Emperor Wu's strength this arm could bring out. Even if it was only 1/10, it would be enough for Xiao Chun to do whatever he wanted. 1 week later, the most dangerous place in the level 3 battlefield, the outline of the core island appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. The clouds above the island seemed to be dyed with layers of black ink. It was pitch black and thick. There was not a trace of light on the island. It was truly dark. The core island had another name among martial artists, Nirvana Island. According to legend, when the Divine Phoenix was about to die, it would experience the torment of raging flames and a painful test. Once they passed the test, they would be refined and reborn within the flames. This was the Phoenix's nirvana. The cultivators who were about to step onto the core islands were undoubtedly prepared to die. They were prepared to go through layers of trials and tribulations. Once one passed the test, one would similarly be reborn and obtain sublimation. That was why this island was called Nirvana Island. Nirvana Rebirth. Xiao Chun muttered, "There's still half a year left. I have to advance to half-step martial monarch." Holding the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, Xiao Chun walked towards Nirvana Island with a resolute gaze. What Xiao Chun did not know was that there was a heated discussion going on the Divine Dragon warship at this time, and the center of the discussion was him. Inside the hall, a few old men watched the scene projected in the air. The scene showed a white-robed bladesman with a calm expression and scarlet eyes killing the Northern Sea's green-robed young master. After that, he plotted to kill the white-robed young master. Finally, he fought 1 against 2 and killed the yellow-robed young master and blue-robed young master. Just like that, the 4 young masters of the Northern Sea all died at this person's hands. Several elders from a Northern Sea alliance sat on the chairs and tables in the hall, their faces ashen. Although this wasn't the first time he had seen this scene, he still felt humiliated every time he saw it. The scion of one of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans actually died at the hands of a great Qi nation bladesman. Furthermore, that bladesman was only 20 years old. The scene stopped at the back of the white-robed bladesman and Lung Yu leaving. Baijan smiled faintly and withdrew the returning light mirror. Elder Feng, do you believe that we have evidence now? An elder of the green-robed young master's clan, Ao Feng, said sinisterly. Feng Buyu frowned slightly. As the person in charge of the level 3 battlefield, he did not have much of an impression of Xianxia. After all, there were tens of thousands of martial artists here. It would be difficult for him to remember all of them. Since Feng Biyu did not have any impression of Xianxia, there was no need to bother. Just as Feng Biyu was about to speak, the white-haired old man beside him looked at Bai Zhan and said, "Young hero Bai, this is very strange. Since you were behind using the returning light mirror and watched as the 4 young masters were killed, why did you not make a move to save them?" Feng Biyu did not have any impression of Xianxia. However, this white-haired old man left a deep impression on him. Back when Xianxia was a medial-grade martial king, he was able to rank in the top 10 of the point ranking. Thus, this white-haired old man was certain that Xianxia was not a simple person. Now that something like this happened, the white-haired old man's first thought was that something was wrong. When the white-haired old man asked this question, the people of the northern seas, 4 noble clans, all looked at Bai Zhan suspiciously. Bai Zhan did not show any panic on his face. Clearly, he had expected this question. He replied calmly, "At that time, I did make a move. Unfortunately, this person's strength was too heaven-defying. In less than 10 moves, he severely injured me. Helpless, I could only rely on the void battle armor to hide in the void. That was how I managed to avoid this calamity." No one could find any fault with his explanation. Even if they could, they would not be able to find any fault with it. Even if they could, the people of the 4 noble clans would not be willing to find out. Now that the noble clan scion was dead, what they needed to do was find the murderer. Furthermore, they needed to make the murderer die a horrible death to protect the face of the Northern Sea Alliance's 4 noble clans. Actually, the truth was not important. As long as they could resolve this matter perfectly, it would be fine. Between Bai Zhan and Xianxia, one was the first disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master, and the other was a lone ranger without a sect. It was clear who to believe. The white-haired old man withdrew his gaze from Bai Zhan and said indifferently, "It is common for cultivators to kill each other on the battlefield. Our divine dragon palace will not interfere. We cannot set a precedent. Hence, we will not help you use the point medallion to locate this person." Feng Biyu felt somewhat depressed. Why was the white-haired old man so protective of Xianxia? However, at this moment, the 2 of them were on the same side, so it was not convenient for him to ask. He could only see the leader of the 4 noble clans, Ao Feng, saying apologetically, "We cannot break the rules. If others know that we are using the point medallion to track them, no one will come to our eastern sea to participate in the experiential training. I can represent the Divine Dragon Palace in not interfering with your private actions. The Divine Dragon Palace will remain neutral in this matter." Ao Feng's expression turned hostile. He stood up and snorted coldly. "Remember what you said. Remain neutral. Let's go." After Feng Biyu saw the people of the 4 noble clans leave, he turned to the white-haired old man and said, "You seem to know that Xianxia?" The white-haired old man nodded and said, "Back then, that Xianxia left a deep impression on me. After that, I looked into his information and discovered that he has the Heavenly Extermination Union backing him. It is best that we do not get involved in this mess." Feng Biyu nodded and said, "The Heavenly Extermination Union is indeed a super sect. Unfortunately, this person caused too much trouble. Otherwise, I would not mind helping him out, giving the Heavenly Extermination Union some face." This time, the 4 noble clans sent out a total of 8 people. All of them were martial monarchs. For 8 martial monarchs to deal with one Xianxia, it was easy to imagine how much importance the Northern Sea Alliance placed on Xianxia. Outside the hall, Ao Feng frowned and said, "Young Master Bai, do you know where that brat is hiding? We should deal with him quickly so that we can return." Bai Zhan shook his head and said, "I do not know. However, there is no need to rush. His points are frighteningly high. He will definitely come back and use them to exchange for items. You just need to wait for him." When the 8 martial monarchs heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they were martial monarchs, it would be very difficult to search for a person in the vast sea. It would take a lot of time and effort. The cultivators who dared to step onto Nirvana Island were mostly great perfection half-step martial monarchs. There were many peak half-step martial monarchs like Sun Guanchuan. Xiao Qian's overall combat prowess, including his secret treasures, was equal to a great perfection half-step martial monarch. He was qualified to step onto this Nirvana island. However, he could not go too deep. When Xiao Qian's feet touched the surface of the sea, he felt his limbs stiffen. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness also felt an even stronger pressure. What strong mental pressure! No wonder Sun Guangxuan chose this place to open his sea of consciousness. With such a strong pressure, it would be much easier to open the sea of consciousness here than outside. Xiao Chun moved around a little, allowing his limbs, blood, and body to get used to the environment of Nirvana Island. Nirvana Island was dark. The environment was very complicated. There were bushes, rocks, and everything else was in a mess. There was no pattern to it. There is a peak superior grade fire demon 2,000 meters away. It sensed you and is heading towards you. Lung Yu, who was beside Xiao Chun, could see very far with her purple eyes in the dark night. In this place, mental energy was suppressed. Lung Yu's eyes were more useful than Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Xiao Chen stopped moving, and his blood surged. He said with some anticipation, "A peak superior grade fire demon. Let's see what kind of opponent I will face in my first battle on Nirvana Island." After a few breaths, Xiao Chun also saw that peak superior grade fire demon. The flame on its head looked sinister in the darkness, like a ghost fire. Xiao Chun grasped his saber hilt with his right hand. His fighting spirit soared, and his essence surged. His clothes fluttered, even though there was no wind. A surging energy surged around him, and his aura rose continuously. A peak superior grade fire demon was as strong as a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The only thing it lacked was that it could not learn all sorts of martial techniques and cultivation techniques like humans. As low-grade demons, they could only rely on their innate techniques to fight. This gave Xiao Chun the opportunity to kill it. Boom! 3 huge fireballs flew in 3 arcs in the dark night, heading for Xiao Chun. That peak superior grade fire demon had taken the initiative to attack. The speed of the fireball was extremely fast. It reached 5 times the speed of sound. Xiao Chun bent his body slightly and rushed forward with wide strides. Bang! The fireballs on the left and right clashed, shattering the afterimage that Xiao Chun left behind. A deep pit 10 meters wide instantly appeared in the ground. Chop! Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber and moved like scarlet lightning in the dark night. He brought out the state of massacre at full power and split the fireball above him in half. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations. Xiao Chun shouted, and his figure wavered. He split into 9, hiding the killing intent in the air and turning into 9 cool breezes that blew away. When the cool breeze blew, the air, which had been frozen by the state of massacre, immediately flowed happily. The peak fire demon squinted. It knew the might of this move. The ground under Xiao Chen's feet exploded. As the shock wave surged, it instantly tossed the peak fire demon into the air. The instant the fire demon soared into the air, Xiao Chen's 9 figures merged back under his feet. The killing intent that filled the air, which had disappeared for a moment, suddenly burst out and crushed the countless rocks that the shock wave kicked up into powder. This saber strike had missed. One intelligent fire demon. Unexpectedly, it knew how to use such a method to suddenly raise its speed. After Xiao Chen's attack missed, he quickly took advantage of the situation and chased after the fire demon in the air. The best way to deal with a fire demon was naturally to get close and kill it with one saber strike. Of course, that was assuming one could reach the fire demon alive. Bang! 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 The fire demon in the air continuously grew taller. It moved its hands skillfully, sending huge fireballs at Xiao Chun like a machine gun. The interval between each fireball was no more than 2 seconds. When seen from a distance, the fireballs looked like a fire snake biting Xiao Chun. Chapter 534. The solid crystalline saber light flickered continuously as Xiao Chun chopped the fireballs flying at him in half. Then, he calmly calculated the distance between him and the fire demon. Another 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. I'm there. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Wuxia. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's body moved in an arc, like the tail of a huge dragon. A strong wind blew as Xiaoqian arrived beside the fire demon in front. The peak fire demon's face was filled with astonishment. Its expression changed drastically. Clearly, it had not expected Xiaoqian to have such a strange movement technique. Kasie. The saber light flashed. Before the peak fire demon's horrified eyes, Xiaoqian chopped it in half at the waist. After extracting the demon core from the fire demon's chest, Xiaoqian slowly landed on the ground. Then, he closed his eyes and started to digest the killing intent that this fire demon gave him. After a while, Xiaoqian opened his eyes again. His gaze was clear, and the killing intent had completely vanished. The killing intent of a peak blood demon is indeed strong. This kind of test will allow me to perfectly grasp the state of massacre. Nirvana Island. I will definitely rise from the ashes on this Nirvana Island. In the following days, Lung Yu acted as Xiaoqian's eyes, helping him detect the demons in advance and determine their strength before deciding whether to kill them or not. Xiaoqian knew his own limits. He did not venture deeper into the island, only killing some peak demons in the periphery. Time slowly went by. On this island, where there was no day or night, Xiaoqian cultivated killing and killing. Every day, he repeated the monotonous and dull life. Just like that, 5 months passed in a flash. During this time, the blood moon appeared 3 times. All the high-ranked demons on Nirvana Island went berserk. In the core of the island, the elite disciples of the Divine Dragon Palace and peak half-step martial monarchs from all over fought a bitter battle with the demons. Compared to the battle on the outpost islets, the battle on the outpost islets paled in comparison. For the first time, Xiaoqian clearly understood that this was the core of the entire battlefield. At this time, the demons would gather at the core area to attack the Divine Dragon Palace's camp. This gave Xiaoqian an opportunity to sneak over without being discovered by a large number of demons. Hence, every time the blood moon rose into the sky, Xiaoqian would watch the battles of these peak half-step martial monarchs. From there, he would learn all sorts of martial techniques and benefit greatly. What made Xiaoqian even happier was that he saw Sun Guangxuan among the group of peak half-step martial monarchs. This senior's cultivation was much more refined than before. He was one step closer to becoming a martial monarch. On this day, Xiaoqian lured over 5 top-tier fire demons in one go. He only used 10 moves to end the lives of these fire demons at the same time. A large number of red, glowing spheres surged towards Xiaoqian's forehead. The pleasure of killing filled his whole body, but Xiaoqian's heart was calm, and there was no sign of him sinking into desire. Now, Xiaoqian could see things very clearly. His grasp of killing had become more skillful. He knew how to guide the desire to kill in his heart. Xiaoqian skillfully extracted the demon cores from the demons. Then he asked calmly, "Lung Yu, how long have we been on the island?" 5 months and 16 days. Why? Xiaoqian muttered, "Let's go. It's time to go back." Xiaoqian's cultivation path had its ups and downs. After fighting for close to half a year, he had already reached the limits of his body. He was still young and did not need to risk his life like those peak martial monarchs in the core area of the island. This was because they did not have much lifespan left. Perhaps this was their last chance to advance to martial monarch. They had to risk their lives. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. They could not afford to waste their time here. That would be a great regret. When Xiaoqian walked out of the island and stepped onto the Scarlet Sea, he suddenly felt his entire body relax. His entire body felt very comfortable. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqian understood the reason behind this. After being under the mental pressure of the island for a long time, the mental pressure had decreased significantly. It would be strange if he did not feel relaxed. The originally dark Scarlet Sea now looked very bright in Xiaoqian's eyes. It looked like my eyes had benefited from being in the dark for a long time. When Xiaoqian looked down, he saw that Xiaoqian's reflection in the Scarlet Sea looked much older. After half a year of killing and experiential training, all the tenderness on his face was gone. When Xiaoqian looked at himself in the water, his heart skipped a beat. He had not looked at himself seriously for a long time. When he looked at himself seriously, he suddenly discovered that he had grown so much. Xianxia muttered softly, "It's been 4 years. I did not expect 4 years to pass in the blink of an eye." Xianxia had already been in this world for 4 years. For years ago, he did not know if he would have imagined that he would have such accomplishments today. "What do you mean by 4 years?" Lung Yu, who was at the side, asked, finding it strange. Xiaoqian did not answer Lung Yu's question. He raised his head and looked ahead. His gaze seemed to be able to see far into the distance. He said, "Someone is coming." Lung Yu raised her head and looked. Indeed, there was a small team of 9 people riding valiant royal blood horses at the limits of her vision. Clearly, their destination was the Nirvana Island behind Xiaoqian. The auras of these 9 people were very strong. They were all small perfection, half-step martial monarchs. The person leading them was a peak small perfection, half-step martial monarch. This person wore azure robes and had a handsome and elegant appearance. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He looked very similar to the green-robed young master. "The 2 of you, stop right there," the leader suddenly shouted as he passed by the 2. That person's tone was very tyrannical. Xiao Chun frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Royal blood horses could travel on water and were very fast. They were very expensive and could only be found in the boundless sea. Furthermore, there was no market for them. They were very difficult to buy. These 9 people each had a horse. Their origins were definitely not simple. Xiaoqin thought for a while before turning around and asking, "What's the matter?" The cultivator in azure smiled faintly and looked at Lung Yu, who was beside Xiaoqin. He said, "Get your woman to remove her veil for me to take a look." Xiaoqin frowned and did not say anything. He only placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. "Brat, don't be so untactful. Do you know what kind of person my young master is?" "Haha, my young master just wants to take a look. It's not like you will die. If my young master takes a liking to you, you will be able to make a meteoric rise," the middle-aged cultivators behind the cultivator in azure said. When Lung Yu saw that Xiao Chun could not sense it, she nodded slightly. She understood what Xiao Chun meant. The purple mark on Lung Yu's forehead flickered with light. Her eyes released strands of pink light. The 9 people riding on the royal blood horses immediately felt dazzled. Their blood started to boil as they entered a hallucination. Kassier, the lunar shadow saber, was drawn at lightning speed. Then, Xiao Qin's figure wavered and turned into 9 afterimages. He executed Qingyun Peak's secret technique, the clear wind chop, hiding a boundless killing intent in the gentle breeze. The cultivator in azure clothes reacted the fastest. He only used half a second to wake up from the hallucination. He slapped the back of his horse, and its speed increased explosively. In an instant, he flew more than 500 meters. However, a clone still managed to leave a bloody wound on his chest. Electricity flickered in the wound, and saber intent surged. The saber chi surged wildly in his chest, causing the cultivator in azure clothes immense pain. The other 8 people were only startled awake after Lung used charm technique for a second. Just as they were about to make a move, they discovered a cool breeze blowing on them. Suddenly, a saber light appeared, and a surging killing intent burst forth. That killing intent was boundless, like a surging flood or a surging sea. The few of them had never felt such a vast killing intent before. In that instant, their bodies seemed to lose the ability to move. Before he could pull out the weapon in his hand, a stream of blood spurted out from his neck, and his head flew into the air. 1 second was sufficient for Xiao Chun to do many things. When the cultivator in azure clothes in the air felt Xiao Chen's surging killing intent and horrifying strength, he felt incredibly shocked. All the more, he did not expect Xiao Chun to be so decisive, killing him without saying a word. "You are ruthless. If you have the guts, don't return to the divine dragon worship. I will make it so that you will never be able to leave the boundless sea." Bang! The 9 figures merged back into one. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and watched the cultivator in azure clothes disappear into the distance. He did not give chase. "Should we give chase?" Lung Yu asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, "There is no need. He is just a profligate son of a rich family. There is no need to bother with him." After cultivating on Nirvana Island for the first half of the year, Xiaoqin's cultivation had already risen to peak superior grade Martial King. He only needed 6 more spirit-gathering pearls to break through to half-step Martial Monarch. Xiaoqin had already opened his Sea of Consciousness long ago. Once he became a half-step Martial Monarch, he would not need to fear anyone under Martial Monarch. Xiaoqin did not fear such a greedy profligate son of a rich family. He could use miraculous medicinal pills and natural treasures to raise his cultivation. However, without tempering, what was the use of that? The two of them mounted a royal blood horse each and galloped forward. The royal blood horse was not as fast as a cultivator. However, it had great stamina. Without resting, it could travel day and night. It was very suitable for traveling long distances. The two traveled day and night. After 4 days, the 3 outpost islets appeared before their eyes. This place was already at the edge of the battlefield. There were many cultivators coming and going. Xiaoqin and Lung Yu, who rode on the royal blood horse, stood out from the many cultivators walking on the surface of the sea. They attracted many gazes. This was especially so for Lung Yu. Although she wore a fur coat and a veil, her exquisite figure, her exposed eyes, and her naturally bewitching aura made it clear that she was a beauty with one look. The veil added a sense of mystery to Lung Yu's aura. Everyone wanted to know what she looked like when she removed the veil. Xiao. Suddenly, 4 figures flew out from the outpost islets. These 4 people wore robes of 4 colors: green, yellow, white, and blue. They were the same as the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. They were all peak, small perfection, half-step martial monarchs. The 4 landed on the water and blocked Xiaoqin's path. The cultivator in green that Xiaoqin met a few days ago smiled coldly and said, "I said it before. If you dare to return to the divine dragon warship, I will make it so that you will never be able to leave the boundless sea." Fourth brother, this is the person you were talking about. He is not even a half-step martial monarch, yet he managed to injure you to such an extent, the cultivator in white on the left said. The cultivator in green said angrily, "I was careless. I already said I was careless." The girl beside him is very strange. Don't look at her eyes. Chapter 535. Seeing the 4 people blocking Xiaoqin and Lung Yu's path, the cultivators passing by all gathered over curiously. Someone offended those 4 fellows again. They are probably in trouble again. Half a year ago, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters mysteriously disappeared. These 4 people call themselves the new Northern Sea's 4 young masters. In the past few battles of the Blood Moon, their performances were very eye-catching. Now, they're even more famous than the previous 4 young masters. Xinyuan Zhantian taught the 4 of them a lesson previously, but they did not change. They're still very arrogant. Some time ago, they even snatched a month's worth of our team's harvest. What will we do? They are the direct descendants of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. The previous 4 young masters are probably dead. In the future, these 4 people will be the ones in charge of the Northern Sea. As the group discussed, Xiaoqin gained a better understanding of the situation in the past half a year. It looked like no one knew that he was the one who killed the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. Or perhaps the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans did not publicize this matter. Regardless of which it was more beneficial to Xiaoqin. The cultivator in green did not let Xiaoqin off. He said, "Brat, if you are smart, you will immediately send the woman beside you over. Give me 1 million medial grade spirit stones, and I will let you go." Naturally, Xiaoqin would not agree to such conditions. The warhorse galloped, kicking up splashes on the Scarlet Sea. Then, Xiaoqin charged over. Opposing Blood Sword, Breaking Blade Saber, Wind Dragon Burst, Iron Fire Fist. The 4 people smiled coldly and soared into the air. 4 different states spread out in the air. Their auras merged as they executed their killing moves, preparing to work together to severely injure Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with these 4 people. He drew his Lunar Shadow Saber and executed his strongest move while on horseback. Wukuei moves heaven. Under the guidance of Xianxia's saber intent, scarlet electric lights flickered continuously in the pitch-black demonic clouds in the sky, quickly gathering together. A kilometer in the sky, the thunder clouds formed a scarlet Wukuei tree. The tree grew rapidly, wildly absorbing the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings. Soon, leaves flourished, and a row of divine trees covered the sky. The divine Wukuei tree grew several hundred meters tall. Clang, 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 clang. When the divine Wukuei tree completely formed, everyone present felt like the entire sky was shaking. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to have undergone some sort of change. The four of them suddenly discovered that no matter how they moved, they could not move at all. For a moment, they were panicking to the extreme. What's going on? What kind of martial skill is this? The scarlet divine Wukuei tree descended from the sky and instantly shattered the killing moves that the four just executed. All sorts of lights and essence flew everywhere. This move was unavoidable. Back when Xianxia was only a superior grade martial king, he used this move to defeat Xianxia, a peak superior grade martial king. Now, his cultivation and slaughter intent had more than doubled, and his strength had increased greatly. Even inferior grade martial monarch would not dare to clash head-on. These four relied on medicinal pills to raise their cultivation. How could they block it? Bang! In an instant, the scarlet divine Wukuei tree crushed the four's essence barrier. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the scarlet sea, unable to get up again. After defeating the four in one move, Xianxia ignored them. He sheathed his saber and rode the royal blood horse to the divine dragon warship on the surging scarlet sea. Damn, who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? He defeated the northern seas' four young masters in one move. He is already on par with Xianxia. Indeed, I have never heard of this person in the top 10 of the point ranking. This fellow did not even say a word, but he gave off a very tyrannical feeling. He is even more tyrannical than Xianxia. When the people at the side saw Xianxia leave, their shock was indescribable. It was hard to imagine that there was a youth on the same level as Xianxia in the deep-sea battlefield. On the divine dragon warship, Xianxia brought Lung Yu to the exchange room. He had been stuck at peak superior grade martial king for a long time already and urgently needed spirit-gathering pearls to break through. The moment Xianxia entered the hall, he immediately felt a few sneaky gazes directed at him. After a few glances, Xianxia ignored them. The point ranking was still very crowded. Xianxia casually glanced at the rankings. Xianxia was still in first place. Baijian had been pushed to fourth place. The second and third places were occupied by the leaders of the Western Seas' 7 knights and the Southern Seas' 4 heroes. As for Xiaoqian's own ranking, he did not even see the 50th place. So, he could not be bothered to look at it. The strength of the demons on Nirvana Island could not be compared to the demons outside. Thus, it was understandable that Xiaoqian's points rose slower. However, the benefits he gained were much greater. Without a doubt, the experience he gained from sparring with the strong was incomparable to that of the weak. Wait for me here. I'm going to the exchange room, Xiaoqian instructed Lung Yu, who was beside him. After queuing for 15 minutes, Xiaoqian entered the exchange room for the second time. When the white-haired old man saw Xiaoqian enter, his calm expression immediately changed. Shock appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his calm. Xiaoqian took out his jade pendant and went straight to the point. 8,000 points. Help me exchange for 6 spirit-gathering pearls. As for the remaining 2,000, help me exchange them for superior-grade spirit stones. The white-haired old man received the jade pendant and looked at it. There were indeed 8,000 points. Then, he handed out the jade pendant and smiled. Little friend, you might be disappointed. The spirit-gathering pearls have already been exchanged. Xiaoqian frowned and asked why. The white-haired old man explained. The Divine Dragon Palace only has one martial sage. How could they have so much time to refine spirit-gathering pearls? They can only refine 100 a year. That was indeed the case. Refining spirit-gathering pearls would exhaust a martial sage's life cultivation. There would definitely be a limit to how many spirit-gathering pearls he could refine. Xiaochen could not help but feel disappointed. Without spirit-gathering pearls, he might need another half a year to break through his bottleneck. If he was unlucky, it might take even longer. However, I can help you exchange for 6. Use your 8,000 points. The white-haired old man changed the topic and took out 6 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. Xiaochen was not in a rush to receive the white-haired old man's spirit-gathering pearls. He muttered to himself for a while before asking, "Senior, why are you helping me?" The white-haired old man handed the spirit-gathering pearls over and smiled. "Haha, are you afraid that I will harm you? You are someone who even dared to kill the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. Do you not even have this bit of courage?" Xiaochen smiled faintly. His expression did not change. However, he tightened his grip on his saber. He said, "Senior, don't speak nonsense. The 4 young masters are powerful people. How can I afford to offend them? You're not going to admit it?" The Evil Moon Pavilions by Jean already used the returning light mirror to record the scene of you killing the 4 young masters. Currently, the hall is filled with the Northern Sea Alliance's spies. The news of your appearance has probably already been sent to the North Sea by the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. In an hour, the North Sea Alliance's elders will be sent over by the ancient teleportation formation. If I were you, I would definitely take my things and leave immediately. The white-haired old man laughed softly as he spoke unhurriedly. Xiaochen's face sank. He carefully put away the spirit-gathering pearls and quickly stood up. He said, "Many thanks for Senior's reminder. I will repay this kindness in the future." Baijian indeed had a backup plan. Unexpectedly, his plan was very detailed. Back then, regardless of whether the Northern Sea's 4 young masters succeeded or not, they still forced me to a dead end. However, 1 hour is sufficient for me to leave for a long time. After leaving the exchange room, Xiaochen looked around. When he found Lung Yu, he quickly walked over and said, "Come with me. Let's leave this place quickly." When Lung Yu saw Xiaochen's hostile expression, she knew that something had happened. She quickly followed behind Xiaochen. Immediately, Xiaochen moved quickly in the large hall, pushing aside all the cultivators in his way. He did not stop at all. This infuriated the people around him, causing them to curse at him. However, Xiaochen just ignored them. However, after walking for less than 5 minutes, someone appeared in front of Xiaochen. This was the person that he did not want to see the most. "Baijian," Xiaochen said sullenly as he revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. Within the crowd, Baijian stood upright with his hands behind his back. He smiled faintly and said, "White-robed bladesman, why are you in such a rush? Where are you going? You have not been back for half a year already. Are you not going to rest?" Xiaochen did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He said sullenly, "Move aside." Baijian raised his eyelids slightly and remained silent. He did not move at all, showing no intention of moving aside. Xiaochen pushed off the ground, and his figure flashed. A strong wind blew as he prepared to move past Baijian. In another hour, the elders of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans would arrive. Xiaochen did not want to waste time with Baijian. If there were any grudges, they could settle them later. Baijian moved his feet slightly and blocked Xiaochen. He said indifferently, "If you want to leave, ask me first." Who? Xiaochen moved back and soared into the air. Baijian pushed off the ground and blocked Xiaochen again. This repeated 4 or 5 times. Even when Xiaochen used his clones, Baijian managed to block Xiaochen at the last moment. After Baijian blocked Xiaochen's way again, the rage on Xiaochen's face vanished. He moved back slightly and gently landed on the ground. He said calmly, "This is the last time. Are you leaving or not?" Baijian shook his head and said, "Are you threatening me? I don't think you have the qualifications to say that." The two of them looked at each other, and their auras rose continuously. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew on the calm ground. The surrounding people all felt that something was wrong. They quickly moved to the side, leaving an empty space for the two of them. Baijian was very famous. He was the only peak genius of the great G nation to come here. After half a year, almost everyone knew about him. They all felt that his strength was unfathomable and that he was a true genius cultivator. As for Xianxia, he had disappeared for half a year. Very few people remembered him. Who was this person? He just defeated the new Northern Seas 4 young masters at the outpost islets. Why is he fighting with Baijian now? Baijian is not someone that the Northern Seas 4 young masters can compare to. He has been ranked in the top 5 for a long time. His strength is not just for show. There might be a good show to watch. This person does indeed have the strength to challenge Baijian. The surrounding people discussed the situation, waiting to watch a good show. Xiaoqian placed his right hand on his saber hilt. A murderous intent spread out in his eyes. His eyes turned scarlet as he stared at Baijian, waiting for a lightning-quick strike. Hua! Just at this moment, faint golden lines suddenly appeared in the great hall where the exchange room was located. The lines quickly connected together, forming a complicated formation. Strands of spiritual energy flowed out continuously from it. Chapter 536. An Ancient Teleportation Formation. One teleportation costs 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. What is going on? Someone exclaimed when he recognized the formation. Baijian's expression relaxed. He looked at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian was already a dead man, with only 1 hour left to live. There is no time. I cannot wait any longer. Dong! 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 Xiaoqian bowed slightly and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Suddenly, he started running. A strong wind blew as he ran. Baijian's gaze turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "How reckless. You actually dare to make a move against me." The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped significantly. Baijian stretched out his hand from behind him, and a huge ice palm suddenly appeared. It pressed down on Xiaoqian. Break! There was a flash of purple light as Xiaoqian drew his saber. A surging, killing intent surged out like a flood. The huge ice palm was chopped in half just like that. It shattered into countless ice shards and fell to the ground. When Baijian saw Xiaoqian break out of the ice, he was astonished. Shock appeared in Baijian's eyes. Half a year ago, Xiaoqian had to use his trump card to break this move. Now, he dealt with it with one saber strike. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Xiaoqian's figure wavered and split into 9. 9 cool breezes appeared, and the killing intent that filled the air suddenly vanished. As the cool breeze blew, it drifted towards Baijian. The torrential killing intent suddenly vanished. The frozen air also relaxed. The surrounding people were all astonished. What a fellow! His control over his killing intent has reached a level where he can control it freely. I can control it freely as well. However, my killing intent is not on the same level as his. This fellow is quite strong. Baijian was slightly astonished as well. It was hard to imagine that in less than half a year, Xiaoqian had grown to such a level. However, I have not been standing still for the past half a year. Baijian did not lose much confidence in himself. He still believed that he would have the last laugh. Furthermore, he only needed to last for 1 hour. At that time, the 8 martial monarchs would be enough to kill Xiaoqian in an instant. 1,000 flaming palm. Baijian shouted angrily as he moved his hands, which were behind his back. The surrounding cold air suddenly surged intensely, becoming incomparably hot. The transition between the concepts of ice and fire was as pure as fire and as smooth as flowing water. There were no obstructions at all. Countless flaming palms descended from the sky. The flaming palms were so real that the lines on the palms could be seen clearly. Each thread was extremely lifelike. Bang, bang, bang. The palm landed on the ground, creating a deep crater. The special deck of the Divine Dragon Warship could not withstand the power of the flaming palm. The ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently, causing them to lose their footing. Xiaoqian's 9 figures moved like the wind, moving between the flaming palms. Not a single one of them touched him as he rushed towards Baijian. Just as the 9 figures approached, they merged together. An overwhelming killing intent that had been silent for a long time surged out. A saber light flashed as Xianxia hacked down. Morning ice soul palm, Baijian shouted, and the flaming palms in the air gathered towards Baijian's hand like raindrops. They formed a bone-chilling palm imprint. Fire and ice instantly switched. Bang! The saber light struck the palm imprint, and a surging shockwave immediately burst out. The surging essence on the saber exploded out. Baijian's complexion paled as he was knocked back 100 meters by this saber strike. He had a surprised expression on his face. He had actually lost in a contest of essence. Pa! Pa! Baijian sent out 2 palm strikes in the air. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. A cold wind howled with 1 palm strike and a surging heat wave with the other. Xianxia was immediately sandwiched between the 2 extremes of ice and fire. He felt very uncomfortable and his movements slowed down. Baijian's combat experience was very rich. The 4 young masters could not compare to him. When he saw Xianxia reveal an opening, he immediately took advantage of it. His figure flashed, and he sent a palm strike at Xianxia's body from the side. This palm strike contained the energy of ice. It was bone-chilling, invading Xianxia's meridians and blood. Boom! Baijian laughed maniacally and swung his left hand. However, his left hand contained a boundless energy of fire. Close combat had rendered Xianxia's saber useless. Baijian was prepared to take down Xianxia in 1 spurt of energy and trample on him. This was a good plan. However, Baijian did not know that Xianxia's close combat techniques were no weaker than his saber techniques. Berserk Dragon Fist. A resonant dragon roar resounded and an azure dragon head appeared on Xianxia's left hand. Then he sent out a dragon fist. When the fist and palm collided, sparks flew everywhere. Xianxia's horrifying strength exploded out. Baijian felt his arm go numb, and he lost all feeling. This punch knocked him back 10 meters in midair. However, Xianxia did not move back at all. He gently swung his lunar shadow saber and drew a scarlet arc. Electricity flickered on the arc as it blocked Baijian, who was charging forward again. The 2 of them exchanged blows in midair. Horrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, startling the surrounding cultivators. Baijian's combat techniques were very good. When he realized that his essence was not as strong as Xianxia's, he immediately changed his strategy. Using the 2 extremes of ice and fire, he clashed with Xianxia. For a short period of time, he was not at a disadvantage. The 2 of them executed their killing moves in midair. All sorts of martial techniques appeared, giving off resplendent lights. They were evenly matched in midair. It was extremely intense. However, as time passed, Baijian slowly fell into a disadvantage. Xianxia's state of massacre was simply too strong. The killing intent seeped into Baijian's bones, slowly affecting his performance. At first, it did not affect him much. However, as time passed, his mental state started fluctuating. When Baijian attacked, he could not control himself and revealed an opening. Xianxia caught hold of it, and a horrifying saber wound appeared on his body. At some point in time, Xianxia, who was riding on his royal dragon horse, appeared in the crowd. He watched the 2 fighting in midair with interest. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes and the Western Sea's 7 knights were also attracted by this exciting battle. They all stopped to watch, occasionally commenting on it. Baijian took some time to glance at the transportation formation in the air. He saw that 8 figures had already appeared in 8 different locations on the transportation formation. When the 8 figures solidified, the people on the other side would be completely transported over. I can't wait any longer. If I drag this out, I will lose for sure. Baijian executed a big move and forced back Xianxia. Then, he quickly pulled himself out and soared into the air. He looked at Xianxia and said sternly, "Do you dare to decide victory or defeat in 1 move?" Xianxia brandished the saber in his hand and pointed it at Baijian. He said softly, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Baijian shouted ferociously, and the spiritual energy of ice and fire gathered and merged. Ice and fire were 2 extremely conflicting attributes. Under Baijian's control, They actually merged and formed a huge whirlpool in front of him. It looked very strange. The whirlpool contained both the berserk of raging flames and the cold of ice. When the two attributes merged, they formed a new energy. Countless ice shards and sparks instantly spewed out of the whirlpool. The energy of the ice shards and sparks was startling. When the ice shards struck the surrounding people, severe wounds immediately appeared on their faces. They felt incomparably painful, like they had been cut by a knife. This startled the others. They quickly brought out their protective essence. When the sparks and ice shards struck the protective essence, they immediately gave off bang, bang sounds. Ice and fire oppose each other. This is the law of nature. How could they merge? This is too inconceivable. How did this move work? I can't figure out at all. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as well. After a while, he muttered, "So that's how it is. It is not a true merger. Instead, it forms a delicate balance. Once the balance is broken, it will erupt with horrifying energy, dealing a fatal blow to the opponent." The leader of the Southern Seas' four heroes continued, "Ice and fire cannot coexist. Forcefully merging them will only result in great destruction. Before he makes his move, he suppresses this destructive force, allowing his opponent to bear the brunt of it." What a brilliant idea. The Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan truly lives up to his reputation. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak genius of the great Jin nation, the leader of the Western Seas' seven-night side. His tone was filled with admiration. When the experts present saw Bai Zhan's move, they all nodded in agreement. They all retreated a few hundred meters. Even Xianxia was no exception. This was because they could already imagine how destructive this move would be. If they were struck by the aftershocks, they would not feel good. Die. Raging ice flame wave. Bai Zhan pushed his hands forward ferociously. The whirlpool of ice and fire in front of him immediately turned into a spiraling, two-colored light. It spun continuously as it flew at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned slightly. Originally, he was prepared to use Wuxia moves heaven to deal with his opponent. However, when he saw Bai Zhan's raging ice flame wave, he immediately knew that Wuxia moves heaven would not be able to withstand this destructive force. After thinking for a while, Xianxia had an idea. He muttered to himself, "I'll use that move. I'll use the power of heaven and earth to deal with the destructive force of your raging ice flame." Xianxia circulated the four-season saber technique in his meridians. A cold wind blew in the surroundings. Amid the cold wind, the crowd seemed to see snowflakes drifting down. Ice sealed the surrounding for thousands of kilometers. It was a boundless cold. All the creatures in the world entered hibernation. "This is strange. Why do I feel like it's late winter?" the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Amid the cold wind and falling snowflakes, Xianxia's saber suddenly moved. A clap of thunder resounded. The thunder contained a desolate, killing intent. When the thunder roared, all the cold wind and snowflakes instantly disappeared. Instead, a spring breeze caressed their faces, and all living things came back to life. They all woke up from their hibernation state and began to chirp. This move was the first move of the four-season saber technique, the spring saber. Xianxia took the meaning of spring thunder. It carried a killing chi, commanding all the beasts in the world to cry out in unison. A surging energy burst forth from the saber, along with the roar of thunder. This was the power of heaven and earth. After winter came spring. The cycle of the world was unstoppable. A boundless energy spread out from the saber. This was the pure power of heaven and earth. The cycle of the four seasons, the end of winter and the arrival of spring. Xianxia used the spring thunder as a guide to infuse this cycle into his saber technique. A surging energy surged out. Chapter 537. The shock wave, formed by the fusion of ice and raging flames, could no longer maintain its balance. It exploded like a berserk dragon or a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. A strong wind blew and countless chaotic energy flows appeared in space. Several of the cultivators did not retreat too far. and were struck by the chaotic energy flows. They immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood, their complexions turning extremely pale. The power of the fusion of ice and fire is truly startling. The others quickly retreated another 100 meters, feeling even more astonished in their hearts. However, just as the shockwave was about to reach Xiao Chen, it was broken by the power of the world on Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao! A sharp saber light turned into a spring breeze, splitting the cold shockwave in half. As the spring breeze blew, all sorts of birds and beasts cried out. Everything came to life. The power of the world turned all the chaotic energy flows into nothingness. That ferocious shockwave was slowly dispelled by this saber strike. What saber technique is this? I can actually feel the power of the world. Unexpectedly, the shock wave of ice and raging flames was completely dissipated. It did not have any effect at all. When everyone saw such a strange scene, they were shocked. Xianyuan Zhantian, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, and the others all frowned. They did not understand what was happening. The spring breeze formed by the saber light did not lose its momentum. Before Baijan's horrified gaze, it arrived before him and struck his chest. The energy contained in the wind immediately surged out. Baijan did his best to block, but he felt like he was facing the world. That energy was astonishingly strong. Wuxia. After a while, Baijan's defense broke. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew into the air. Then, he landed heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He felt somewhat dizzy. After checking himself, he discovered that he had exhausted a significant amount of essence and mental energy. Unexpectedly, this move exhausted a large amount of mental energy and essence. Drawing the power of the world in a saber technique was indeed not that easy. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the ancient transportation formation and ignored Baijan. The elders of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans were his true threat. As for Baijan, he could no longer stop Xiao Chen. The bitter cultivation on Nirvana Island for half a year was no joke. Xiao Chen soared up and pointed his saber at the ancient transportation formation. He needed to destroy the transportation formation. Otherwise, if 8 martial monarchs attacked together, he would not have any chance of surviving. You want to destroy the transportation formation? Dream on. Baijan, who was lying on the ground, was in a sorry state. He no longer had his earlier calmness. He roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling extremely furious in his heart. You, Baijan, have tried to kill me time and time again, using all sorts of schemes to force me to stay on Nirvana Island for half a year. He had schemed to make Xiao Chen offend the Northern Sea's 4 great clans, forcing him to end the experiential training early. Now, he had come to obstruct him again and again. Did he really think that Xiao Chen had killed someone? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and burned his vital chi as he punched. Bang! A dragon fist descended from the burning azure clouds in the sky. It was like a meteor crashing down. It instantly struck Baijan's head and smashed him to the ground. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He turned his fist into a claw and opened the dragon fist. A blue dragon hidden in the clouds gave off a resonant dragon roar. The dragon claw descended from the sky and pressed down on Baijan, who had just stood up. Cracks spread out on the ground, and Baijan fell with a bang. Wuxia. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly arrived before the hole. He stretched out his hand and pulled Baijan up. Baijan's entire body was in pain. When he saw Xiao Chen pull him up, he sent out an ice palm. Xiao Chen kicked, and the force in his leg exploded forth. He shattered the huge ice palm with a bang. Baijan was knocked back again. Who asked you to play tricks? Today, I will beat you up. I don't care if you're the last disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion. Since you want to kill me, I will repay you tenfold. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he activated the blood flame shoes. His speed was very fast as he punched and kicked Baijan. Baijan did his best to block, but it was to no avail. Baijan was severely injured by Xiao Chen's spring thunder chop. Then he suffered from the burning in the heavens. How could he block Xiao Chen's attacks? Xiao Chun beat him up in the air until he did not even look human. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Void battle armor. At the critical moment, Baijan had no choice but to take out his trump card. A light flickered on his body, and a crack appeared in the space behind him. He quickly hid in it and fled in a sorry state. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chun. So what if you fight to your heart's content? The transportation formation will be ready soon. The 8 martial monarchs of the 4 noble clans will come out together. You are destined to die. When I completely merge the ice and the raging flame and ascend to the position of Evil Moon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, I will kill my way to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Your friends and family will suffer a fate worse than death because of you. I want you to die in peace. The crack in space slowly closed, and Baijan's roars came from within. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He waved his right hand, and when the crack closed completely, the thunder fire sword in his palm shot out. A miserable cry came from the crack. Chi! Chi! The thunder fire sword circled around in the air and shrank back to the size of a palm. Then it landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the blade. You were stabbed in the chest. I hope you are still alive. Xiao Chun returned the thunder fire sword to his palm. Then he flew to the top of the ancient transportation formation with a grave expression. The lines on the formation gave off a resplendent light. At this moment, the 8 figures looked very solid. They would soon break out of the formation. Could this transportation formation be used to deal with him? What exactly did this person do? Unexpectedly, he provoked the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans into activating the ancient transportation formation to deal with him. First, he killed the Northern Sea's new 4 young masters with 1 saber strike. Then, he defeated the Evil Moon Pavilion's Baijan. It is such a pity for such a genius to fall. Why is he not running quickly? What is he doing there? Does he think he can break the transportation formation? With the 8 martial monarchs working together, there would be no surprises. Even someone as strong as Xianyuan Zhantian would not survive. When the people below saw the resplendent transportation formation, they all felt it was a pity. The transportation formation required 100,000 superior Great Spirit Stones to activate. Once it was activated, even a martial monarch would find it hard to break. Xiao Chen's gaze turned grave as he continuously scanned the formation with his spiritual sense, searching for the flaws of the formation. The Compendium of Cultivation had a lot of knowledge and introduction regarding formations. Xiao Chen was more familiar with formations than anyone else. If it was a complete formation, he would not be able to break it with his strength. However, if it was not a complete formation, it would be hard to say. I found it. It is indeed as I expected. How can an ancient formation be so easy to fix? Xiao Chen muttered as he focused his gaze on a certain node in the formation. A painting flew out of Xiao Chen's body. He held it in his right hand and unfurled it with his left. The lotus-shaped scarlet blood frost flame floated out of the palm in the painting. Under the control of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, it quickly descended towards that incomplete node. When everyone saw the scarlet blood frost flame descend, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. What is this? Chi. When the scarlet blood frost flame landed on that node, the scarlet flame immediately burned intensely. The extremely complicated and resplendent formation started to tremble. The entire space started to shake, and suddenly the world started to spin. The huge divine dragon warship started to shake as well, and everyone started to panic for no apparent reason. Cassie, the weakest node, finally broke under the burning of the scarlet blood frost flame. Like dominoes, cracks began to appear on the formation. Kacha, an ancient transportation formation, something that seemed to be a mythical transportation formation, actually shattered right before everyone's eyes. The 8 corporeal human figures also gradually became illusory and ethereal. They flickered incessantly and finally disappeared one by one. Xiao Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, "It's over." Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to withdraw the scarlet blood frost flame, The final figure in the formation flickered wildly. Before the formation completely vanished, it turned into a real figure. A martial monarch, green-robed, old man, had teleported over at the last moment. Ignorant child, you killed the 4 inheritors of my Northern Sea Clan's clan head. Do you really think you could deceive everyone? Bang! The green-robed old man punched. A fist made of quintessence smashed the scarlet blood frost flame into lotus petals with a pa sound and sent it back into the painting. The green-robed old man's figure flashed. He was so fast that no one could catch him with their eyes. In an instant, he arrived before Xianxia. Then, he sent a sharp kick at Xianxia's head. When the green-robed old man kicked, the surrounding wind howled. The air around his feet spiraled, forming an intense storm. The aura of this kick was startling, shocking everyone. Bang! Just as Xianxia's hand touched the handle of the lunar shadow saber, the kick landed on his chest. He crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Xianxia vomited a large mouthful of blood. The quintessence in his feet surged wildly into his body. The quintessence that surged out from the crystal chi whirlpool immediately vanished without a trace. It could not resist at all. The quintessence swept through Xianxia's meridians and rushed into his chest. His internal organs immediately turned into a mess. Xianxia felt something sweet in his throat as he vomited another mouthful of blood. Quintessence was quintessence. No matter how pure and vast Xianxia's essence was, he could not resist it. The difference between the two was like the difference between wood and steel. No matter how hard wood was, how could it compare to steel? After struggling for a while, Xianxia quickly stood up. He pushed off the ground and activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed instantly broke through Mach 4. He grabbed Lung Yu and rushed forward. When Lung Yu saw the pale Xianxia, she said worriedly, "Are you all right? I have a way to deal with him. Don't say anything." There was not much fluctuation in Xianxia's tone. However, there was an irrefutable meaning in his words. Chapter 538. The green-robed old man in the air revealed shock in his eyes. He had used 50% of his strength in this kick. Even a peak half-step martial monarch would be severely injured by this kick. However, Xianxia still had the strength to stand up. Not only that, but he was even able to run so fast. What a strong physical body. The green-robed old man laughed maniacally. However, no matter how strong your physical body is, you are just a martial king. Die. The green-robed old man's figure flashed. It was like he teleported and arrived before Xianxia. Then, he stored up some energy and gathered his quintessence at his feet. The surrounding air turned into a whirlwind that moved quickly under his feet. At this moment, even the wind was sucked in by the green-robed old man. It was like this was an order that no one dared to disobey. Xianxia seemed to have eyes behind him. He did not even bother to look. Instead, he turned around and kicked. Since Xianxia was not as fast as the green-robed old man, he could only predict his movements. Bang! Bang! Xianxia's kick landed on the green-robed old man's foot. He vomited another mouthful of blood and flew back again. He spun in the air and dissipated the force of the kick. Then, he continued flying forward. The first time, you did not even see my footsteps. This time, you managed to predict my movements and even borrowed my force to flee further. The green-robed old man's face sank. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he quickly gave chase. Xianxia, who was in the air, turned his head to take a look. A fierce purple flame burned in his right eye. With a thought, an overwhelming purple flame shot out from his right eye. The green-robed old man was flying too fast. He was hit in an instant. His clothes and hair were immediately set on fire. Pooh! A strong quintessence burst out of the old man's body. The purple flame burned for a breath of time before it was completely extinguished. The old man's clothes were burned to tatters. His hair gave off strands of black smoke. He looked very miserable. The green-robed old man was not injured. However, he was extremely angry. A bona fide martial monarch was reduced to such a state by a junior. Damn it, I will definitely kill you today. Intense sonic booms resounded in the air. The green-robed old man pushed his movement technique to its limits. In a few breaths, he arrived before Xianxia. Xianxia frowned slightly. He raised his hand and shot out the thunder fire sword in his palm. Then, without even looking, he turned around and ran. The purple flames on the thunder flame sword burned slowly. After Lung Yu refined the thunder flame sword, its speed and might increased by more than 4 times. The explosive force within 100 meters could reach Mach 5 or more. The sword did not miss its target. The azure-robed old man had just arrived in front of Xiaoqian when the thunder fire sword arrived before him, startling him. Chi, the sword blade, didn't give him any time to react before it shot towards him. At this moment, it was obviously too late for him to use the Zhan Yuan shield again. At this critical moment, the old man could only tilt his head to the side. The thunder fire sword, which was as fast as a meteor, brushed past his cheek. The sharp chi on the sword's edge left a shallow wound on the left side of his face. With this delay, Xiao Chun managed to escape again. Furthermore, Xiao Chun left a wound on his face. After being continuously played by a junior, the old man was so angry that smoke came out of his head. His entire body trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "Damn it, damn it." Bang, bang. He stomped heavily on the ground twice, causing the entire ground to tremble. The surrounding people were shaken to the point where they swayed left and right. This showed how much force was contained in that stomp. "I don't believe I can't catch you." The green-robed old man shouted angrily and chased in a straight line. Some of the buildings in front of him were directly smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense locked firmly on the azure-clad old man. Even without looking behind him, he could sense the other party's every move. Xiao Chun gently floated down and put Lung Yu down. Then, he turned around and faced the old man. He opened the 24 acupoints on his arms, and the 2 blue dragon tattoos moved quickly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When the green-robed old man saw Xiao Chun stop, looking like he wanted to block him, he smiled in disdain. He opened his right palm and condensed quintessence. His palm immediately lit up with a resplendent light. It was incomparably dazzling. Roar! Roar! 2 resonant dragon roars resounded. The blue dragon tattoos on Xiao Chen's arms came to life. They left his arms and turned into 2 realistic dragon chi. They roared ferociously and charged forward, bearing their fangs and claws. The dragon roars resounded and dragon might spread out. The blue dragon seemed real as it glared angrily at the green-robed old man. Unexpectedly, a trace of fear flashed in his heart. Bang! Bang! The 2 dragons intersected and crashed into the green-robed old man's palm. A surging energy burst out and formed a circular azure shockwave that spread out rapidly. Several cultivators were caught off guard and were sent flying by the shockwave. Damn it, how can he be so strong? The green-robed old man was astonished. He unconsciously retreated several steps. By the time the shockwave dissipated, Xiao Chun had fled far away with Lung Yu. This white-robed bladesman is very powerful. He managed to dodge several times. His opponent is a martial monarch. If I were facing a martial monarch, I would have to admit defeat before the fight even started. How could I still have such fighting spirit? Martial monarchs have already refined their essence into quintessence. They are on a completely different level from us. It is surprising that this white-robed bladesman could last for so long. He might have really managed to escape. When the surrounding cultivators saw Xiao Chun force back the green-robed martial monarch again, they discussed in astonishment. When the green-robed old man heard these words, it was like a slap to his face. His face, which had been charred by the purple thunder-true fire, could not help but tremble. The green-robed old man narrowed his eyes and watched Xiao Chun flee quickly. He was thoroughly enraged. His clothes fluttered continuously as a strong wind blew behind him. The aura of a martial monarch soared wildly. Come back. The green-robed old man opened his right hand, and a strong whirlwind appeared in his palm, heading for Xiao Chun. This time, the green-robed old man did not hold back at all. The quintessence in his body surged as he brought out his full strength. The whirlwind quickly caught up to Xiao Chun. An irresistible suction pulled Xiao Chun back step by step. 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. Xiao Chun did his best to resist. However, his body still moved back uncontrollably. This was the result of the huge difference in strength. No matter what technique he used, he could not dodge it. Enough! Xianxia, who had been watching from the side for a long time, could no longer stand it. He spat out 2 words and rode on the mixed-blood royal dragon horse. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and charged over. The purple cloak on Xianxia's back fluttered continuously. An azure flood dragon spiraled around the heavenly halberd, carrying a boundless aura. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 halberd. The Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianxia, made his move. The green-robed old man's face sank. He did not dare to be careless against this halberd. The whirlwind in his palm stopped, and he sent a palm strike to meet Xianxia's halberd. Bang! When the green-robed old man's palm strike landed on the halberd, the spiraling flood dragon immediately shattered into tiny purple flood dragon chi. A surging quintessence spread out from the halberd. The royal dragon horse neighed and raised its front hooves. It looked like it would fall at any moment. Xianxia pressed down hard, and the royal dragon horse's hooves fell back to the ground. In the end, it managed to withstand the peak strike of a martial monarch. The green-robed old man looked at Xianxia and shouted angrily, "Xianxia, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Xianxia, who was on the horse, snorted coldly. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. Clearly, the palm strike from the old man was not easy to deal with. "I just can't stand you bullying the weak. You are already so old, yet you keep making a move against a junior. The funniest thing is that you have never succeeded. I feel embarrassed for you." The old man's complexion turned ashen. He looked at Xianxia with a hostile gaze. He said coldly, "Didn't the Divine Dragon Palace's people instruct you? This brat killed the scions of our northern seas 4 noble clans. The Northern Sea Alliance will not let him go." Xianxia mocked. "To think you're not embarrassed to say that. 1 person killed the scions of the 4 noble clans. That means he is just trash. What qualifications does such trash have to lead the Northern Sea Alliance? So what if he is killed?" "You." The green-robed old man pointed at Xianxia. He was so angry that he could not speak. "I will not waste my breath with you. I only have 1 question. Are you using your status as the Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master to stop me?" Xianxia brandished his heavenly war halberd and smiled. "Why the need to use the Divine Dragon Palace to suppress me? I am me. I just can't stand you bullying the weak. If you want to make a move, just come and try." "Ha ha. I have long heard that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king is arrogant and ignorant. Today, I finally get to experience it for myself. I will show you the difference between a martial monarch and a martial king." The green-robed old man was so angry that he laughed. He stood upright with his hands behind his back, and a murderous intent slowly brewed in his eyes. Dong! 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 7 young cultivators wearing silver battle armor walked out of the crowd. They were the Western Sea's 7 knights. The leader looked at the green-robed old man and smiled coldly. "How awe-inspiring. You are only an inferior-grade martial monarch at the age of 60 or 70, yet you dare to put on airs? We, the Western Sea's 7 knights, want to see what kind of martial monarch you are. When a younger generation fights, life and death are always up to fate. The older generation is not allowed to interfere. We, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, want to see how capable you are." Another 4 handsome young men and women walked out of the crowd and looked at the green-robed old man with a fiery gaze. Xiao Chen's expression was somewhat flabbergasted. Xianxia, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, and the Western Sea's 7 knights were actually helping him at such a crucial moment. The sudden reversal of the situation also surprised the other cultivators. However, after thinking about it, they understood. The times had changed. The geniuses of the younger generation all had their own common ground. In this era, If the older generation did not abide by the rules, they would make a move. This made Xiaoqian understand what era he was in. The strength that Xiaoqian displayed proved that he was a genius cultivator as well. If Xiaoqian fell like that, the other genius cultivators would feel it was a pity. The green-robed old man looked at the group of people. Then his aura exploded out, forcing everyone to take a step back. He said coldly, "Is there any use in numbers?" There was an insurmountable gap between martial monarchs and martial kings. Even with so many half-step martial monarchs working together, they might not be a match for the old man. Chapter 539. When Xiaoqian was a superior grade martial saint, he could kill an inferior grade martial king. He could also easily escape from a medial grade martial king. However, when one reached martial monarch, it was very different. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even an inferior grade martial monarch could sweep through any genius cultivator without any pressure. The changes brought about by refining essence into quintessence were not something a martial king could comprehend. What if I am included? Just as everyone felt a huge pressure, an indifferent shout came from the air. The voice was not loud, but it was as sharp as a saber or sword. A sharp saber intent accompanied this voice as it came from the sky. It immediately pushed back the green-robed old man's aura mercilessly. Wong, Wong, Wong. The two auras clashed in the air, and the sound of battle rang out. It was like thousands of soldiers and horses clashing against each other. The sounds of battle rang out endlessly. The green-robed old man's aura was pushed back. Finally, it was pushed back into his body. The surrounding youths of the boundless sea immediately felt the pressure on them vanish. They felt much more relaxed. When they looked up, they saw a figure holding a saber in the air. He drew a long scarlet line behind him, drifting up and down with the wind. That person raised his head slightly, and the scarlet line behind him quickly returned to his body and infused into the saber. Then, he hacked at the green-robed old man. Chi! Chi! A scarlet saber light came from his saber and turned into a strand of saber chi. Everywhere the saber chi passed, space split in half, leaving behind a pitch-black crack. Saber intent. This is a martial monarch bladesman. The green-robed old man's expression changed greatly. Panic appeared in his eyes. He sent out two surging storms and quickly fled, moving as fast as lightning. You think you can run? That bladesman smiled faintly and casually tore space with his saber. The two storms were like a painting being torn into pieces. A scarlet light flickered. The bladesman was even faster than the green-robed old man, so he quickly caught up. The green-robed old man turned around helplessly. The two of them quickly fought each other in the air. They were so fast that the onlookers could only see two blurry afterimages. Cracks spread out in the sky. The entire void was torn apart by the battle between the two of them. Pitch-black spatial cracks could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, there were unlucky cultivators who were swept by the cracks. Without the slightest chance to react, they were torn into two halves by the cracks. Everyone paled in fright and quickly moved away. Bang! A green figure spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His entire body was covered in horrifying saber wounds. Blood flowed incessantly from the wounds and dyed his green robe crimson. The bladesman stood proudly in the air. His saber hummed as he looked coldly at the azure-clad old man on the ground. Damn it! The green-robed old man cursed and looked at Xiaoqian with resentment. He got up and fled in a sorry state. The bladesman in the air glanced at the fleeing azure-robed old man and did not give chase. His saber flashed and a scarlet beam shot out. The green-robed old man, who was still running, suddenly fell down. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, and fresh blood gushed out. The bladesman's figure flashed and landed by Xiaoqian's side. Xiaoqian performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Big Brother Sunday. This person was the bloody bladesman, Sun Guanchuan." After cultivating for so long on Nirvana Island, he finally broke through his bottleneck and advanced to martial monarch. From now on, he no longer held the title of the strongest half-step martial emperor. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guanchuan, had risen from the ashes. He would once again shake the ancient desolate land as a martial monarch. Sun Guangquan sheathed his saber and smiled faintly. We are all brothers. You are too polite. I'll bring you away. As Sun Guangquan spoke, he exuded a sharp light, inspiring boundless confidence. If he said he could bring you away, then he could bring you away. No one could stop him. Xiao Chun turned his head and glanced at Xianyuan Zhantian, who was on a horse. Then, he exchanged a glance with him. Then, he swept his gaze over the outstanding talents of the boundless sea. Without saying anything, Xiao Chun brought Leng Yu and left with Sun Guangquan. The leader of the Western Sea Seven Knights, Wuxia, watched as Xiao Chun and the others left. He smiled gently and said, Xianyuan Zhantian, do you regret it? The people you let go might stop you in your tracks in the next Five-Nation Youth competition. Xianyuan Zhantian rode on the royal dragon horse and changed directions. He said indifferently, Haha, if you really think that, then I can only say that you are too boring to be my opponent when I unify the boundless sea in the future. The lips of the leader of the southern seas, four heroes, curled up. As he watched Xianyuan Zhantian ride into the distance, he smiled and said, Wuxia, this fellow is as arrogant as ever. He does not care about us at all. Wuxia shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. He said, he has the capital to be arrogant. If he can defeat the Black Dragon Group, it would not be a big deal for the Western Sea's 7 great sects to submit to him. 3 days later, on a small island, this place had already escaped the control of the Black Dragon Group and the Divine Dragon Palace. Sun Guangquan said to Xiao Chun, I'll send you off here. I have to go first. I have something to do in the ancient desolate land. Xiao Chun nodded to indicate his understanding. He had to return to the Great Qin Nation, and Sun Guangquan had to return to the Great Chu Nation. The two of them were heading in different directions, so they could not travel together. After Sun Guangquan left, Xiao Chun took out the spirit blood jade on his chest and tossed it to Leng Yu. He said, According to our agreement, you can go now. When Leng Yu heard this, she felt it was strange. She was not in a rush to catch the spirit blood jade. She said, If you really let me go, then don't you want to know my true identity? Xiao Chun exerted some force and forced the spirit blood jade floating in the air into Leng Yu's hand. He smiled and said, What does that have to do with me? All I need to know is that you are Leng Yu. I'm leaving. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. Xiao Chun waved his hand and left without looking back. After a long time, he disappeared from Leng Yu's sight. The waves churned in the vast, boundless sea. Xiao Chun flew in the direction of the Great Qin Nation for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he found a suitable island to stop at. This was a desolate island. Aside from some rocky mountains and all sorts of trees, there were no living creatures. There were no spirit beasts, demonic beasts, or cultivators. The entire island was silent. The island was not large. Without moving, Xiao Chun's spiritual sense could clearly detect every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every river on the island. Very good. There is indeed no danger. I will advance here. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and muttered to himself. Advancing was an extremely dangerous matter for cultivators, demonic beasts, or spirit beasts. Putting aside the difficulty of advancing, the external conditions required absolute silence and no one to disturb them. After Xiao Chun parted with Leng Yu, he found several islands along the way. However, he gave up on all of them. There were either demonic beasts or spirit beasts on those islands. There were also some lone cultivators out on experiential training. During the process of advancing, Xiao Chun had to be extremely focused. If he was disturbed at a crucial moment, the consequences would be dire. Failing to advance was a small matter. The most dangerous was a regression in cultivation or an injury to one's meridians. This would affect a cultivator for life. After finding a tall and sharp rock, Xiao Chun used his palm as a saber and flattened it. Then he sat cross-legged on it. Xiao Chun took out 6 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls from the universe ring and placed them on the Tianmin acupoint on his head. Having experienced using the spirit gathering pearls before, Xiao Chun did not feel nervous this time. He circulated his essence and made the 6 spirit-gathering pearls float above his head. Then, Xianxia closed his eyes and used the purple thunder true fire to burn them. Under the heat of the purple thunder true fire, the 6 spirit-gathering pearls melted into a spiritual liquid. Strands of spiritual energy leaked out uncontrollably. A white fog quickly spread out. After a while, the entire desolate island was covered in this spiritual fog. Above the sea, it looked hazy. It was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Xianxia took a deep breath, and the semi-solid crystal chi whirlpool spun continuously. Then, a ball of spiritual liquid fell down. The instant the liquid from the spirit-gathering pearls touched Xianxia's head, it immediately flowed down from his Tianmen acupoint. It flowed along the meridians in his body like a surging river, carrying a boundless force as it flowed down. Bang! When the spiritual liquid landed on the chi whirlpool, it immediately produced an intense explosion. Xianxia's face turned slightly red as he endured the surging essence in his body. Under the impact of the spiritual liquid, the bottleneck had already loosened. However, it was still far from enough. Bang! 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 Xianxia released 3 balls of spiritual liquid in one breath. The essence in his body surged endlessly, and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. His internal organs had suffered some damage. I moved. Just a little more. Just a little more, and I will be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. Xianxia's mind was firm. He was not frightened by his injured internal organs. He merged the last 2 balls of spiritual liquid together. A drop of spiritual liquid was like a waterfall. A ball of spiritual liquid was like a large river. When 2 balls of spiritual liquid were combined, it was like the vast sea. After the spiritual liquid merged, it fell very quickly. Before Xianxia could react, the crystalline purple chi whirlpool exploded. Xianxia's dantian turned blurry. Boundless essence surged through his body like 10,000 horses galloping. Xianxia quickly opened the 24 acupoints on his arms. Boom! Dragon roars resounded without end. 24 strands of dragon chi burst out of Xianxia's body and smashed the surrounding mountains into dust. Xianxia's dantian was chaotic with clouds lingering around it. He felt somewhat nervous. He did not know if he had succeeded or not. When the clouds scattered and the sun came out, Xianxia's consciousness immediately sank down impatiently. He looked above his dantian and saw that Xianxia's true essence had already appeared. He saw a crystalline whirlpool above his dantian, giving off a resplendent light. It had completely transformed from a vaporized state into a solid crystal. That whirlpool was made of crystal. Boom! With a thought, the crystal whirlpool spun wildly. Instantly, a surging energy spread throughout Xianxia's body. Xianxia opened his eyes and leaped into the air. His body hovered in midair, and he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A crystalline saber chi flickering with electric light spewed out from the saber. The saber chi struck a mountain in front. The peak of the mountain immediately shattered and turned into dust. Amidst the boundless dust, purple electricity crackled and flickered. Half-step martial monarch. I succeeded. When Xianxia saw the might of his casual saber strike, he was extremely excited. The smile on his face did not fade for even a moment. Xianxia chased relentlessly, putting in a lot of effort. He endured the loneliness that ordinary people found unbearable, giving up on worldly glory, splendor, and wealth. Chapter 540. After working hard for 4 years, Xianxia's cultivation had finally caught up to those peak geniuses who had surpassed him by many years. In the Qianwu continent, from the 4 great empires to the ancient desolate land, then the great Jin nation, then the boundless sea. From today onwards, Xianxia's cultivation had finally caught up to those people. Xianxia had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he no longer had to fear any genius cultivators under martial monarch. However, this is just the beginning. Whoever becomes a martial monarch first will be able to seize the initiative and become the main character of this era. Xiao Chun slowly landed on the ground and quickly calmed down. He muttered to himself, "There are still 9 more months to the 5-nation youth competition. I still have to go to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Mo City to settle some things. I might as well take this opportunity to comprehend the 4-season saber technique here. Even if my cultivation is strong, I will need a martial technique that matches it." The spiritual fog covering the island slowly scattered. Xiao Chun was stunned. At some point in time, 10-odd adamantic crocodiles had crawled out of the water on the shore of the desolate island. The adamantic crocodiles were rank 8 spirit beasts. They were 2 meters tall and more than 100 meters long. They had strong limbs and could walk on land for a short period of time. They must have been attracted by the spiritual fog that spread out earlier. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Good timing. I just advanced to half-step martial monarch. A rank 8 spirit beast is qualified for me to test my saber." Spring Thunder Chop. Xiao Chun circulated his energy for the 4-season saber technique. Soon, pure white snow appeared in the sky, materializing the state of late winter. As spring thunder roared, a boundless power of the world surged out from the saber. Winter passed, and spring came. The cycle of the world was unstoppable. The spring wind turned into saber chi and swept across. A gentle sound rang out, and 10-odd adamantic crocodiles were instantly chopped in half. Xiao Chun sheathed the saber in satisfaction. He said softly, "The spring thunder is just a guide. The true killing intent is hidden in the warm spring wind. This move is sufficient to be my trump card. When the spring wind blows, it hides a hidden killing intent. When summer is hot, I will use fire as a guide. When the sun is high in the sky, it will burn everything." Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He immediately thought of the state of summer, the second move of the 4-season saber technique. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. So, he quickly tested it out. The spring wind dispersed, and the scorching sun hung high above their heads. The pitch-black lunar shadow saber suddenly released a resplendent light. It was like a raging inferno burning continuously. It was as dazzling as a miniature sun, burning to desolation. Xiao Chun shouted angrily. The dazzling saber radiance directly chopped down on a small mountain. The raging flames on the saber transformed into a ball of fire. Like a meteor falling to the moon, it crashed down with a loud bang. Bang, bang, bang. When the fireball landed on the mountainside, the mountain peak immediately split open. The raging flames spread out, and the remaining half of the mountainside was like a tree burning nonstop. Good, good, good. This move will be called burning to desolation. As expected, inspiration is needed. Once inspiration arrives, this move will succeed in just one try. Xiao Chun said excitedly as he looked at the blazing flames that covered the entire mountain range. In that case, what should I use for autumn? Bai Shuihe used the wind of autumn, rustling autumn wind, sweeping away all the fallen leaves. Using the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, I will use it to destroy the enemy. However, I already used the wind in spring. I cannot repeat it. What should I use for autumn? Aside from the wind, what else can bring out the feeling of autumn the best? Inspiration was something that was too fleeting. At this moment, Xiao Chun did not have any inspiration. He could only bury his head in thought. The sun rose and set. The clouds gathered and scattered. The tides rose and fell. The days on the desolate island passed one by one. Soon 1 month passed. During these days, Xiao Chun immersed himself in comprehending the 4-season saber technique. After practicing the spring, thunder chop, and burning to desolation for thousands of times, Xiao Chun was already very familiar with them. With just a thought, he could execute them immediately. However, Xiao Chun's comprehension of the third move, autumn, was still a mess. He had no clue where to start. Bai Shuihe's rustling autumn wind left a deep impression on Xiao Chun. It had already formed an imprint in his mind, making it hard for him to extricate himself. Aside from wind, it was hard for him to think of anything else that could represent autumn. Rustling autumn wind, but why is the autumn wind rustling? Xianxia casually swung his saber and circulated the four-season saber technique. The saber hummed, and an autumn wind blew. Wherever the autumn wind passed, the huge boulders would shatter inch by inch and turn into dust as the wind blew. The boulders would disappear. This won't do. If I do not comprehend it on my own, no matter how strong it is, it will be hard to improve it. Xianxia sheathed his saber and frowned heavily as he shook his head. Placing his saber by his side, Xianxia lay on the ground and looked at the clouds in the sky. Then he entered deep thought again. Rustling autumn wind. Why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? Rumble. At some point in time, the white clouds in the sky slowly scattered. Churning dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared. Dida, Dida. A drop of rain landed on the tip of Xianxia's nose. Immediately, a chill seeped into his nose, startling him. Suddenly, Xianxia felt excited. Why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? It just varies from person to person. When the trees withered and the autumn wind blew, it swept away all the fallen leaves. It was cold and tyrannical, without a trace of emotion. This was by Xuehe's comprehension. However, autumn was also cool and refreshing. The scorching summer was unbearable. When autumn arrived, how could one not be filled with anticipation? How could one feel rustling? Rumble, rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a drizzle, which had been brewing for a long time, fell from the sky. Soon, Xianxia's clothes were soaked. However, he did not feel cold at all. He only felt refreshed. Autumn rain, this is my Tao, my saber. By Xuehe, you are the esteemed Emperor Wu, the sage of the saber. Since you comprehended the rustling autumn wind and swept away all the fallen leaves, in that case, I, Xianxia, will use the autumn rain as a guide to compete with you. Amid the heavy rain, Xianxia was completely drenched. However, he had a carefree expression on his face. He laughed loudly because he had finally thought it through. The essence in Xianxia's body circulated according to the four-season saber technique's circulation method. The saber moved with his heart, slowly dancing in the rain. As the saber moved, the surrounding rain was drawn over, forming a thin curtain of water behind the saber. When Xianxia felt the energy of the rain on the saber, he rejoiced. The aura that he had gathered in his body gathered on the saber and burst out. A saber intent shot out from the tip of the saber. Thousands of raindrops filled the sky behind the saber intent. They quickly gathered together. Unexpectedly, all the rain in the sky was drawn over by this saber. Finally, it formed a rippling saber chi with a chilling intent. The saber chi flew quickly, skimming over the surface of the sea. The vast sea immediately split in half, just like that. The saber intent was gentle and tranquil, making one feel very comfortable. It was like seeing a refined fairy. All the heat in one's heart would vanish. However, the might of the saber could even split the seawater. It was no weaker than by Xuehe's rustling autumn wind. It's done. This gentle saber move shall be called fated person in autumn waters, then. Xianxia smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. The rain, which had already stopped falling, started pouring down again. Time passed by slowly. 1 month passed peacefully once again. Xianxia continuously familiarized himself with the 3 moves that he had already comprehended: Spring Thunder Chop, Burning to Desolation, and Fated Person in Autumn Waters. The state of each move was completely different. They were unique. They were all Xianxia's own comprehensions and experiences. The four-season saber technique originated from the four-season saber technique, but was stronger than anyone else's. The four-season saber technique still had 2 moves left. They were the winter saber technique and the cycle of 4 seasons. Xianxia also needed to comprehend them on his own. If he followed by Xuehe's path, Xianxia could immediately perfect the four-season saber technique. However, that would be meaningless. He would just be ordinary. Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it for now. It is already not easy for me to comprehend 3 moves. This four-season saber technique is too much a test of luck and comprehension. For the past 30 days, Xianxia had been thinking about the last 2 moves. However, He had not made any progress. He had already wasted 2 months. He did not have much time left. The matters of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Shao clan in Mo City would take up a lot of time. There was only half a year left until the 5-nation youth competition. He could not keep thinking about it. On this particular day, the sky cleared up and the sun shone down. On the desolate island, Xianxia practiced the first 3 moves of the 4-season saber technique. Then, he sheathed his saber and started his journey. Xianxia flew quickly through the clouds. The wind whistled past his ears, and his long hair and clothes fluttered continuously. Now that Xianxia was a half-step martial monarch, he could travel continuously in the air. At 4 times the speed of sound, his speed was incomparably fast. White clouds were constantly left behind by him. 7 days later, the pass to the Tianwu continent, Thunder King Valley, appeared in Xiaoqian's vision. Xiaoqian stopped and entered deep thought. Originally, Xiaoqian had intended to fly over. However, when he saw the inextinguishable immortal will of thunder in the air, he changed his mind. With the help of the Scarlet Throne, Xiaoqian had already cultivated the state of massacre to its limits. Now, he could no longer improve it by killing people. He needed to comprehend it himself. However, Xiaoqian's state of thunder was still at great perfection. It was still far from the limits. The inextinguishable will of thunder in Thunder King Valley might be a fortuitous encounter for him. After making up his mind, Xiaoqian descended from the clouds and headed for the 2 sides of Thunder King Valley. There were many people comprehending the state of thunder in Thunder King Valley. Furthermore, they were all half-step martial monarchs. When they saw Xiaoqian appear, they all frowned. Every time that inextinguishable immortal will of thunder appeared, it would follow a predetermined path, moving slowly through the air. All the good spots along this route had already been occupied by others. Furthermore, comprehending a state required a quiet environment. Furthermore, the fewer people there were, the more effective it would be. If there were too many people, it would affect one's comprehension. Hence, it was not easy to remain in Thunder King Valley. The people who had already gone up did not welcome newcomers. They could even be described as hateful. Xiaoqian stood at the edge of the valley and observed carefully. He discovered the direction in which the immortal will of thunder in the churning dark clouds was moving. Chapter 541. Xiaoqian looked at the corresponding spots on the path and discovered that there were no good spots. However, he could make do with it. After thinking for a while, he walked over. Where did this junior come from? Don't you know the rules? Do you think that place is something you can do? A black-clothed old man angrily rebuked. Another old man continued the conversation and said in an indifferent tone, "Just stand there. Only when one of us succeeds in comprehending it can you take over that person's position. This is the rule of the Thunder Emperor Valley." Xiaoqian's body trembled slightly. He said indifferently, "Does it mean that no one has comprehended it? Do I have to keep standing there?" The black-clad old man who spoke first closed his eyes and did not look at Xiaoqian. He said, "That's right. You just have to wait for a year or so." Wait for a year or so? What kind of joke is this? How could Xiaoqian have that much time? Xiaoqian continued walking forward without stopping. The black-clad old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light burst out from them. He said in a cold voice, "Take another step and you will never be able to leave." Spring Thunderchop. Suddenly, countless snowflakes drifted down and thunder roared. Xiaoqian drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. The power of the world spread out from the saber's edge, turning into a spring breeze drifting towards the black-clad old man. "You overestimate yourself." The black-clad old man smiled coldly at first, not caring. However, when the spring breeze arrived, the power of the cycle of seasons arrived, and a huge pressure pressed down. The black-clad old man was horrified to discover that he could not stand up under this soft spring breeze. Bang! When the spring breeze struck the black-clad old man, the power of the world exploded out. The old man vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked down. When he landed in the valley, he kicked up a few splashes. Xiao! At the peak of the mountain, all the old men who were in deep thought opened their eyes. They looked at the expressionless white-robed bladesman, holding the saber in shock. Ignoring the shock in these people's eyes, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and headed for the black-clad old man's position. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Being so ruthless at such a young age. Is this how you treat your seniors? A gray-robed, short-haired old man with wrinkles all over his face said in a deep voice, "You have no sense of propriety. We waited for several months and only sat down when there was an empty seat. Youngsters these days don't follow the rules at all. You can't take this seat. Rules are rules." "That's right. If you sit down, does that mean that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can sit down in the future? Where we put our faces?" The 10-odd half-step martial monarch old men in Thunder King Valley started berating him. The old men here were all famous overlords of their own regions, and they were revered wherever they went. They had never seen such a young man who did not put them in his eyes. Naturally, they did not like Xiao Chun. Simply put, these old men were taking advantage of their seniority. They believed that a junior like Xiao Chun was not qualified to sit with them. Xiao Chun looked coldly at this group of old men. He found it funny. Did they really think that Thunder King Valley belonged to them? The moment they opened their mouths, they wanted Xiao Chun to wait for a year and a half. Where did their arrogance come from? If a martial monarch expert were here, it would have been fine. However, this was a group of people who could not even break through to half-step martial monarch. What qualifications did they have to say such things to him? There was a principle of first come, first served. However, Xiao Chun was not going to take advantage of them and comprehend his own. Secondly, he was not going to snatch their place. Why was there a need to be so forceful? Xiao Chun was pressed for time. He could only remain here for half a month at most. There was no need to waste time with these people. When people respect you, I will return it tenfold. However, you are taking advantage of your seniority, twisting words, and forcing logic. There is no need for me to give you face. Who cares if you're a senior or an expert? If you're not strong enough, don't brag. When the three old men saw that Xiao Chun did not stop and continued walking forward, anger appeared on their faces. They immediately stood up. They locked their auras on Xiao Chun, revealing a sharp light in their eyes. The essence in their bodies surged, and their clothes and hair fluttered continuously. You really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. I will show you how to respect your seniors. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The three old men leaped up, and with a flip of their hands, a sword appeared in each of their hands. A cold light flickered on their weapons, and electricity leaped around them. Clearly, they were experts who comprehended the state of thunder. A surging essence spread out from their swords. Wind and thunder roared, and lightning flickered in the sky. When the three old men knew that Xiao Chun had defeated the black-clad old man with one saber strike, they did not dare to be careless. They used their full power in this move, wanting to severely injure Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun drew the pitch-black lunar shadow saber and brought out the great perfection state of thunder. He laughed loudly and said, "If you want to make a move, then make a move. There is no need to find such a dignified reason. I, Xiao Chun, will receive it." Boom, boom, boom. As Xiao Chun's state of thunder spread out, the immortal will of thunder that had disappeared for a long time in the sky unexpectedly reappeared. Thunder roared continuously. This endless will of thunder seemed to be drawn over by Xiao Chun's saber technique. 10,000 horses galloped, the wind and clouds moved. This saber strike roared like thunder. Xiao Chun shouted and did not dodge. He used the inextinguishable saber intent to display its sharpness, executing the final move of the rushing thunder saber technique. A huge whirlpool appeared in the churning thunderclouds in the sky. A cultivator riding a golden lightning warhorse and holding a golden lightning spear galloped out of the whirlpool. The warhorse galloped in the air, and thunder roared continuously. The vast state of thunder immediately suppressed the states of the three old men. What's going on? Why is this fellow's state of thunder even stronger than ours? He actually comprehended saber intent. The three old men exclaimed in horror. Bang! Carrying a boundless power of lightning, the lightning knight swept his spear horizontally, shattering the joint attack of the three of them. The sharpness of the lightning knight did not diminish. Instead, it contained a saber intent. The three old men had not even comprehended sword intent. Their state of thunder was not comparable to Xianxia's, and their essence was not as vast and pure as Xianxia's. The lightning night gently knocked the three old men into the gorge and into the water. There were merchant ships passing by the gorge all year round. Earlier, when a black-robed old man fell into the water, it did not attract much attention. Now, another three old men fell into the gorge. Finally, there was a commotion. The cultivators of the 10-odd merchant ships all gathered on the deck. They looked up, wanted to know what was going on. How bold! Do they really think that we do not exist? Unexpectedly, they still dare to make a move. Xianxia attacked mercilessly again, knocking down 3 half-step martial monarchs. This infuriated the crowd, and another 5 old men leaped out. They soared into the air and glared angrily at Xianxia. Their auras soared as quickly as they prepared their strongest killing moves. Xianxia said calmly, "You are old and disrespectful. You are not strong enough, yet you dare to take advantage of your seniority. All of you get down." Flowing fire of the 7th month, summer in the sky, blazing fire burns to desolation. A fiery light leaped on the pitch-black lunar shadow saber. Suddenly, it released a dazzling light, illuminating the dark clouds that covered Thunder King Valley. That flame was like a miniature sun. Xianxia held the lunar shadow saber and charged at the 5 old men without any fear. When he swung his saber, a light burst out and a boundless flame surged out. The 5 of them were still in the midst of preparing their killing moves, but just as they made their moves, they were completely incinerated by the oncoming flames, and the flames exploded. The huge impact knocked the 5 out of the gorge. The merchant ship below immediately saw 5 human-shaped fireballs fall from the summit. All sorts of miserable cries came from the fireballs, inspiring fear in the hearts of the cultivators on the deck. Another 5 people fell. Among them, there seems to be an elder of the Great Chu Nation's Flowing Fire Manor and the Great Tang Nation's 100 Flower Manor's Vice Manor Lord. What in the world is happening up there? Who is so powerful, consecutively defeating the famous old men of the various nations? This group of people has occupied Thunder King Valley for a long time. I have never heard of such a thing happening before. The cultivators on the deck were bewildered as they discussed the situation. However, they knew their limits and their own strength. No one dared to fly up to see what was happening. They could only make wild guesses. Attack together. This junior is too arrogant. Let's not talk about justice with him. The remaining 7 people could no longer sit still. Originally, they thought that Xianxia was just an ordinary genius cultivator. They had not expected that Xianxia, at such a young age, would soon become an unrivaled half-step martial monarch. How laughable. Just a bunch of stubborn old men bullying the juniors, using numbers to fight. How dare they talk about justice? Xianxia, who was in the air, laughed coldly. When he saw the 7 people flying over, he brandished the saber in his hand, and a fine drizzle immediately fell. The wind rustled, and the rain fell. A cool breeze blew, and the autumn waters swayed. A beautiful woman smiled faintly. "I will give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it?" The rain that filled the sky formed a line. This saber strike was extremely gentle. Before the 7 people flying over could sense the danger, the strong force contained in the saber wind caused them to fly around chaotically. Their clothes tore apart as they did their best to stabilize their bodies, trying to block this saber intent. However, it was to no avail. The saber intent that could even split the sea had already rushed over. How could a group of half-step martial monarchs resist it? The gentle saber intent entered their bodies, and the 7 vomited a mouthful of blood. When the saber intent scattered, not a single piece of clothing remained on them. They fell into the gorge, naked, and fell into the water, not daring to float up again. The eyes of the cultivators on the deck widened. It was like they had seen a ghost. Unexpectedly, 7 half-step martial monarchs were in such a sorry state. They could not even keep their clothes. Furthermore, they were all so old. Were they supposed to hide their faces? Could it be that a martial monarch expert is here? That's impossible. It is impossible for a martial monarch to be in Thunder King Gorge. That will of thunder would not allow a martial monarch to appear. The people below guessed that a martial monarch was here. However, they were immediately refuted. When all the merchant ships left Thunder King Gorge, they discovered that there was only a young figure standing at the summit. This youth wore white robes and had a saber hanging at his waist. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind as he looked calmly at the thunderclouds above. It's finally quiet. Aside from Xianxia, there was no one else on the empty summit of Thunder King Gorge. Chapter 542. Thunder King Valley was not private territory. No one had the right to stop others from comprehending it and monopolize it for themselves. In the continent, martial monarchs were the peak combat prowess. No matter where they went, they would be respected by tens of thousands of people. However, there were too few martial monarchs. The Great Qin nation had a population of more than 100 million. Even if all the martial monarchs were added together, there would not be more than 50. Some powers wanted to find guest elders, but could not find martial monarchs. They could only settle for the next best thing, finding half-step martial monarchs. Before the age of geniuses, half-step martial monarchs were the peak combat prowess of a nation when martial monarchs did not appear. Half-step martial monarchs enjoyed an extremely noble and glorious status. They would be treated with respect wherever they went. This was how the old men in Thunder King Valley lived. Hence, when they saw Xianxia, they immediately put on the airs of senior and told him to wait for half a year. They did not know that the times had changed. In this age of geniuses, half-step martial monarchs were nothing. The strongest half-step martial monarch, the bloody bladesman's son Guangxuan, could see very clearly. He knew that this was an age of geniuses. Only by continuously strengthening oneself could one not be eliminated by the times. Living in the glory of the past would only make one a stepping stone for geniuses. The boundless will of thunder in the sky had not appeared yet. Xianxia found a place and sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and started comprehending. The lightning attributed spiritual energy here was very active. Occasionally, one could see electricity leaping about in the air. It was hard to imagine that a bolt of thunder from thousands of years ago could remain here until now, its sharpness not diminishing. The Thunder King was the strongest Emperor Wu of the previous age. As for how strong he was, the current Xianxia did not dare to guess. The higher one's cultivation realm, the greater the reverence in one's heart. In the past, Xianxia did not understand. He thought that the Thunder King's strength was at most capable of splitting mountains and overturning rivers and seas. However, now that he could split mountains and overturn rivers and seas, Xianxia could barely do that. How could the Thunder King be so strong? Only by reaching that realm would one be able to feel the scenery above the peak. In this Thunder King Valley, Xiaoqian's martial arts heart had unknowingly become firmer. Up, with dreams in his heart, he kept going up. One day, the world would give birth to a Thunder King Valley for him, Xiaoqian. His brilliance and his will would be the same as the Thunder King's. Even if 10,000 years passed, it would not be worn down by time, and its sharpness would never be extinguished. For hours later, thunder roared. Xiaoqian, who had his eyes closed, opened them and muttered, "It's coming." Amidst the rolling dark clouds in the sky, a golden bolt of lightning was hidden within, floating around continuously. The entire peak was dyed with a solemn atmosphere, causing people to not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure in their hearts suddenly shook, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests. Occasionally, a golden light would pierce through the dark clouds. Suddenly, a malevolent golden bolt of lightning was formed between the heavens and the earth, splitting the void in half. Wong! The lunar shadow saber by Xiaoqian's hand trembled continuously, as if it would be drawn at any moment. It was clearly very excited. The vast golden will of thunder in the dark clouds stopped above Xiaoqian's head, circling around continuously. When Xiaoqian felt the energy in the lightning, he thought to himself, "What a strong will of thunder! There is only a difference of one word between a state and a will, but the aura they bring is completely different. It looks like this will of thunder knows who I am and is trying to help me. If others wanted to comprehend it, they would only have a chance to do so in the instant the lightning flashed. However, it stopped above my head, allowing me to feel its might at all times. Xianxia closed his eyes again. This time, he did not have any other thoughts. He sank his consciousness into it and slowly unleashed the state of thunder. Time passed slowly. Under the guidance of the will of thunder, Xiaoqian's understanding of thunder deepened. At some point in time, Xiaoqian's body gave off beams of purple light. These purple lights were all flickering electricity. Xiaoqian entered an extremely wondrous state. His entire consciousness seemed to be in a world of lightning. Some strange and wondrous thoughts flowed out like a river. This allowed Xiaoqian's understanding of thunder to reach an unprecedented height. The purple lightning drifting around him crackled continuously. 3 days later, Xiaoqian opened his eyes again. Electricity flickered in the depths of his eyes, making them look very spirited. When Xiaoqian looked up, he saw that the will of thunder in the sky had already hidden away, returning to an unknown place. Xiaoqian stood up. With a thought, he casually waved his hand, and a malevolent bolt of lightning flew out from his palm, illuminating the sky with resplendent light. Just as the electric light was about to disappear, Xiaoqian waved his right hand, and that bolt of lightning strangely returned to Xiaoqian's palm. I can withdraw and withdraw it as I please. I have already comprehended the state of thunder to its limits. I am just one step shy of becoming the will of thunder. However, that is something for me to consider after I advance to martial monarch. There's no need to think about it for now. Xiaoqian sighed softly. In such a short period of time, I've already gained so much. No wonder even a martial sage had designs on this will of thunder. Not to mention how useful it is to me. Just by placing it in the sect, it would be able to create several experts with the state of thunder. Since this matter is over, it is time to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With my current strength, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion should not stop me from entering. During the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiaoqian had killed the Biyun Peak's Peak Master, Song Quebec. According to the sect rules, no matter the reason, if a disciple killed a Peak Master, he had to die. The first elder, Xianxia, spared Xiaoqian's life. However, he made Xiaoqian swear never to step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion again. Xiaoqian was very grateful to this first elder. Back at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, if he had not suppressed those noble clan elders, he would have died long ago. Although the first elder chased Xiaoqian out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, in reality, he was still helping Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian leaped into the air and landed on the Black Dragon River in the middle of the gorge. If he followed the Black Dragon River and leaped over the fork to the ancient desolate land, he would enter the territory of the great Qin nation. Hey! Just as Xiaoqian landed on the river, he heard a soft exclamation. When he turned his head to take a look, his lips could not help but curl up into a smile. Shi Feng, wearing black leather armor and a mask that covered half her face, actually appeared in the gorge. Shi Feng raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. Brother with a bad sense of direction, are you not afraid of falling to your death after jumping from such a high place? Xiaoqian smiled faintly and said, Sorry to disappoint you. Even if I were twice as high, I would not die. Have you not taken off your mask yet? It looks like you did not succeed in your experiential training this time. Shi Feng said unhappily, It is none of your business. Xiaoqian thought for a while and took out a wooden box from the universe ring. Then he tossed it to Shi Feng and said, Bring this item to your adoptive father. Tell him it is a gift from an old friend. What is this? Xiaoqian said calmly. To you and me, it is just a pile of scrap metal. Shi Feng caught the wooden shavings in her hand and looked suspiciously at Xiaoqian. She said, Why do I have to help you bring it over? Kassier. Right after Shi Feng spoke, Xiaoqian drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A sharp saber light flashed. The mask on her face was split in half. With a clang sound, it landed on the surface of the river, revealing a beautiful face. Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "There is no need to thank me. Just take it as a thank you gift for helping me deliver this. By the way, you are very beautiful. There's really no need to wear a mask all day. Fighting and killing is a matter for boys. Don't listen to your bastard adoptive father's words about controlling one's expression when fighting." As Shifeng watched Xiao Chun leave, she stood on the water in a daze. She did not recover her wits for a long time. The mask that had followed her for more than 10 years was actually taken off by someone just like that. The expression in Shifeng's eyes slowly calmed down from the initial rage. She lowered her head and looked at her face in the water. Then, she said softly, "You egomaniac. What do you mean by fighting is a matter for boys in the end? Sooner or later, I will defeat you." In the Shiha province of the Great Qin Nation, at the foot of the Lianyun mountain range, the famous Saber City was bustling with people as usual. The cultivators that passed by either carried large sabers on their backs or had sabers hanging from their waists. All of them had solemn expressions as they arrived at this holy land for bladesmen. In front of the city gate, a white-clothed youth with a slender saber at his waist stood straight at the foot of the city gate. His handsome and delicate face revealed a somewhat melancholic expression. 2 years, 2 years. I, Xiao Chun, have returned to this place. Originally, it would take 2 months to travel from Thunder King Valley to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, with Xiao Chun rushing nonstop, he managed to shorten the time by more than half. He arrived in half a month. As he rushed, the closer he got, the more nervous Xiao Chun felt. For the past 2 years, he had buried his feelings for his lover in his heart. He did not think about it or ask about it. However, because he was not strong enough, he could not return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If he kept thinking about it, he would only feel bitterness and nothing else. If he wanted to meet her quickly, he would not think about anything else. He could only bury his feelings in his heart and not tell anyone. He would taste the bitterness and loneliness. When he reached the peak in the future, he would fulfill his promise. However, now that he was nearing Saber City, the feelings that he suppressed in his heart could not help but leak out. Is she doing well? How is she now? How are her injuries? Will she blame me for not even writing a letter to her? Did she still remember that once upon a time, there was a young and inexperienced youth who shouted those rather funny words from the top of the mountain? Will she still remember the promise that white-robed youth made? Xiao Chun smiled in disappointment and frustration. He shook his head slightly and collected his thoughts. After he paid the entrance tax, he slowly walked into the city. The white-robed bladesman's influence is really great. Unexpectedly, there are still people imitating his attire. That's normal. Think about what he did in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He defeated the experts of the Holy Lands alone. Then, he defeated the geniuses of the noble clans of the Great Qin Nation. Our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has not had such a genius in the past few thousand years. Unfortunately, that bastard Song Ke is too wicked. He caused our Heavenly Saber Pavilion to lose such a genius for nothing. Yeah, that bastard deserved to be killed. He deserved to be punched in the head. It's not an injustice at all. The cultivators guarding the city whispered behind him. Xiao Chen's 6 senses were very sharp. He could hear everything clearly. He could not help but reveal a faint smile. Chapter 543. Xiao Chun casually glanced around the city. There were many white-robed cultivators with slender sabers hanging at their waists. Saber City was only the outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was very difficult to enter the inner sect. Without a medallion, with Xiao Chen's current strength, he would not be able to force his way in. However, Xiao Chun had his own methods. He did not go to the inner sect directly. He had come to Saber City for this plan. His plan was simple. He would just steal an inner disciple's token. Even though it was shameful, he could only apologize to the junior brother and junior sister whose identity was stolen. Xiao Chun stayed in the city for half a day and quickly locked onto his target. It was a lone female disciple. He was only in his 20s, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. His hair was tied into a ponytail, and he looked very lively. He held a small saber in his left hand, and a bronze token hung from his waist. After following her to a deserted street, Xiaochen walked up to her and said with a smile, "Hello, junior sister." The ponytail girl looked at the white-robed, handsome Xiaochen and was slightly stunned. Sensing his unfathomable strength, she quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." He was secretly shocked. Which peak senior brother was this? He was so strong. He was so young, but he was much stronger than Master. The rules of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strict. When junior brothers and junior sisters saw their senior brothers, they had to treat them respectfully. Xiaochen found it funny. It seemed that this little girl really thought of him as her senior brother. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party lowered her head, he moved his hand slightly and hooked the other party's token over. "Senior brother, why are you looking for me?" The ponytail girl asked nervously. Xiaochen put the token into his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Senior brother mistook me for someone else. I'll take my leave first." Watching Xiaochen leave, the ponytail girl was puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Out of habit, he touched his waist and was shocked to find that the token was gone. "Don't leave." The ponytail girl unsheathed the small saber in her hand at lightning speed. She shouted angrily and swung the saber as if it was her hand. As it spun rapidly, the blade seemed to cut the air in half, bringing with it a whistling sound of air currents. Mysterious wind cut. Xiaochen turned around and smiled. "But you're still lacking. Little junior sister, you have to work harder." Xiaochen stretched out his hand and touched the saber's edge with his fingertip. Surging essence burst forth from his fingertip. Bang! Under Xiaochen's command, the spinning saber turned back at an even faster speed. Before the ponytailed girl could react, the blade was inserted back into the scabbard in her left hand. How could this be? The girl's delicate face was filled with astonishment. One of the 9 secrets of Qingyun, the profound wind chop, was actually broken just like that. After a while, he remembered that he had lost his token. With a sullen face, he said, "This senior brother is such a bully. He lost his token and stole mine. What should I do? What should I do?" To be able to recognize the mysterious wind chop at a glance and break it easily without injuring her. In the girl's opinion, the other party must be one of the genius disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Due to his carelessness, he lost his token and could not enter the mountain. Hence, he snatched her token. Xiaochen, who was far away, flipped the token over and took a look. It was as he expected. The words Qingyun were written on the top and Lung Qianxian were written on the front. The words were written in a leisurely manner. Damn, I have embarrassed myself this time. It really is a junior sister's token. Don't blame your senior brother. Qianxian, right? I will return it to you later. After hanging the token at his waist, Xiaochen arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Then, he followed the crowd and entered. The disciple guarding the entrance only took a quick glance and did not look closely. There were so many people passing by every day, it was impossible for him to check every single one of them carefully. He could only rely on his experience. When he saw something wrong with their expressions, he would call them down and check them carefully. Xiaochen had been a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple for a long time. How could he reveal any flaws? On the familiar road, there were green mountains, pavilions, small paths, and cultivators practicing the saber. There were no major changes to the past. Before Xiaochen entered the city, he was feeling impatient. However, when he stepped onto the land of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he calmed down. Xiaochen took a step into the air and looked at the towering Qingyun Peak in the sky. He took a deep breath and slowly walked over. Qingyun Peak, I, Xiaochen, have returned. Elder Sister Riyue, Suifeng, Xiaoyang, Xiaomeng, are you all doing well? The Qingyun Peak disciples passed by Xiaochen one by one. Several of the older generation disciples felt that Xiaochen looked familiar and stopped to take a closer look. They had some guesses in their hearts. However, in the past 2 years, although Xiaochen's appearance did not change much, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. The youthful and immature look on his face was gone. His face now had an air of vicissitudes and maturity. It was very different from before. The most important thing was that in the past, Xiaochen had disguised himself as Yichen when he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only revealed himself in the final battle. Although these people had their guesses, they felt that it could not be Xianxia. Furthermore, that person swore that he would never step into the heavenly saber pavilion again. After taking a few glances, they withdrew their gazes and smiled self-mockingly. I'm too suspicious. There are so many bladesmen wearing white robes. Could they all be Xianxia? Being careful and hiding would only make others more suspicious. Xianxia had a calm expression as he confidently walked forward. Xianxia walked forward calmly. Just as he was about 7 minutes away from Qingyun Peak, a group of people wearing the uniform of Biyun Peak disciples suddenly appeared. Xianxia glanced at the appearance of the leader of the group and quickly lowered his head, preparing to keep a low profile. The leader of the group was Song Kei's son, Song Xianxia. He was the current peak master of Biyun Peak. At this moment, he was leading the Biyun Peak disciples, chatting and laughing as they prepared to leave the mountain. When Song Kei passed by Xianxia, he did not pay much attention to him. However, when his gaze landed on Xianxia's face, his expression could not help but change greatly. He had a grudge against Xianxia for killing his father. For the past few years, that face would appear in his mind every day and night. Now that he saw Xianxia in person, he was shocked. Stop right there. Which Peak's disciple are you from? State your name. Song Qianxia shouted at Xianxia in an intense tone. Was I discovered? Xianxia revealed a bitter smile and turned around helplessly. He was not afraid of this person. However, he had just arrived at Qingyun Peak and did not want to cause any trouble. Song Qianxia, it's been a long time, Xianxia said calmly with an indifferent gaze. It's really him. Song Qianxia's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, Xianxia, you actually dared to appear. Back then, you swore that you would not take half a step into the heavenly saber pavilion. Now that you have broken your oath, let's see how you are going to answer to the elders' assembly. The 10 Biyun Peak disciples behind Song Qianxia looked at Xianxia. They were all astonished. Is this the person in front of us, the white robe bladesman, that caused such a commotion? Xianxia chuckled and said, Sorry, you saw wrong. I did not break my oath. I did not step into the heavenly saber pavilion. Song Qianxia looked carefully and saw that Xianxia's feet were hovering half an inch above the ground. With his long robes covering him, it looked like he was really stepping on the ground. However, in the end, he did not step on the ground. Ew! Song Qianxia pointed angrily at Xianxia. He was so angry that his face turned red. Song Qianxia drew his weapon with his right hand and said sternly, I don't care if you broke your oath or not. Since you came to the heavenly saber pavilion today, you can forget about leaving. Xianxia's expression sank. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and emitted a cold, killing chi. He said in a frosty voice, Try taking another step forward. The killing chi seemed solid. It was bone-chilling. Song Qianxia could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He stopped moving. He could not explain the reason why. The scene of Xianxia shattering his father's head with one punch in the heavenly saber pavilion replayed in Song Qianxia's dreams. There was not a moment when he did not want to kill Xianxia. For the sake of revenge, Song Qianxia disregarded everything and frantically cultivated for the past 2 years. He became the second cultivator in the heavenly saber pavilion to become a martial king before the age of 20, after Lu Riyue. Song Qianxia naturally became the peak master of Biyun Peak, leading the disciples of the peak. He was very spirited. Originally, Song Qianxia thought that after he broke through to peak inferior grade martial king, he would be able to easily defeat Xianxia. However, when Song Qianxia saw Xianxia again today, he did not expect that one look from Xianxia would cause him to freeze in place. Song Qianxia carefully sent out his aura. He was not confident in himself, so he wanted to check out Xianxia's cultivation. In the end, when he checked, he discovered that he could not see through Xianxia's cultivation. It was unfathomable. He is not a medial grade martial king. He is stronger than a regular superior grade martial king. Could this fellow be a peak superior grade martial king? Song Qianxia was somewhat frightened by his own thoughts. A peak superior grade martial king in the heavenly saber pavilion was comparable to several of the elders' assembly's elders. However, a peak superior grade martial king was fine. Song Qianxia could delay him for now. When the elders of Biyun Peak arrived, they could deal with him. Biyun Peak disciples, listen up. This person is a traitor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Kill him for me. After this matter is over, everyone will be rewarded with 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. After Xianxia made up his mind, he casually sent out a jade green signal. Then he used his status as the peak master to give out orders. Huang Dang. Xianxia gave out orders. The disciples behind him were all Biyun Peak's people. They were under his command. Furthermore, Xiaochun had indeed done some rebellious things. Furthermore, there was a large reward of spirit stones. These disciples immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at Xiaochun. Kill! Xianxia shouted and took the lead to charge. He was not stupid. He did not let hatred get to his head. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he did not try to be brave. He could only use these people to delay Xiaochun first before looking for an opportunity. After all, it would be very difficult to get rid of a peak superior grade martial king. Unfortunately, there were some things and some people that, no matter how much one calculated, one did not have absolute strength. The so-called wisdom and schemes were just a joke. Xianxia was very unfortunate. At this moment, he had encountered this matter, and he had encountered this person. Ignorant. Xiaochun, who was as straight as a pine tree, snorted coldly. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, gently moved forward and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. A boundless purple light came from the saber. Contained within the light was Xiaochun's inextinguishable sharp saber intent. Wong. A sharp saber intent spread out. The weapons in the hands of the many Biyun Peak disciples trembled continuously. Even Xianxia was no exception. Chapter 544. The originally ferocious group of people all stopped. They had astonished expressions on their faces as they desperately held on to the weapons in their hands. Half a move. Xiaochun only used half a move. This group of Biyun Peak disciples, who were originally very confident and were thinking of a great reward, were forced into a corner. They could only resist the saber intent in a sorry state. Xiaochun was a bona fide half-step martial monarch, someone close to being unrivaled. Honestly speaking, he was already thinking highly of them by using half a move against this group of people, the strongest of which was an inferior grade martial king. It was only because they were all from the same sect and cultivators who used the saber that Xiaochun respected them. Otherwise, he would not even need to draw his saber. Xiaochun moved his hand forward again and drew the long, black, and sleek lunar shadow saber. It gave off a dazzling purple light, and a boundless saber intent spread out wantonly. So. The entire group of people could no longer hold on to their weapons. Their long sabers soared into the sky and started to spin around nonstop. Saber intent. This is saber intent. The Biyun Peak disciples were all horrified. Their voices trembled as they retreated with all their might. Xiaochun had a calm expression as he pointed his saber at Xianxia, who was trying to flee. An overwhelming killing intent surged out from his eyes, and the air immediately froze. The killing intent chilled Xianxia's heart to the bone. Xiaochun's peak state of massacre locked onto him. He felt like his legs were filled with lead. They weighed 500 kilograms. He found it hard to move. Bang! That killing intent poured into his heart and spread throughout his entire body. Xianxia felt an incredible pain in his chest. His legs trembled, and his eyes filled with horror. Xianxia could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground. Xianxia did his best to resist the pressure in his mind. He used one hand to support himself, doing his best not to fall to the ground. As he looked at Xiaochun, his eyes filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and said, Xiaochun, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a peak superior grade martial king. After you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you will die for sure. Superior grade martial king? I haven't been one for a long time, Xiaochun said calmly. A surging crystalline saber chi shot out of his saber. Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately had a horrifying wound cut open on his chest by the saber chi. The wound was 3 inches deep and blood gushed out like a fountain. His internal organs were clearly visible. Song Qianhe was sent flying. His expression was one of extreme pain. This was one of the main roads of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If the disciples of the various peaks wanted to leave the mountain, they had to pass through this road. There would be a lot of people passing through it day and night. The fight between Xiao Chun and Song Qianhe had long since attracted the attention of many passing disciples. Several of them were suspicious of Xiao Chen's identity. When they heard Song Qianhe's words, they finally confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. Numerous astonished gazes shot toward Xiao Chun, their hearts trembling. F***CK, it's really him. I haven't seen him for 2 years, and he's several times stronger than before. I suspected it was him long ago. The white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chun, killed a peak master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, he still dares to walk in so casually. He actually comprehended saber intent. In our Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no one has comprehended saber intent in the past 1,000 years. Without saber intent, one is an incomplete bladesman. I wonder if this Song Qianhe is lucky or unlucky. The moment Xiao Chun arrived, he ran into him. The surrounding cultivators discussed. The legendary battle between the white-robed bladesman on the Heaven Ascending platform 2 years ago was still fresh in their minds. At that time, there might have been people who doubted Xiao Chen's strength in the future. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's current performance, no one would deny it. That was the beginning of a legend, the epic legend of the white-robed bladesman. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and ignored the severely injured Song Qianhe behind him. He faced the astonished gasps of the crowd calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient. Xiao Chun, you killed my father and humiliated me time and time again. Sooner or later, I, Song Qianhe, will make you suffer a fate worse than death. When Song Qianhe, who was on the ground, saw that Xiao Chun did not care about him at all, treating him like an ant, he felt humiliated in his heart. Rage. Xiao Chen's calm expression sank completely. Who was it that sought trouble with him time and time again, trying to kill him? Who was it that coveted Qingyun Peak's businesses in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Who was it that, as a martial king, bullied him, an insignificant martial grandmaster? Who was it that, while he was far away, hired assassins to deal with him? Who was it that, when he was in danger, hit him when he was down? Who was it that, in front of everyone, did not care about propriety and honor, sneak attacking him, nearly causing Ruyue to die? It was Song Ke, Song Qianhe's father. That kind of scum, even if he died 1,000 times, it would not be enough. However, when the words reached Song Qianhe's mouth, they turned into Xiao Chun being unreasonable. Xiao Chun was bullying him, twisting words and forcing logic, extremely shameless. How could there be such logic in the world? How could he distort the truth and speak nonsense? Bang! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he kicked Song Qianhe's chest, sending him flying into the air. After that, he landed heavily on the ground. Don't mention that trashy father of yours in front of me. Don't think that I do not dare to kill you. Back then, I dared to kill your father in front of everyone. Today, I dare to kill you as well. Xiao Chen stomped on Song Qianhe's body expressionlessly. His voice was bone-chilling. The severely injured Song Qianhe trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. Xiao! 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 Just at this moment, 5 Biyun Peak seniors saw Song Qianhe's signal and flew over from afar. Hope immediately lit up in the despairing Song Qianhe's eyes. The people he was waiting for had finally arrived. Oh no, the 5 elders of Biyun Peak are here. These 5 people were superior grade martial kings many years ago. This is bad for Xiao Chun. This Song Qianhe father and son are really sinful. They forced away our Heavenly Saber Pavilion's genius. Now, they're here to kill him. Indeed, if he can represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-Nation Youth Competition and obtain a good ranking, we will be able to bask in his glory. With Xiao Chen's current strength, entering the top 50 will not be a problem. At that time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will obtain luck. Our luck will increase as well. Unfortunately, that bastard Song K sent our genius to his grave. What a bastard. This father and son are both not good people. The young cultivators present all felt that it was a pity. It had to be known that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had not produced a genius like Xianxia for a long time already. Back then, Chong was very powerful. However, his reputation was far from comparable to Xiaoqian's. Back then, during the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform, Xiaoqian had become famous. He had soared to the sky in one go. Even the young disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had basked in Xiaoqian's glory. When they went out for experiential training, people would often ask about it. Regardless of whether they were from the same sect as Xiaoqian, when they received an affirmative answer, they would receive envious gazes. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had been weak for many years. It had always been suppressed by the Misty Sword sect and the Night Spirit Palace. As a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, they had never received such treatment before. Among the younger generation of disciples, they all worshipped and respected Xiaoqian. They did not have any good impressions of the Songqian father and son, who did not dream of being a hero when they were young, who did not want to become a legend, to be respected by thousands. However, reality was too cruel. As they grew older, they would dismiss such dreams with a smile. However, one day, they suddenly discovered such a heroic deed, such a legend, was right beside them. How could their blood not boil? When they saw that Xiaoqian was in trouble, all of them became anxious. In contrast to them, Song Qianhe, who was under Xiaoqian's feet, had an extremely happy smile on his face. His smile was incomparably carefree. It was a smile that was as carefree as it could be, a smile that was as carefree as it could be. This was because Song Qianhe knew that he would soon trample on this white-robed bladesman, who had stepped on his chest. Then, he would be able to take revenge for the humiliation and grudge he suffered in the past. 5 old men wearing Biyun Peak's uniform stood in the air. When they saw Biyun Peak's unique peak master asking for help, they rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. When he saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. Uncles, he is Xiaoqian. He is the one who killed my father. He is only a peak superior grade martial king. You have to take revenge for me. Song Qianhe shouted, ignoring the fact that Xiaoqian was stepping on him. The 5 old men were already over 80 years old. They had a lot of life experience. They took a quick glance at Xiaoqian and started cursing in their hearts. Song Qianhe did not know what cultivation realm Xiaoqian was in. However, they knew with one glance. How is this a peak superior grade martial king? He was clearly a half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, his aura was strong and drawn out. He was not a half-step martial monarch that cultivated a trash cultivation technique. Song Qianhe, this little bastard, wanting them to go, was simply sending them to their deaths. Although the difference between a peak superior grade martial king and a half-step martial monarch was not as great as between a martial king and a martial monarch, it was still a huge difference. The 5 old men were very old. After living for so long, they were all very astute. They knew that the 5 of them working together would not be able to hold back Xiaoqian. Furthermore, they would offend a genius cultivator with a bright future. They did not say anything. They exchanged glances and flew away, returning to where they came from. Why did the 5 martial kings leave just like that? How strange. Could they have been scared off? The many disciples who were worried for Xiaoqian all felt suspicious. Song Qianhe's mouth was wide open. His mouth was so wide that he could easily fit an egg in it. The carefree smile on his face did not even have time to fade. Why did they leave without saying anything? These uncles are the ones who dote on me the most. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The difference was too great. Song Qianhe felt dizzy. It was like his brain had short-circuited in that instant. Falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley was not the most miserable feeling. The most miserable feeling was when one fell to the bottom and thought that one had a chance to turn things around. Who knew? One would fall back down. At this moment, Song Qianhe finally experienced this feeling. Furthermore, he was severely injured. His final hope was shattered. He could not catch his breath and fainted. Xiao Chan was not surprised at the actions of the 5 Biyun Peak old men. They clearly knew that they could not defeat him, yet they still insisted on fighting. There would not be such stupid people in this world. If the 5 old men were half-step martial monarchs, with the resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and their experience, they might have a 50% chance of defeating him. Unfortunately, they were not. They were only superior-grade martial kings. In that case, they would not stand a chance at all. Chapter 545. Casually kicking Song Qianhe aside, Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the clouds above. There were a few strong gazes staring at him from within the clouds. However, they did not have any malicious intent. They also did not intend to stop Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt excited. He knew who was in the clouds. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not a place where a half-step martial monarch like him could do as he pleased. Not to mention the few core elders of the Elders Institute. They were all half-step martial monarchs. Any one of those supreme elders with startling cultivations could easily kill him. The fact that those strong existences did not make a move against him was a clear indication of their attitude. This attitude made Xiao Chun feel more at ease. Xiao Chun hovered about 1 centimeter off the ground and continued walking towards Qingyun Peak. The surrounding disciples all made way for him, their gazes fixed on Xiao Chun's back. At this moment, on Qingyun Peak, the ponytail girl whose identity medallion Xiao Chun had stolen was looking at Qingyun Peak's manager, Lu Suifeng, with misty eyes. There was a group of female disciples beside Lu Suifeng, talking about what happened. Her identity medallion had been stolen by Xiao Chun, and she was very anxious. Fortunately, she met a group of fellow disciples who were going to enter the mountain. When that group of sisters found out about what happened to her, they immediately rode on a flying beast and flew to Qingyun Peak. They wanted Lu Suifeng to seek justice for them. After Lu Suifeng heard this, he muttered, "You are saying that a fellow disciple wearing white clothes recognized Qingyun Peak's secret technique with one glance and casually broke it? Furthermore, he snatched your identity medallion?" Lung Xianxia nodded gently and said in a wronged manner, "That senior brother was a bully. Not only did he snatch my identity medallion, he even said that I had not practiced well enough and that I needed to continue working hard." Lu Suifeng said angrily, "How preposterous! Since when can others speak ill of the people of my Qingyun Peak? Stop crying and follow me down the mountain. Let's find that fellow and see Elder Brother Suifeng help you vent your anger." The group of female disciples followed Lu Suifeng and quickly headed down the mountain. Xiao Chun climbed all the way from the foot of Qingyun Peak. He felt very rueful. Back then, there were very few people on Qingyun Peak. It was hard to see anyone on the huge peak. But now, with just a few steps, he could see some disciples either practicing or chatting. There were even disciples guarding the key passages, so Xiao Chun had no choice but to use some techniques to avoid them. What surprised him the most was that these disciples were all young women with voluptuous figures. He didn't see a single male disciple. Lung Xianxian, who had followed Lu Suifeng down, had just reached the middle of the mountain when she saw Xiao Chun, who had a relaxed expression as he looked around. He quickly pointed at Xiao Chun and said to Lu Suifeng, "Elder Brother Suifeng, he is the one who snatched my medallion. Now, he is here at our Qingyun Peak." Lu Suifeng was greatly startled as he said, "This brat is too arrogant. After snatching your medallion, he still dares to come to our Qingyun Peak. Come, follow me. Watch me teach this brat a lesson." Under Lu Suifeng's lead, the group of female disciples rushed down aggressively. Soon, they arrived before Xiao Chun. When they got close, Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chun's face. His eyes were filled with astonishment. His rushing footsteps immediately stopped. Later, a few of the girls could not react in time. A few of them knocked into his back. "Elder Brother Suifeng, why aren't you moving? Go and teach him a lesson. He personally scolded me for not practicing the profound wind chop well. You were the one who taught me all my martial techniques." Lu Suifeng's earlier anger vanished. He smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. Brother Suifeng, it's been a long time." Lu Suifeng stepped forward and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. He smiled and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Return the medallion to the young lady." Lu Suifeng took the medallion from Xiaoqian's hand and handed it to Lung Qianqian. He said, "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. However, someone else can. You all can leave first." Lung Qianqian received the medallion. She had a confused expression. It was not just her. The group of female disciples behind her were all confused as well. Didn't Lu Suifeng say that he would help Lung Qianqian get revenge? Why was he suddenly chatting and laughing with this person? "Elder brother Suifeng, who is this person?" one of the girls asked, feeling confused. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "This is the white-robed bladesman that you all keep talking about. Xiao Chun, you can all leave now." When the group of girls heard Lu Suifeng's words, the way they looked at Xiao Chun immediately changed. It was like they could see stars twinkling in their eyes. Xiao Chun could not stand this gaze. He quickly pulled Lu Suifeng to a rather desolate cliff on Qingyun Peak and asked what was going on. Lu Suifeng giggled and said, "These girls are all your admirers. It is all thanks to you that they are able to do so. Thanks to you, the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform 2 years ago spread the name of our Qingyun Peak. In the second year, several outer disciples came to Qingyun Peak. Now, Qingyun Peak is no longer the weakest of the 7 main peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Although its accumulations are not as deep as Tianyue Peak, it is full of youthful energy. Every year, there will be a large number of new disciples. There will be an endless stream of new blood. Sooner or later, it will become the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiao Chun was mildly surprised. He had not expected his battle that day to bring about such a huge change to Qingyun Peak. However, this was a good thing. There was no need to fear more. Only when Qingyun Peak truly developed would Lu Ruyue be able to put down the burden in her heart and be with him. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of something. He asked, "Why do the disciples in this mountain look like young girls? There is not a single man to be seen." Lu Suifeng said righteously, "You really have to thank me for this. I only take in female disciples for your sake. As your brother-in-law, I have a responsibility to guard this place for you. I cannot let other men get close to my sister." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I see those girls calling you elder brother Suifeng. Do you sound like you enjoy it? Are you really doing this for my sake?" Lu Suifeng coughed twice and said, "Let's not talk about this. I'll bring you to meet my sister. She should be at the dueling grounds now. Greetings, instructor." "Greetings, instructor Suifeng." As the two of them walked, the female disciples they met would respectfully greet Lu Suifeng as instructor. As Lu Suifeng walked, he explained, "Don't look at me like that. Actually, Elder Sis is the one teaching most of the martial techniques. I'm just assisting her." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to teach these 14 or 15-year-old girls." In these 2 years, Lu Suifeng's strength had undergone a metamorphosis. He had advanced from inferior grade martial saint to peak superior grade martial saint. He was only a step away from breaking through the barrier to martial king. Such strength would be considered at the peak among the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even in the entire Great Qin nation, it would be considered top-notch. However, when compared to the entire continent, especially during the budding age of geniuses, it would not be considered top-notch. However, no matter what, with Lu Suifeng's current strength as a peak martial saint, it was more than enough to teach these martial grand master female disciples. Lu Suifeng said seriously, "It is all thanks to that flowing light marigold leaf of yours. The further you go, the more you will understand the importance of comprehension." As they spoke, the dueling grounds soon appeared before the two of them. This dueling grounds was not unfamiliar to Xiao Chun. Back when he was at Qingyun Peak, he would spend most of his time there. "Go in by yourself. I will not stay to accompany you." After sending Xiao Chun off, Lu Suifeng performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. When Xiao Chun pushed open the doors of the dueling grounds, he saw that the previously empty dueling grounds was now filled with people. There were 200 to 300 Qingyun Peak female disciples lined up neatly. They were like white poplar trees standing in the middle of the grounds. In front of them, Lu Riyue was explaining some of the unique martial techniques of Qingyun Peak. Occasionally, she would answer the questions of the disciples. She wore tight-fitting blue cultivator robes, revealing her exquisite and graceful figure. 2 years had not left any mark on her face. She was the same as before. Every movement she made was graceful and flawless. Xiao Chun stopped walking and revealed a faint smile. He leaned against the door and watched with interest. Seeing Lu Riyue's expression, Xiao Chun felt a faint satisfaction in his heart. For a moment, he did not have any other thoughts in his mind. Lu Riyue, who was completely focused, did not sense Xiao Chen's arrival. She continued to explain the unique points of Qingyun Peak's martial techniques. When Lu Riyue got excited, she would draw the small saber at her waist and demonstrate it personally. She wanted these young girls to understand the profound things in simple terms. This month's 3 days of lessons will end here. When you go back, remember to work harder. If there is anything you do not understand, remember to communicate with your fellow disciples. 2 hours later, Lu Riyue waved her hand and dismissed the 200-odd female disciples. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Riyue's spirited face finally revealed some fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Riyue's spirited face revealed a trace of fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze suddenly landed on Xiao Chun, who was standing at the door. Her body paused, thinking that she had seen wrong. After looking carefully, she was certain that the bladesman wearing white clear-wined robes with a meteor-shaped lunar shadow saber at his waist was Xiao Chun. Lu Riyue put down what she was doing and walked over quickly. Tears gathered in her eyes. She still could not believe that the person in front of her was Xiao Chun. Lu Riyue slowly raised her fair and slender right hand and moved it towards Xiao Chen's face. She really wanted to know if what she saw was an illusion or not. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Riyue's wrist. Then, he naturally pulled her into his embrace. There were many things he wanted to say in his heart. However, when the words reached his mouth, he did not know what to say. He could only mutter, "I'm back." A familiar person, a familiar smell, a familiar voice. Lu Riyue finally believed that the person she was thinking of was indeed in front of her. "How have you been these 2 years?" Lu Riyue asked softly as she let go of Xiao Chen's embrace and blushed slightly. "Let's go out first. There are too many people here." Holding Lu Riyue's hand, Xiao Chun led her out of the door. Lu Suifeng, who was eavesdropping with a group of female disciples, was the first to bear the brunt of the door slamming into his face. Chapter 546. "Damn, there's no need to be so ruthless," Lu Suifeng said depressedly as he rubbed his face. "Instructor Suifeng, was that person earlier really the white-robed bladesman? I heard that back then. He was not as strong as you, right? How strong is he now? I heard someone say that he scared away 5 Biyun Peak elders by himself. That Biyun Peak's Peak Master, Song Qianhe, did not even have the ability to stand before him." The girls fired questions at Lu Suifeng. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to endure it. However, Lu Suifeng chuckled and surrounded the girls. He said calmly, "Don't be in such a rush. Ask them one by one. Let me tell you everything from the beginning." At the same time, the news of Xiao Chen's return to Qingyun Peak spread like wildfire throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, the story of Xiao Chen's encounter with Biyun Peak Song Qianhe was recounted vividly. In the end, he even scared away 5 superior grade martial kings. When they thought of the legendary battle from 2 years ago and saw the strength that Xiao Chun displayed today, several cultivators of the same generation as Xiao Chun's side. At the edge of a small cliff on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun and Lu Riyue leaned against a rock. There was a waterfall in front of the cliff. The sound of water splashing could be heard continuously. The wind blew past the two of them as Xiao Chun spoke softly about his encounters in the past 2 years. He told Lu Riyue everything he had experienced since he left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. From the first time Lu Riyue saw Xiao Chun, she had already guessed that Xiao Chen's future accomplishments would not stop at the Great Qin Nation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold him back. However, she had not expected that the stage that Xiao Qian wanted would be so big. Xiao Qian was not very eloquent. What should have been a very exciting experience sounded very ordinary when he spoke about it. This was similar to his low-profile character. Lu Riyue squinted her eyes slightly. However, she was very engrossed in listening, carefully savoring every word. She was the only one who could understand the thrill and danger that Xiao Qian was facing from Xiao Qian's calm tone. Time passed by unknowingly. The sound of the wind and the sound of water lingered in their ears. Xiao Qian shrugged slightly and smiled. Tell me about yourself. How have you been doing these past 2 years? What Lu Riyue said was exactly the same as what Lu Suifeng said. After he left, Qingyun Peak developed very quickly in the second year. In the past 2 years, she had a guide, Lu Suifeng, to teach the new disciples during the day and cultivate by herself at night. Every day could be said to be extremely busy. Even so, Lu Riyue managed to become a peak superior grade martial king. This showed how strong her talent was. If not for Xiao Qian being over 24 years old, he would not have any problems passing the preliminaries of this 5-nation youth competition. Lu Riyue asked with some anticipation, "How long do you intend to stay here this time?" Xiao Qian thought for a while before replying, "About 2 months. There is still half a year before the 5-nation youth competition begins. I still have to do some things for the Xiao clan." When the sky turned completely dark, Xiao Qian reluctantly said goodbye to Lu Riyue and returned to his courtyard. The stars were resplendent in the night sky. Xiao Qian practiced the 4-season saber technique in the courtyard. At the same time, he comprehended the state of the 4th and final move. Spring uses thunder, summer uses fire, autumn uses rain. However, he could not think of what to use in winter as a catalyst. If he followed by Shuihe's style, winter would naturally use snow, using the state of extreme cold to seal the world in ice. Xiao Qian did not want to follow by Shuihe's style. He wanted to create his own 4-season saber technique. Hence, he could not use snow as a catalyst. Hua, hua, hua. Under the influence of Xiao Qian's saber intent, the fallen leaves in the courtyard formed a ball in the air at some point in time. As Xiao Qian sheathed his saber, the ball of fallen leaves immediately exploded. The remnant saber intent still lingered on the fallen leaves. When it burst out, it created thousands of holes of various sizes in the surrounding ground. The first elder, Xianxia, had just entered the courtyard. When he stepped on the ground, a dull explosion immediately came from the ground. There seemed to be 10-odd sharp saber intents under the sturdy ground. They all formed a formation and started circulating their cultivation techniques. With a loud bang, under the astonished gazes of the first elder and the others, the ground of the courtyard suddenly exploded, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The countless fallen leaves hidden in the dust were still spinning. A misty saber intent spread out, causing the weapon in Xianxi's hand to buzz and tremble. It really is saber intent. The first elder, Xianxia, exclaimed excitedly as he held the trembling weapon in his hand and looked at the spinning fallen leaves in the air. Xianxia had advanced to half-step martial monarch many years ago. Even with the vast resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had not been able to break through to martial monarch. He might not have any hope of becoming a martial monarch in this lifetime. However, as a half-step martial monarch, Xianxia relied on the vast resources to temper himself, becoming an unrivaled existence. If Xiao Qian had not comprehended saber intent, Xianxia would have an 80% chance of defeating Xiao Qian. However, now that Xiao Qian comprehended saber intent, Xianxia did not even have a 60% chance. Something like saber intent did not depend on one's cultivation realm or cultivation. It only depended on one's comprehension ability. Some people might not be able to comprehend saber intent even after becoming a martial sage. However, some people might be able to comprehend saber intent as a martial saint. Only by comprehending saber intent could a bladesman be considered a complete bladesman. First elder, Xiao Qian said respectfully with a cupped fist salute as he leaped over the flying soil and arrived beside Xianxia. Xianxia had done Xiao Qian a favor. Furthermore, It was not an ordinary favor. It was a favor of saving his life. Even though Xiao Chen's strength surpassed Xianxi's, he did not dare to show any disrespect. When Xianxia saw Xiao Chen's attitude, he felt very satisfied. He carefully sized up Xiao Chen and sighed softly. "You are old. 2 years ago, you were just a peak martial saint. In merely 2 years, you actually advanced to half-step martial monarch. You are no weaker than me. You are so young, and you even comprehended saber intent. Your future is limitless." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "My saber intent is not worth mentioning. It has not reached small perfection. If it had reached small perfection, the remnant saber intent on the fallen leaf would have returned to the saber the instant I withdrew my saber." Indeed, Xiao Chen was still far from achieving small perfection in saber intent. The first elder, Xianxia, smiled faintly and chatted with Xiao Chen. He cleverly did not mention Xiao Chen's oath. "Xiao Chen, actually, I have a presumptuous request this time. Can you represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in this 5-nation youth competition?" After hesitating for a while, Xianxia finally stated his purpose for coming here. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had its own branch in Desolate City. However, it was not as big as the other sections. Hence, the first elder, Xianxia, was not like the other disciples of the sect. He did not know anything about Xiao Chen after he left. Xianxia was very clear about Xiao Chen's achievements in the ancient desolate land. He knew that Xiao Chen could rival the demonic geniuses of the great Jin nation. With Xiao Chen's strength, he would not have any problems entering the top 50. If such a person could represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the benefits would be immeasurable. Xiao Chen thought for a while and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "I will gladly do so. I came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the first place. Furthermore, the first elder saved my life. Since you think highly of me, Xiao Chen will naturally do his best." Xiao Chen agreed so straightforwardly. Xianxia was stunned. He only reacted after a while. He smiled and said, "Good, good, good. Your pure heart has not changed. Don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion cannot compare to those rich and powerful factions. However, the resources you deserve will not be lacking." Xianxia laughed loudly and said good 3 times in a row. He was clearly in a carefree mood. The next day, Xianxia ordered people to deliver 3 boxes. The first box contained 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The second box contained 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When Xiao Chen opened the third box, he immediately felt a vast amount of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, it was filled with superior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there were 10,000 of them. Even Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. He knew about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's foundation. Taking out 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones in one go was truly a huge investment. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and put away the spirit stones. Although there were not many resources, they were timely help. Xiao Chen was now truly poor. He had exhausted all his resources in the boundless sea. He was in urgent need of resources. However, inferior-grade spirit stones and medial-grade spirit stones were already useless to him. Xiao Chen handed them over to Lu Riyue for the night. After Xiao Chen received the spirit stones, it meant that he could not go back on his word. So, after another day, the news that Xiao Chen would represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition spread. Under Xianxi's purposeful control, this news spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When all the disciples heard this news, they were all extremely excited. They had not expected that Xiao Chen, who had been forced out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, would return to help them. During the days on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen adjusted his mentality. He allowed himself to relax during the day, accompanying Lu Riyue as she walked around. Occasionally, he would teach the juniors of Qingyun Peak. On the 15th of the 7th month, 1 month had passed since Xiao Chen arrived at Qingyun Peak. On this day, something major happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even the Elders' Assembly's Xianxia was startled. The previous top genius, Morong Chong, had returned as well. The five-nation youth competition would begin in half a year. Furthermore, this five-nation youth competition might open the door to the upper realm. Not only the five great nations, but also the Great Jin, Chu, Great Tang, Great Xia, and Great Qin, the ancient desolate land, the surrounding barbarians, and the vast boundless sea. All the genius cultivators and demonic geniuses under the starry heavens would participate. The five-nation youth competition would usher in an unprecedented grand occasion. The germinal organization of cultivators might lose the word germinal because of this battle, ushering in a grand age of tens of thousands of cultivators. In this era of great competition, everything would be reshuffled. This was not only an opportunity for cultivators to stand out, it was also an opportunity for sections. At this crucial moment, Murong Chong returned. Naturally, the management of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very excited. Back then, Murong Chong was the top genius of the Xia province. No one could compare to him. 3 years ago, he was already a superior grade martial saint. However, because he lost to Xiao Chun in one move, he had to go on experiential training. Chapter 547. The people of the Elders' Assembly originally thought that with Murong Chong's talent, he would have been poached away by the other sects long ago. They did not expect him to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, he also had some misgivings in his heart. He was afraid that after this Murong Chong was defeated by Xiao Chun, he fell to the bottom of the valley and was unable to rise again. As for the ordinary people, they could not catch the attention of the other great sections. That was why they returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Thus, the elders, led by Xianxia, immediately received Murong Chong. They wanted to gauge his strength. On Qinyan Peak, Xiao Chun heard from Lu Suifeng that Murong Chong had returned. He felt somewhat surprised. Unlike the people from the Elders' Assembly, Xiao Chun clearly knew that Murong Chong was not the kind of cultivator who would collapse after suffering a setback. With Xiao Chun's talent, he would definitely be valued by the other great sections. To be able to resist such a temptation and return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Murong Chong was also on the same path. Lu Sui said, "He is probably back for the five-nation youth competition. If there are no surprises, he will definitely come and look for you tonight." Xiao Chun smiled softly and said, "I have not seen him for more than 2 years. I am indeed looking forward to seeing how much he has grown." Lu Suifeng sighed softly. The requirements for the five-nation youth competition will probably be higher this time around. You might need to be at least a martial king to register. Any cultivator would definitely want to go and take a look at the five-nation youth competition. Even if they did not rank high, they would be able to broaden their horizons by going. Naturally, Lu Suifeng was no exception. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the bottleneck of a martial king. There was still half a year left, and it would be difficult for him to overcome it. With a thought, Xiao Chun casually took out 1,000 superior Great Spirit stones and handed them to Lu Suifeng. He said, "Use these superior Great Spirit stones to cultivate for the next half a year. When you officially make your breakthrough, I'll help you find some natural treasures. You have to build a good foundation for breaking through to Martial King." Xiao Chun had experienced breaking through the barrier of Martial King before. One had to have a firm and solid foundation. Otherwise, even if one broke through, they would only be an ordinary Martial King. A person's foundation was determined by the cultivation technique they practiced, the grade of the spirit stones they usually used, the heavenly treasures they used when making a breakthrough, and their own bones. Xiao Chun could not help Lu Suifeng with regards to his aptitude and cultivation technique. However, he could still think of a way to obtain good spirit stones and natural treasures. Lu Suifeng rejected. "How can I do that? You already gave us so many spirit stones. Furthermore, it would be a waste for me to use superior grade spirit stones now." Xiao Chun advised, "Don't be afraid of wasting. Even if you waste a large amount of yuan qi in the upper rank spirit stones, the effect is still much better than the middle rank spirit stones and the lower rank spirit stones. Don't worry about this when you are breaking through." Naturally, it was a great waste to use superior grade spirit stones when one was a martial saint. However, there was no need to care about this when making a breakthrough. Under Xiao Chen's repeated persuasion, Lu Suifeng finally accepted the 1,000 upper spiritual stones. The moon hung above the treetops, illuminating the land. It was late at night. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chun held his saber hilt with his right hand as he looked at the fallen leaves in the courtyard, deep in thought. Pooh! Xiao Chun drew his saber by 1 centimeter. The pitch-black saber instantly glowed with a purple light. A sharp saber intent spread out, creating a boundless strong wind. The strong wind blew the fallen leaves down, causing them to dance in the courtyard. They rose and fell, falling heavily. Kasie. When Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber, a boundless saber intent soared into the sky. All the fallen leaves immediately buzzed and spun in the air. With the support of the saber intent, the normally light fallen leaves had turned into a sharp killing weapon. A regular martial saint would not be able to block it and would end up covered in wounds. Withdraw. In an instant, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard at lightning speed. The spinning leaves suddenly stopped and fell back to the ground. Xiao Chun revealed a satisfied expression. He said softly, "After 1 month, although I still have not figured out what to take for winter, my saber intent has finally reached small perfection. I can release and withdraw it as I please." Huchi. Just at this moment, a strong wind blew in the courtyard. A cold saber intent spread out in the strong wind. The fallen leaves that had just fallen were suddenly swept up again. The fallen leaves spun and buzzed. They were like thousands of blades flying in the sky, heading for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. His right hand, which was holding the saber, moved quickly. A sharp saber intent gushed out as he drew his saber. Under the influence of Xiao Chun's saber intent, the falling leaves that filled the sky started spinning anti-clockwise. Bang! 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 Under the pressure of the 2 saber intents, the falling leaves in the air could not withstand such a strong force. They all exploded, turning into countless shards and falling down like rain. When the dust settled, a thick layer of broken leaves covered the empty space in the courtyard. Xiao Chun looked to the front. Murong Chong, dressed in black, stood on the walls of the courtyard, holding a scarlet saber in his hand. Murong Chong's aura was like a sharp saber, radiating a sharp light as he stood proudly in the sky. The two withdrew their sabers at the same time. Murong Chong's figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Then, he casually walked over to the stone table in the courtyard. However, Murong Chong's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chun. There was a faint shock in the depths of his eyes, but he hid it very well. After a long time, Murong Chong sighed. "After not seeing you for more than 2 years, I originally thought that I could defeat you easily. Who knew? I still cannot see through you." Xiao Chun said softly, "It is the same for you. Not only have you reached half-step martial monarch, but you have also comprehended saber intent." In the end, Murong Chong did not fall. Murong Chong smiled and said, "Why did you come back? With your talent, there should have been a super sect that extended an olive branch to you." Xiao Chun said calmly, "I'm the same as you. Whatever reason you have, I have." With the talent of the 2 of them, the small mountain that was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold them back. However, the 2 of them were people who knew how to repay favors. They hoped to use this opportunity to repay the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's kindness. If one asked for the reason, there was no need to say it. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you on the Heaven viewing platform. We will only compete in the saber." Murong Chong enunciated every word. The battle 2 years ago was Murong Chong's greatest defeat in the past 20-odd years. He had lost to a newcomer in front of thousands of people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In that battle, not only had he lost his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had also lost the love he had hidden in his heart forever. Murong Chong was not someone who haggled over every ounce. However, he had his pride. Naturally, he had to think of a way to take back what he had lost. Xiao Chun accepted the other party's challenge without any fear. He said calmly, "Sure, we will meet on the Heaven Ascending platform 3 days from now. As you said, we will only compete in the saber." Early the next morning, the news of Murong Chong challenging Xiao Chun quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, it was also on the Heaven Viewing platform. The classic battle between Xiao Chun and Murong Chong was still vivid in the minds of many disciples. The two moons competed with each other. The winds blew, the clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Now, 2 years later, the two of them had their own accomplishments. They would fight again in the same place with their own glory. Would Murong Chong defeat Xiao Chun and reclaim his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Or would Xiao Chun win again, suppressing Murong Chong? Before it started, the many Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples were filled with anticipation for this battle. 3 days passed in a flash. Back at Xiao Chen's residence, Lu Riyue said, "Are we really not going?" Xiao Chen held Lu Riyue's hand and smiled faintly. "There is really no need. We are only competing in the saber. It is not a true battle to the death. It can't even be considered a true exchange of pointers." Competing in the saber, this was a term used by bladesmen. The literal meaning was when two people attacked at the same time to see whose saber was stronger. It sounded very simple, but it was incomparably complicated when it came to actual operation. The instant the saber left the hand, not only did it contain essence, but it also contained the cultivator's state and saber intent. Under normal circumstances, when competing with a bladesman who comprehended saber intent, it would be useless, no matter how strong the first two were. However, Murong Chong and Xiao Chun both comprehended saber intent. It was hard to say who was stronger. However, Xiao Chun was very confident in himself. Aside from saber intent, his state of massacre and state of thunder had already reached their limits. As his cultivation increased, they would continue to grow stronger. Furthermore, the essence in Xiao Chen's body was terrifyingly pure. He had used countless natural treasures and tempered himself with a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had the spirit-gathering pearls. It would be hard for anyone in the same generation to be stronger than him. No matter what fortuitous encounters Murong Chong had, he would not be able to compare to Xiao Chun. Unless he was the proud disciple of a super sect, born with countless natural treasures, and had cultivated more than 10 years more than Xiao Chun, he would barely be able to surpass him. However, as time went by, the gap between these demonic geniuses and Xiao Chun would shrink. In the end, he would surpass them all. "Don't worry, just wait for my good news." Xiao Chun let go of Lu Riyue and soared into the sky, disappearing from Lu Riyue's sight in the blink of an eye. As Lu Riyue watched Xiao Chun leave, she bit her lips and revealed a contemplative look. Not too long ago, when Xiao Chun first came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he needed to be protected under her wings. However, in merely 2 years, he had completely surpassed her. Lu Riyue withdrew her gaze and revealed a determined expression. She muttered to herself, "It looks like I have to take some time out to temper myself. Otherwise, if this little fellow surpasses me by too much, it will be too embarrassing." Many disciples had already received the news and were already waiting in the huge drill grounds of the Heaven Viewing platform. The sun above their heads was scorching hot, but it still could not resist the enthusiasm of the crowd. The discussions had not stopped since the beginning. Who do you think will win? 2 years ago, the two of them were evenly matched. Xiao Chen barely won. It is hard to say. I heard that Murong Chong is already a half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chun is also a half-step martial monarch. However, he only revealed a move that day and did not see his exact strength. However, the two of them are competing in the saber and not in a true duel. They should be able to determine the victor very quickly. Let's just wait and see. Whoever saber is stronger, it means that they are stronger. 2 years ago, before the duel between Xiao Chun and Murong Chong, all the cultivators were leaning towards Murong Chong, believing that Xiao Chun would not be able to win. 2 years later, this duel was filled with uncertainty. No one dared to say who would win. Chapter 548. The 12 elite elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Elders' Assembly were gathered on the tall platform. They did not want to miss out on this duel, either. As of now, Xiao Chun and Murong Chong were no weaker than them. Several of the elders were not even as strong as the two of them. An elder with very small eyes sighed softly. We are really getting old. Only in this budding age of geniuses can there be geniuses growing so fast. Unfortunately, we are all old. We are destined to be spectators. Haha, to be able to be a spectator and witness the geniuses of geniuses is pretty good. My life is not in vain. Indeed, our heavenly saber pavilion already has 2 geniuses. In that case, how many geniuses are there in the entire starry heavens? When they all mature, the geniuses of geniuses will descend. What kind of majestic scene will appear in the world? The first elder, Xianxia, smiled faintly and said, "What is the point of saying all this? After all, these 2 geniuses have agreed to fight for our heavenly saber pavilion. When the time comes, our heavenly saber pavilion will only rise up." Xiao, Xiao. 2 sharp figures flew over from the east and west of the drill grounds. They were extremely fast and landed in the blink of an eye. They are here. Murongchong and Xiaochun are here. The people in the spectators' stands who had been waiting for a long time immediately burst into an uproar. Murongchong looked at his surroundings, and his thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago. The scene back then was the same as now. There were no empty seats. Murongchong was originally in high spirits, wanted to take down Qingyan Peak in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he lost. After more than 2 years, when he saw such a scene again, he could not help but feel rueful. Harboring a desire to win, Murongchong's sharp gaze was like a knife as he looked at Xiaochun. He said in a clear voice, "Xiaochun, one saber strike to decide victory. As you wish." The 2 of them placed their right hands on their saber hilts at the same time. A boundless aura, state, aura, and saber intent started to gather. Murongchong activated his state of wind, and a strong wind blew behind him, kicking up a boundless cloud of dust. The white clouds above him churned endlessly. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the world changed color. Xiaochun activated the state of slaughter and the state of thunder. Black thunderclouds appeared above his head, and muffled thunderclaps resounded. The entire place rumbled endlessly, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Behind him, a blood-red radiance overflowed crazily. That was the will of massacre spreading. Under the strong state of the 2, before the sabers were drawn, the world had already turned dark. The aura of the impending battle made everyone hold their breath. They did not even dare to breathe heavily. Clang, clang. 2 resonant hums rang out. Murongchong and Xiaochun drew their weapons at the same time. The saber intense that they had been accumulating for a long time burst forth. The sabers hummed endlessly, and the saber intent reverberated endlessly. Then it quickly spread out. The weapons in the hands of the thousands of cultivators immediately trembled, ready to be unsheathed at any moment. Xiao! The 2 of them moved as fast as lightning. The lunar shadow saber and the scarlet saber in Murongchong's hands flew out at the same time, spinning towards each other. Huchi! Huchi! The 2 sabers gave off a bright light. As they spun, a bright light spread out. Everywhere the weapons passed, cracks appeared in the ground, spreading out continuously. The thousands of cultivators in the crowd all cried out in alarm. When the 2 saber intents clashed, they could no longer control the weapons in their hands. They all flew into the air. Thousands of sabers of all sorts were pulled into the air by the 2 king weapons of Xiaochun and Murongchong. They clashed endlessly. It was a spectacular sight. However, everyone's attention was not on that at all. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 rotating long sabers in the field without blinking. The speed of the sabers was incomparably fast. If Murongchong raised his head, victory would be decided in the next moment. Dang! Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the 2 majestic sabers finally collided. The 2 cracks on the ground also connected with a loud bang at this moment. Kassier! The entire ground of the drill ground was instantly split into 2 halves, shocking everyone present. Even the elders on the high platform couldn't sit still. Too strong. The strength of the genius cultivators now is beyond our imagination. However, Xianxia had a smile on his face. He did not care that these 2 people were stronger than him. He said loudly, "Good. No matter who wins or loses, with such strength, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destined to shine in the five-nation youth competition." Wuxia, Murong Chong, who was standing proudly, paled and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The instant the scarlet saber that belonged to him clashed with the lunar shadow saber, cracks appeared on it. Then the cracks scattered and the scarlet saber shattered into countless pieces. Wuxia, woo, woo. Only a slender, pitch-black saber remained on the drill grounds, spinning continuously. The thousands of sabers spinning around the lunar shadow saber in the sky seemed to be telling everyone who the true king weapon was. Whose saber could truly command the thousands of sabers? The king of sabers. Xianxia waved his hand, and the spinning lunar shadow saber turned into a beam of light and returned to its scabbard. Having lost the support of the saber intent, the thousands of sabers swaying endlessly in the sky also fell down like flowers scattered by a fairy. The vast drill grounds regained its calm. The strong wind stopped, the dust settled, the thunder stopped, and the fiery sunlight shone down once again. Only the 1,000-meter-long crack that split the drill grounds in half remained in the calm drill grounds. It was a testament to the crazy scene from earlier. Saber intent, two peak states, and the aura of a martial monarch. These two are not ordinary half-step martial monarchs. Up on the platform, the first elder, Xianxia, said sullenly, "We need to re-evaluate their strength." Second elder, "Bring some people to communicate with Murong Chong. Tell him to give him the highest treatment for a genius. I will personally speak to Xianxia." The remaining elders all looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. If they gave Murong Chong the highest treatment for a genius, then wouldn't they give Xianxia an even higher treatment? It would be the same as the young sect master's treatment. Don't just stand there. Quickly do as I say. This concerns the 100-year plan of our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If anyone makes a mistake, they can forget about their position in the elders' assembly. Xianxia snorted coldly. When he saw the elders not moving, he scolded them in a serious tone. The second elder did not dare to delay. He quickly said, I'll go immediately. After 15 minutes, Xianxia, who was preparing to fly up, received a message from a young disciple. The young disciple said that the first elder was waiting for him in the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion was the place where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. There were cultivation techniques, secret manuals, spirit weapons, battle armor, spirit stones, and all sorts of natural treasures. Of course, with the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, its accumulations could not compare to the other great sections. Not to mention a super sect like the Haotian sect in the Great Ji Nation, the Heavenly Sword Gate in the Great Chu Nation, or the Thousand Sword Pavilion in the Great Xia Nation. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion paled in comparison. However, no matter what, the accumulation of a sect's inheritance and wealth would definitely make Xianxia sigh in amazement. The first elder, Xianxia, wanted to bring Xianxia to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. Naturally, his intentions were clear. He wanted to gain a new understanding of Xianxia's strength and wanted to rope him in. Xianxia understood this logic. However, he still felt it was strange. No matter what, he felt that the first elder, Xianxia, was a little too attentive. Xianxia had already agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he had accepted the 10,000 superior grade spirit stones from him. What did the first elder have to worry about? There was no need for him to give Xianxia any more benefits. Carrying such doubts, Xianxia followed the young disciple to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion was an important place for any sect. Naturally, the security was very strict. Along the way, Xianxia saw many twists and turns. There were many twists and turns. Every checkpoint was guarded by the elite disciples of the Divine Saber Camp. Occasionally, there would be a few warships cruising through the air. When Xianxia arrived at the Hidden Treasure Pavilion, he felt the aura of a martial monarch on the roof. That should be a supreme elder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With such tight security, it was easy to imagine the importance of the hidden treasure pavilion to the heavenly saber pavilion. The first elder, Xianxia, had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. He waved his hand to dismiss the disciple leading the way. Then, he walked over to Xiaochun with a smile on his face. "Haha, Xiaochun, you should know why I brought you here, right?" Xiaochun nodded to indicate that he understood. Jiangqi smiled and said, "The strength that you and Murongcheng displayed far surpassed my expectations. The two of you have comprehended saber intent in two states. Furthermore, you have comprehended the two states to their limits. The next step would be wills. However, I think more highly of you. Do you know why?" Jiangqi answered his own question, "Because you ascended to the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. That in itself represents a kind of luck. Now that you have returned to the heavenly saber pavilion, you have unknowingly affected the luck of the heavenly saber pavilion. Of course, it is a good influence. Let's cut the crap. Come with me." Jiangqi raised his head and looked at the top of the pavilion. After a simple communication with the supreme elder there, the wooden doors with 18 layers of formations on them opened with a creak. The first floor was filled with gold and jade, shining with a dazzling light. At first glance, it was dazzling. It was somewhat dazzling. However, when one looked carefully, they discovered that they were all mundane items. There were gold, silver, jewels, jadeite, night pearls, gold, and precious stones. If an ordinary person took any one of these items, they would be able to enjoy glory and splendor for the rest of their lives. However, Jiangqi and Xiao Chun did not even bother to look at them. They directly headed for the 2nd floor. To them, these things were just worldly possessions. The items on the 2nd floor started to look interesting. There were spirit weapon, secret manuals, and inferior-grade spirit stones. However, Jiangqi did not even bother to look at them. He knew that these things could not catch Xiao Chen's attention. The two continued to head up, past the 3rd floor, then the 4th floor. Gradually, there were some things that tempted Xiao Chen. However, Jiangqi did not stop. He kept going until he reached the 7th floor. If they went up another floor, they would reach the top floor of the hidden treasure pavilion. "I can only bring you up to here. I have no way of going up to the next floor. Murongcheng can only bring me to the 6th floor. However, you could go to the 7th floor." Jiangqi smiled gently. Chapter 549. Xiao Chun sized up the scenery of the 6th floor. Compared to the resplendent golden light of the 1st floor, this floor was very plain. All the treasures had their spiritual light withdrawn. If one looked carefully, one would be able to feel a faint spiritual aura filling every corner of the room. There were tables and cabinets made of platinum glazed jade with all sorts of treasures on them. There were spirit cores of 1,000-year-old spirit beasts and demonic cores of 1,000-year-old demonic beasts. These spirit beasts and demonic beasts were all very strong when they were alive. After they died, one could still feel intense energy fluctuations from the spirit cores and demonic cores. There were also rows of bookshelves filled with all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques related to the saber. None of them were lower than Earth ranked. These were obtained by the seniors of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion when they went out adventuring. When Xiao Chun looked further down, he even saw many exquisite brocade boxes containing white inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls. In the past, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a martial sage, Emperor Wu. It was not strange for him to be able to refine spirit gathering pearls. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion no longer had a martial sage. Every time they used a spirit gathering pearl, there would be one less. They could only treat it as a treasure and hide it. There were 10 different types of sabers on the weapons rack. All of them had a bright glow. Occasionally, they would spit out a strong saber light. This was the mark of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When Jiangqi, who was at the side, saw Xiao Chun looking at the weapons rack, he said proudly, "Xiao Chun, these are the 10 heaven-ranked spirit weapons that my Heavenly Saber Pavilion has accumulated over 10,000 years. One of them is even a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. I see that your Lunar Shadow Saber is only a superior grade Earth-ranked spirit weapon. Just pick one." Using a heaven-ranked spirit weapon to replace the Lunar Shadow Saber? Xiao Chan smiled faintly and shook his head in rejection. What a joke. The lunar shadow saber was once a subdivine weapon, although it was only a superior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon now. As long as Ao Jiao finished nourishing it, it would immediately become a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. In the future, when he found the corresponding materials, he could recover it to a subdivine weapon. If he had enough opportunities, with Ao Jiao's guidance, it might even become a new divine weapon. How could Xiao Chen exchange it? Xianxia was stunned for a while. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to reject his suggestion so decisively. However, this was fine as well. Coincidentally, Murong Chang's weapon was damaged. If he gave it to Xiao Chen, it would be very suitable. Then, he said, "It is up to you. Whatever you like, just take it." First, Xiao Chen said, "Xiao is spirit's spirit. Great Elder, aren't you afraid that I'll empty your entire building?" Divine Spirit Xiao Chen is Spirit Xiao, and Spirit Xiao Spirit. Chen S Spirit up. Xiao 2. Xiao. Chen Xiao up. Xiao. Xiao Chen was the kind of person who knew how to repay favors. The more he took, the more he would owe the Heavenly Saber Pavilion a favor. The greater the favor he owed, the greater the favor he would repay in the future. Hence, Xianxia was not afraid of Xiao Chen taking too much. He was only afraid that Xiao Chen would look down on them and take too little. Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to take everything. In the end, he took 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 50,000 superior grade spirit stones, 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning attributed demonic beast lightning core, and a lightning tribulation saber technique. This lightning tribulation saber technique was a peak earth-ranked saber technique. It was a saber technique that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended. It was weaker than the Four-Season Saber technique, but stronger than the Wuxia Saber technique. The Four-Season Saber technique was used as a trump card. This Lightning Tribulation Saber technique was used to deal with enemies, to hide his strength. The things that Xiao Chen took were within Xianxi's expectations. He smiled and said, "Let's go. I will bring you to Jade Maiden Peak to choose some 1,000-year-old spirit herbs." After they left the Treasury Pavilion, the first elder, Xianxia, waved his hand, and a warship descended. Xianxia smiled and said, "Let's go." Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before saying, "First elder, you have already given me so many treasures. Leave the spirit herbs for the juniors and the elders to use." Xianxia laughed loudly and pulled Xiao Chen up. He said, "Don't overthink this. If you go to the other sects, they will give you even more. As I said, since you chose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion will do our best to nurture you." The two of them boarded the deck, and the warship immediately soared into the air, heading for Jade Maiden Peak. As the warship traveled through the clouds, the wind blew from both sides, causing Xiao Chen's and the first elder's hair to flutter. Xianxia muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Xiao Chen, it seems like you do not know what the luck of the Five-Nation Youth Competition represents. Or perhaps you do not know how valuable this luck is." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "What do you mean?" Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not know how valuable this luck was. He sincerely asked Xianxia for guidance. After all, the other party was in charge of a sect. He would definitely know some secrets that Xiao Chen did not. Luck is something that sounds ethereal. There are no traces of it. However, it does exist. 20 years ago, my Heavenly Saber Pavilion was like the sun in the sky. However, we still suffered a great calamity in the end. In the end, it was because we did not have enough luck. If there is something substantial that represents luck, it would be the dragon vein. Dragon vein? Xianxia continued. The dragon vein represents the luck of the world. There are 9 dragon veins in the world. Each of the 5 great nations subdued one. The royal courts of the various nations are super sects without any status. This is also why the people of the royal courts are not allowed to participate in the Five-Nation Youth Competition. They already possess great luck and cannot compete with the other sections. Xiao Chun felt curious. He asked, "Where are the remaining 4 dragon veins now?" Xianxia said, "Originally, you would not be able to know about this. However, you're now qualified to know. The 4 dragon veins are under the great Jin nation's wind cloud arena." Back then, the last heavenly emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was too ambitious. He wanted to gather all 9 dragon veins. He wanted to obtain the luck of the entire great world and compete with the heavens, becoming immortal. He offended the 4 holy lands, resulting in a rank 9 demonic calamity and being destroyed. The escape of the 9 dragons threw the spirit veins of the world into chaos, causing the density of the spiritual energy of the various great nations to plummet. Xiaochen knew about this. However, he had not expected it to be related to the ambitions of the Tianwu dynasty. The demonic calamity that destroyed the Tianwu dynasty was actually caused by the 4 holy lands. Regular cultivators would not be able to imagine such a secret. In their eyes, the 4 holy lands are the representatives of righteousness, helping to seal spatial tiers everywhere. Jiangqi smiled gently and said, "Aside from the great Jin nation, the royal courts of the 5 great nations are all representatives of the 4 holy lands." Back then, the Tianwu dynasty was able to unify the continent because of the support of the 4 holy lands. The puppet that they supported was disobedient. They just had to find another one. Wang. Xiao Qin's heart trembled. He had not expected there to be such a secret. To think that the holy lands were so strong. Even someone as strong as the Tianwu emperor, a hero of his generation and famous for 10,000 years, was just a pawn in the hands of the holy lands. In that case, what was Xiao Qin now? He was not even qualified to be a pawn. Suddenly, Xiao Qin noticed a problem. Feeling it was strange, he asked, "First Elder, you mentioned the 4 holy lands earlier. However, why are there only the 3 holy masters? The Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor's City, and the Divine Martial Gate. Although the 3 holy masters were very mysterious, their names were not a secret. No matter how one counted, there were only 3. Jiangqi's expression changed. He knew that he had said too much. He smiled and said, "You don't have to care about that. All you need to know is that the 4 dragon veins under the Wind Cloud Arena are a chance for all the sects to compete fairly. Whoever obtains a good ranking will obtain great luck. Furthermore, with the arrival of this great age, only 1 dragon vein would awaken at most. This time, it is possible that all 4 dragon veins will awaken. So, once you obtain a good ranking, no matter how much I give you, it will be worth it." Seeing that Jiangqi was not willing to say more, Xiao Chun did not press on. He only thought to himself, "One day, I will personally unravel these mysteries. I will figure out whether the blue dragon martial spirit represents the fallen holy land or not." Xiao Chun had once heard from Lung Yu that there were 3,000 great realms in the universe. The Tianwu continent was called the Sky Dome realm, but it was just an ordinary realm among the 3,000 great realms. The so-called Upper Realm was a high-level realm that ruled over the 3,000 great realms. It was called the Kunlun realm. Since then, Xiao Chun had a small guess in his heart. The so-called transmigration might not be a coincidence. Earth might have been one of the 3,000 great realms in the past. Of course, this was the deepest secret in Xiao Chen's heart. No matter who it was, he would not tell it. The only thing he could do now was to continuously become stronger to increase his strength. Then, he would personally unravel the mysteries. As they spoke, the fragrant jade Maiden Peak appeared before the two of them. The warship flew toward the pavilion at the edge of a cliff on Jade Maiden Peak. The pavilion leaned against the cliff. Most of it floated in the air, looking like a pavilion in the air. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He said, "This is Marshal Grand Uncle Shun's place." Jiangqi nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. If you want to come to Jade Maiden Peak to obtain natural treasures, you have to get Marshal Grand Uncle's permission. However, there should not be any problems. Don't worry." When the warship was a kilometer in the air, Jiangqi waved his hand and stopped the warship. Then, he gently landed on the ground with Xiao Chun, not making a sound. Marshal Grand Uncle Shun, Martial nephew Xianxia requests an audience. Xianxia, the person in charge of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, was very respectful at this moment. The bamboo doors of the pavilion opened gently. The noble and dignified Shen Manjun, who looked like a young girl in her prime, walked out. Chu Xinyan followed carefully behind her. When Xianxia saw Shen Manjun coming down from the bamboo stairs, he quickly went forward and explained the purpose of his visit. After Shen Manjun heard that, she looked at Xiaochun with interest. She smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, the little fellow from 2 years ago has grown to such an extent. Xinyan, take my medallion and bring him to the 1,000-year-old herb fields. He can take whatever he likes." Xiaochun bowed slightly and performed a cupped fist salute. "Many thanks, martial granduncle." When Xiaochun met a regular martial monarch, he would at most perform a cupped fist salute and use honorifics. This was the rule of the continent. When the weak met the strong, they would do this. If one was careless, trouble might come from the mouth. One had to show the minimum amount of respect when facing the strong. However, when Xiaochun saw Shen Manjun, he bowed. Actually, he should have guessed it long ago. A 300-year-old martial monarch was not rare. However, Shen Manjun did not look old, like a young girl in her prime. She was definitely a super expert with 1 foot in the martial sage realm. She was worthy of Xiao Chen's bow. Chapter 550. After Chu Xinyun received Shen Manjun's medallion, she led Xiao Chun to the herb field. This time, Jiangqi did not follow. As Jiangqi watched Xiao Chun leave, he smiled and said, "Martial uncle, what do you think of this person? Is he worthy of my nurturing?" Shen Manjun's gaze was deep like a clear pool. She said in a drawn-out manner, "This person appears gentle on the surface, but he has a cold heart. He will not be easily swayed by external forces. He is self-centered and knows what he wants. He is decisive in killing, cold, and emotionless." Jiangqi's smile froze. Could it be that I misjudged him? Shen Manjun changed the topic and smiled. "However, it is fortunate that he has not changed. From the first time I saw him until now, his heart has not changed. He has seen the prosperity of the world and obtained boundless glory. He obtained 100 consecutive victories in the wrestling ring, reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, and became the strongest person in the 4 nations. However, he has always been himself. His heart has not changed." Jiangqi was somewhat at a loss as he said, "Martial uncle, I do not understand." Shen Manjun smiled sweetly and turned around. Her melodious voice resounded. "There is no need to understand. You only need to know that he can give you what you want." Xiao Chun and Chu Xinyun had known each other for a long time. However, when they met again, they felt somewhat restrained. Chu Xinyun had not expected that after the battle on the Heaven Ascending platform, Xiao Chun would return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they first met, the difference in their cultivation was not that great. Now it was like heaven and earth. Chu Xinyun was still lingering in the martial saint realm. However, Xiao Chun had already crossed the threshold of martial king and was about to break through to martial monarch. "Junior sister Chu, help me find 10 odd spirit herbs that are around 1,000 years old. They can raise a cultivator's cultivation." Following Chu Xinyun's lead, the two soon arrived at the 1,000-year-old herb field on Jade Maiden Peak. However, the results disappointed Xiao Chun. Although it was called a 1,000-year-old herb field, most of the spirit herbs were only 800 or 900 years old. There were very few that were 1,000 years old. There was not even one that was 2,000 years old. Perhaps Jiangqi did not know that he had already consumed a large number of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Such spirit herbs were no longer useful to him. He could only casually find 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and use them as gifts. In a month's time, he would be returning to Mo City. He had to bring something back. Casually taking out 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs? When Chu Xinyan heard this, she could not help but roll her eyes in her heart. What do you mean by casually looking around? Did this guy really think that 1,000-year-old elixirs were cabbages? That was something that even elders couldn't get even if they begged for it. However, if she knew that Xiao Chan was only using it as a gift and felt that it wasn't good enough, who knew how she would feel? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, It must be more than 1,000 years old. Don't use those that are 8 or 900 years old to make up the numbers. They won't have any effect. 1,000 years was a threshold, just like human cultivation. Once a spirit herb passed this threshold, it would be on a completely different level from a spirit herb that was 8 or 900 years old. Its effect would be several times stronger. Hence, Xianxia specially reminded her. How picky! Chu Xinyun could not help but grumble in her heart. However, she still obediently went to take care of it. After all, Shen Manjun had spoken, so she had to obey. With Chu Xinyun taking care of this matter, Xiaoqian was more free. After waiting for an hour, Chu Xinyun returned with 15,000-year-old spear herbs. After Xiaoqian checked that there were no mistakes, he smiled gently and said, "Many thanks, junior sister Chu. I will take my leave first." When Xiaoqian returned and met Xianxia and Shenmanjun, he thanked them again. After all, these things were useless to him. However, he still had to show basic courtesy. Xianxia muttered, "Xiaoqian, do you have any other requests? You could just mention them. If I can do it, I will definitely help you." Representing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the Five-Nation Youth Competition was one thing. However, it was unknown if he could get a good ranking. How could Xiaoqian make any requests? He could only reject the other party's kind intentions. In an extremely desolate forest on Qingyun Peak, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Dark clouds churned as Xiaoqian practiced his newly obtained Lightning Tribulation Saber technique. The Lightning Tribulation Saber technique was different from the Four-Season Saber technique. It did not require much personal comprehension. All Xiaoqian needed to do was understand the meaning and state of each move. This was a saber technique that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended in his early years and not in his later years. Naturally, the difficulty would not be that high. Back then, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder was undergoing experiential training in a dangerous place, he coincidentally discovered a rank 9 spirit beast undergoing its lightning tribulation, preparing to transform into a human. Under the 9 layers of lightning tribulation, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended this 9-saber lightning tribulation saber technique. He was able to create his own saber technique before the age of 30. Furthermore, it was a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. With such horrifying talent, it was no wonder the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder could become someone like Emperor Wu in the future. From a certain perspective, if Xiaoqian could completely comprehend his own Four-Season saber technique, his talent would be comparable to that of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder. In nature, lightning is viewed as the will of the Heavenly Tao. If anyone defies it, the Heavenly Tao will send down a lightning tribulation to destroy everything. Xiaoqian muttered, "The first 3 moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique accumulate power, the next 3 become lightning, and the final 3 bring down a tribulation. When practiced to the highest level, one can steal the Heavenly Tao and punish the lightning on behalf of the heavens. I hope it will not disappoint me." Xiaoqian had personally seen Bai undergo his tribulation. The secret manual had a detailed introduction to the 9 moves of the saber technique. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder had also personally explained them. Furthermore, Xiaoqian had strong comprehension abilities. Xiaoqian's progress in cultivating the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique was extremely fast. Compared to the Four-Season Saber technique, it was at least 5 or 6 times faster. He managed to learn all 9 moves in 1 month. This was normal. The Four-Season Saber technique required Xiaoqian to create it himself. He had to feel his way around carefully. As for the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique, the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had already paved the way for him. He just had to follow his instructions. When comparing the two, it was clear which was more difficult. However, the might of the Four-Season Saber technique was definitely above the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique. Furthermore, it was more suitable for Xiaoqian. After all, he had comprehended it himself. Xiaoqian sheathed his saber and stood upright. The thunderclouds above him slowly scattered. He muttered to himself, 2 months have passed already. It is time to return to Mo City to take a look. There were still 4 more months before the 5-nation youth competition. After that, Xiao Chun might have to go to the Kunlun realm. He might never have the chance to return to Mo City. Even though Xiao Xiong had chased him out of the Xiao clan and did not acknowledge him as his son, blood was thicker than water. As his son, he had to go back and take a look. Those were the brothers who had fought so hard for the promise of 10 years. Those disciples who were willing to kneel before Xiao Xiong and plead for him. How are they doing now? Good or bad? Xiao Chun had to personally take a look before he could feel at ease. Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its silver light illuminated the entire Qingyun Peak. Using the moonlight, Xiao Chun headed for Lu Ruyue's courtyard, preparing to bid her farewell. Huh. In the courtyard, Lu Ruyue wore tight robes that perfectly outlined her alluring figure. She focused on practicing her saber techniques, one move at a time. Saber lights flickered. As Lu Ruyue walked, a strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Now, Lu Ruyue was already a peak superior grade martial king. As long as her state of wind improved further, she would be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. When Lu Ruyue saw Xiao Chun outside, she grasped the small saber in her hand. She spun the saber and attacked Xiao Chun with a sharp aura. Are we going to exchange moves again? Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He was not surprised. It had been like this every night for the past few days. The two of them would exchange moves and find out what they were lacking in. However, in general, it was mostly Xiao Chun giving pointers to Lu Ruyue. Now, Xiao Chun's combat experience and insight had already left Lu Ruyue in the dust. Dang. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyue moved quickly in the courtyard. When their weapons clashed, sparks flew. Today, you arrived 4 hours earlier than usual. Are you here to say goodbye to me? Lu Ruyue said as she brushed past Xiao Chun and sent out a saber strike at lightning speed. Chi! Xiao Chun casually used his saber to block Lu Ruyue's attack. He said softly, I have to return to Mo City before the 5-nation youth competition. How long will you be gone for? When will you be back? At least 1 month, at most 3 months. In any case, I will be back before the heavenly saber pavilion departs for the great G nation. The two of them exchanged moves as they chatted. Under the gentle moonlight, they appeared carefree. A faint warmth flowed in their hearts. After an hour, the two of them finished exchanging moves. Lu Ruyue sheathed her weapon and smiled helplessly. It has only been a month, and you have improved so much. I really cannot compare to you. Xiao Chun held Lu Ruyue's hand and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will bully you in the future? Lu Ruyue blushed and said softly, I will accept it if you bully me. However, if you go too high, I'm afraid the distance between us will increase. Xiao Chun pulled Lu Ruyue into his embrace. His gaze was deep as he looked at the bright moon in the night sky. A melancholic smile appeared on his face as he muttered, In this world, Qingyun Peak is my second home. No matter how high or far I go, I will have to return home. Home! Lu Ruyue felt warmth in her heart. She looked up at Xiao Chun and gently pecked him on the lips. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and carried Lu Ruyue horizontally. Then, he walked towards her residence. The two of them were both youths. In the past 2 months, they had been cultivating together at night. When they were deeply in love, the so-called matters between a man and a woman would naturally happen when the conditions were right. The Great Qi nation had 4 prefectures: the Dongming province, the Shihe province, the Nanling province, and the Northern King's residence. Each prefecture had 3 continents, and each prefecture had 9 counties. Each county had a number of small cities. Mo City was such a small city. On the map of the vast Great Qi nation, it did not stand out at all. It did not even have a note. There were many such cities in the Great Qi nation. They were so ordinary that they could not be more ordinary. On this particular day, at the city gates of Mo City, a delicate and handsome white-robed youth walked over from a distance. He had a saber at his waist, and his expression was calm as he walked at a steady pace. Among the cultivators in the surroundings, that white-clothed youth did not wear any luxurious accessories. He did not give off the aura of a cultivator either. However, he gave off a unique aura. He stood out from the crowd, like a crane among chickens. Several of the martial masters in the surroundings could not help but look at him. The white-clothed bladesman was naturally Xianxia. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in the Xihua province, and Most City was in the Dongming province. One was in the east, and the other was in the west. Xianxia spent half a month traveling at full speed. Chapter 551. After not being here for 4 years, Xianxia revealed a faint smile when he revisited this place. I'll go and see Big Brother Mo Fan first. If there is a chance, I'll get him to help me improve the Lunar Shadow Saber. The rank 6 Thunder Rock Demonic Core is no longer able to keep up with my current strength. Back when Xianxia forged the Lunar Shadow Saber, he was only an insignificant cultivator. Naturally, the rank 6 Thunder Rock was something that Xianxia did not dare to imagine. However, now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he could instantly kill a rank 6 demonic beast. This demonic core was no longer suitable for the Lunar Shadow Saber. Thus, when Xianxia saw a 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic core in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Hidden Treasure Pavilion, he immediately took one. After paying the city entrance tax, Xianxia followed the crowd into the city. The scene on both sides of the street brought many warm memories to Xiaoqian's mind. He found a restaurant in the city and sat down by the window on the second floor. Xiaoqian called the waiter over and handed him a gold ingot. He said, "Answer whatever I ask." The fist-sized gold ingot dazzled the waiter's eyes. He bit down hard on it, and after he was sure it was real, he quickly bowed and smiled. Young hero, just ask whatever you want to ask. However, there's actually nothing much to ask in Most City. Xiaoqian muttered to himself for a while before asking, "Which clan is the strongest in Most City?" The waiter laughed loudly. "Is there a need to ask? Naturally, it is our Zhang clan. Currently, more than half of the businesses in Most City are in the hands of our Zhang clan." "Your Zhang clan?" Xiaoqian frowned heavily. Something did not seem right. The waiter said proudly, That's right. Now, all the restaurants and inns in the city are the businesses of the Zhang clan. Although I am not a direct descendant of the Zhang clan, I am still surnamed Zhang. We could be considered of the same sect." Xiaoqian took a sip of wine. His expression was somewhat unsightly. If you remember correctly, this restaurant belonged to the Xiao clan many years ago. What about the Xiao family in the past? The waiter revealed a cocky expression as he said, "The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. 2 years ago, the Xiao clan was like the sun in the sky in Most City or even the entire Cheesy County. However, now, they can only hide at the foot of Seven-Horn Mountain. It won't be long before we lose this Seven-Horn Mountain." Xiaoqian's heart sank. For years ago, before he left the Xiao clan, he used the Ninth Heaven's Thunder Formation to capture the upper echelons of the Zhang clan, the Tang clan, and the Lung clan, the number 1 clan in Cheesy County. With the strength of the Xiao clan, logically speaking, they should not have any opponents in the Cheesy County. What exactly happened? Could it be that the noble clans that I offended made a move? That can't be right. Feng Feishu promised me that she would not let those noble clans touch the Xiao clan. With the enormous strength of the Flying Snow Trade Association, the aristocratic families would definitely not act recklessly. That would be suicidal. Papa, Xiaoqian took out another 2 gold ingots and handed them over. "Let me ask you again. What exactly happened 2 years ago that caused the Xiao clan to decline so quickly?" When the waiter saw the 2 gold ingots, his face lit up with joy. However, his expression was somewhat awkward. He chuckled and said, "We are just insignificant people. Actually, young hero, you should be able to guess that we do not know any confidential information. Anyway, 2 years ago, the Xiao clan's clan head and a few elders were suddenly severely injured. After that, the Zhang clan and the Tang clan rose up and snatched away many of the territories that originally belonged to the Xiao clan." Xiaoqian waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. He was not too surprised to receive such an answer. A waiter of a restaurant was not even a cultivator. It was easy to imagine how much he would know. Xiaoqin had only asked casually and did not hold much hope. However, he did have a headache now. Originally, he wanted to ask the waiter about the situation of the Xiao clan. He did not expect to receive news that the Xiao clan had fallen into dire straits. I should go and ask Big Brother Imo. With his strength, he should know something that the waiter did not. Haha, Xiaoling, I did not expect you to come to my restaurant for a meal. Come, let's go to a private room. Zhangxiang will treat you. Just as Xiao Chan was about to pay the bill and leave, a familiar voice came from the hall downstairs. Xiao Chan entered deep thought. This name, Zhangxiang, seemed familiar. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan finally found this person from the corner of his memory. Zhangxiang, the second son of the Zhang clan head. His elder brother, Zhang He, had once fought with Xiao Chun. Zhang He was still considered someone important, but this Zhangxiang was nothing. However, Xiao Chun's tone was very arrogant. As for Xiao Ling, naturally, Xiao Chun would not forget her. She was the Xiao clan disciple who had pleaded for him when he participated in the trial with her. Xiao Chun also had a deep impression of the youth beside her. That was Yilan, a disciple of the Xiao clan with a different surname. He was deeply in love with Xiao Ling, Yilan had once met with a great calamity and was even willing to use his life to save Xiao Ling. It looked like the two of them had succeeded. Right now, the two of them seemed to have met with some trouble. Xiao Ling, looked coldly at Zhang Ziyang and stood up. How unlucky. We can't even eat in peace. Yilan, let's go. Xiao Ling, felt very depressed. She had eaten the signature dishes of this restaurant since she was young. This time, she could not resist sneaking out with Yilan for a meal. However, before they started eating, they ran into the person they did not want to see the most. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Zhang Ziyang snorted coldly. His subordinates immediately stepped forward to cut off the two's path of retreat. Yilan's face sank. He placed his right hand on his weapon and shielded Xiao Ling, behind him. He said in a cold voice, Zhang Ziyang, what are you trying to do? Don't forget what the city lord said. A strange smile appeared on Zhang Ziyang's face as he said, Don't worry. Since the city lord has already mediated the conflict between the two clans, I will not make things difficult for you. However, do you think you can leave without paying the bill? Dong. Xiao Ling tossed 2 ingots of gold onto the table and snorted. Are you satisfied now? 50 taels of gold. There is no need for the change. Let's go. However, the 5 men blocking the entrance did not move at all. They did not have any intention of moving away. The 5 men were all peak martial grandmasters. None of them were weaker than Yilan. If the 5 of them attacked together, they would be able to subdue Yilan in an instant. Zhang Ziyang was expressionless as he crushed the 2 ingots of gold on the table. He said in a cold voice, Did I say that this meal was priced in gold? The 2 of you hand over 100 inferior Great Spirit stones immediately. Otherwise, none of you can think of leaving. Xiao Ling, and Yilan's expressions changed greatly. Xiao Ling, cursed out loud. What do you think you are selling? Even a rank 1 spirit beast feast would not fetch such a price. Zhang Ziyang looked at Xiao Ling, graceful figure, and a frivolous look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, You'd better understand the situation. This is my Zhang clan's restaurant. It will sell for as much as I say. Even if you don't want to accept it, you will have to accept it. You little girl, I have been eyeing you for a long time already. How dare you send yourself to the tiger's den? I will count to 5. If you are unable to pay the spirit stones, I will make you pay with your body. Zhang Ziyang acted like he was in control of the situation. Currently, the Zhang clan was in the limelight. Their words were law in Mo City. Even the city lord had to give them some face. 5 for following Zhang Ziyang's countdown. The 5 men at the entrance laughed sinisterly. Their auras locked onto the 2 of them, preparing to attack at any moment. 1 attack. Zhang Ziyang shouted coldly. The 5 men immediately pounced over, scaring Xiao Ling until she turned pale. Pooh! However, just at this moment, 5 muffled, miserable cries resounded. 5 peak martial grandmasters with overbearing auras stopped breathing without any warning and fell over. On the second floor, The cultivators who were leaning on the railing to watch the excitement were all astonished. Their expressions were very confused. Among the crowd, Xianxia held a wine flask. He revealed a faint smile as he unhurriedly poured wine into his mouth. Xianxia, who was in the hall, was startled. A manservant behind him quickly checked the 5 men's breathing. He raised his head and said with a trembling voice, "Second, young master, it seems like they're all dead." Xiaoling, and Yilan were both at a loss. It was clearly a matter of life and death. How did it turn out like this? Still not leaving? What are you standing here for? Just at this moment, a voice rang out in the minds of the two of them. The two of them were astonished and quickly raised their heads to look around. "Stop looking. You won't be able to find me. Go back." The voice rang out in their minds again. Xiaoling, and Yilan exchanged glances. They knew that an expert had made a move to help them. Furthermore, that person did not want to show himself. They did not stay any longer and quickly turned to leave. Trying to leave? There is no way. Before we investigate this matter clearly, neither of you are allowed to leave. Ah? Xianxia was enraged. He leaped into the air and launched himself over. However, just as Xianxia's body soared into the air, there seemed to be a huge, formless hand pressing down on him with an irresistible force. Xianxia fell with a pa sound in an extremely comical position. It was as comical as one could imagine. Xianxia's face landed on the ground, and he fell flat on his face. "Ha ha ha! Young Master Zhang, your actions are not something an ordinary person can do. You must have practiced for a long time at home." Xiaoling giggled and went out the door with Yilan. "Bastard, don't run for this old man." Xianxia's right hand smashed the ground violently. His body soared into the air, and he was about to stand up again. Xiaochun smiled gently and placed the wine flask aside with his right hand. Then, he sent out a palm strike with his left hand. A huge force was transmitted through the void without leaving a trace. Pa! Another heavy thud rang